Hi, this is a supercut of my class challenge series on YouTube where I try out every single class in the game. This was such a fun series to make, and I hope it helps you figure out which class you want to play, or maybe inspires you to try something new. And if you'd like to support me as a content creator, you can use my creator code JaykunVT when purchasing pearls or A-coins. Thank you again for watching, and I hope you enjoy. Ooh, they have Twilight Dash. What's the other one? What's the other inherited skill? Spirit Legacy? Oh, you have to use this from hotbar? Oh my god. So I have my forward dash, my side dashes, forward dash, C, R, and B. Oh. Shift Z is your opener. Shift Z, Unveiled Fate, 2. So that's your opener. Okay, Shift Z, Shift F. Wheel of Fortune. Oh, Shift Z is the DP down. Oh, Unveiled Fate. Oh, okay. So Shift Z, Shift F, spacebar, Shift L and B, and then Shift R and B. That's what I have so far. Spirit Legacy is also huge on back attack. Oh, you can spam this. Okay. I really like how you can drag all of these abilities onto quick bars. Here we go. Okay. Shift Z, Shift F, spacebar, Shift L and B, move, Shift R and B, Spirit Legacy, R and B, L and B, R and B, S R and B, S L and B. Okay, and then filler, Shift Q, Shift X, dash, Shift E. Okay, and then I have WF for like WF shenanigans.
Incredible, amazing, show-stopping, spectacular, never
Thank
seen,
you.
totally unique, completely not ever been done before.
Thank you. And then C for movement, Shift X for movement. No, not Shift. No, it's not Shift X. It's Balanced Strike for movement. And then I have my 2 dashes, and then ADF for like that's shenanigan thing. Okay. One more time for good measure. Shift Z, Shift F, spacebar, Shift L and B, full charge, move, Shift R and B, Spirit Legacy, R and B, L and B, R and B, S R and B, S L and B. And then Shift Q, Shift X, dash, Shift E. Okay. I think we're ready, guys. I think we're ready. Okay, Shift Z, Shift F, spacebar, Shift L and B, Shift R and B. This one, that one, SRMB, SLMB. Oh, okay, it's very easy to reposition with the class too. Let's try again. And then, oh, I can't backdash. I was trying to backdash. Okay, Shift Q, Shift X. Okay. It's definitely tripping me up that I have to use a hotbar ability as like one of my prime, you know what I mean? Like I feel like Spirit Legacy should have its own keybind. In which case maybe like Shift C. Okay, so Shift Z, Shift F, spacebar, Shift L and B, Shift R and B, hotbar, R and B, L and B, R and B, S R and B. Oh, there we go. I'm actually having a much easier time learning this class than Awakening DK, to be honest, between the two so far. I just need to get better with my movement. I think my movement so far is kind of doo-doo. Here we go. Okay, and then C twice, WF, oh my god, I moved too much. Hold on. Okay, do you see the block jump? You see that? Oh, I'm learning how to use the block jump. Guys, maybe I leave Kama Sylvia Slash as a block jump. Maybe I don't use it in my main combo. Well, I do use it in my main combo, but I use it as a way to reposition rather than a way to use it like just off the bat. Does that make sense? So FWF. Ooh, that was pretty smooth, right? Okay, it's not so bad, actually. Yeah, I actually am liking this a lot more than Awakening DK, personally. Okay, why don't we try it out at Star's End? Let's see how it feels. Okay, here we go. First pack. Okay, here we go, first pack. First pack. Okay, that's pretty easy. Hold up. And I have a Q block too, right? Yeah, nice. And then filler would be Shift Q, Shift X, and then Shift E. Okay. Okay, yeah, this class is very easy here at Starzan. Hold up. Ooh, I'm getting better with the movement. Do you see that? Ooh, Deboreka earring. I was kind of struggling on Awakening Valkyr, but on Suck DK, I am not struggling. Survivability hasn't been too bad too, because she has a lot of nice repositioning skills. Like I'm intentionally using Shift L and B mid combo to not only do damage, but also repositions me after my third ability, which is important because you know how mobs are, right? They track your last position. So if you can just be out of the way for that position, then you're not getting hit, right? But I can kind of feel it be a little bit squishy if you're not positioning correctly. 2 pillars at once and he kills everything in one go. Oh, I'm not really trying to like min-max right now, Mohammed. I'm mostly trying my best to learn the class more. So this series is not about optimally grinding with the classes. It's to get a first impression. And I'm definitely having a very good first impression. A lot of people are asking me if I should do like a, you know, like a tier list or something. I might do like a comfortability tier list, but I'm not going to do like a class tier list. That's not the point of the challenge. The challenge is to learn a new class, share my learning experience with you guys, and help you guys choose a new class based on my learning experience. I'm not going to talk about meta and stuff like that with this series. Some people are asking me like, oh, are these going to be useful as guide? No, you can follow along, but I'm not going to ever label them as guides. If you're looking for guides, I'm sure there's some better sources out there, but this is literally like a first impression video is probably the best way to label this series. It's a first impression series. And I'm definitely having a pretty good first impression, let me tell you. Saktuke, really good first impression. Also, I think if you're starting out too, locking Nocturne has been helpful because I can just hold Shift L and B R&B to do the movement. So like this. Shift F, Shift R&B, Shift L and B R&B, and then it just auto teleports you behind. And that's been super nice. So if you're starting out, I definitely recommend locking Nocturne. And then once you get more comfortable, then maybe switch it up, you know? I feel like I would die on her 100 times because I face tank the mobs. Well, you do have some natural movement in the kit, Raven, so as long as you're moving around, you shouldn't have too much trouble. You can follow along with my notes here on the right and see if that works for you. It's, again, not an optimal combo, it's more just a combo that has been easy for me to pick up and learn. And it's been working so far. Okay. What about her 100%? Is her 100% any good? Or do I not use it? It's good, but I wouldn't use it at Starzan. Okay, fair enough, yeah. That makes sense. Seems like LMB spacebar is like a pretty good kind of filler, no? Like if I just need to kill these mobs, I just LMB spacebar. That seems to do like okay DPS. Yeah, I'm really liking the repositioning with the block jump with Kamasogi Slash. That feels very satisfying and powerful too. Overall, Succession Dark Knight was an amazing experience. Going into this class, I was under the impression that it would be a fairly difficult one because of how many people warned me about it, but after spending some time with her, I actually ended up having a really good time. The combos weren't nearly as hard as I thought they would be. The biggest adjustment for me was an important skill called Spirit Legacy. Unlike most classes that use a C input or some variation of it, like WC, SC, or Shift C, Spirit Legacy has to be used directly from the hotbar. I also had a lot of viewers chime in when I was learning this class. There were a lot of differing opinions on how certain combos should be performed. In the end, I took suggestions from multiple sides and put together a combo setup that felt the most comfortable for me personally. That's usually the approach I prefer anyways for all these classes I've been trying. She's definitely not the tankiest class out there, but she felt surprisingly powerful. A lot of the times, I found myself gambling on killing the mobs before they could kill me. Whenever I did get into trouble, her mobility made it very easy to reposition, disengage, or maneuver around packs of enemies. Honestly, I think Succession Dark Knight has some strong retag potential for me in the future. If you're looking for a class that combines an elven aesthetic with powerful magic and melee combat, I think you'll have a great time with Succession Dark Knight. JaykunVT. Unoriginal. Name is available, lol. Shift Z Magnus. Like that. And then F to go back in. Oh, WF. No, WRB. Dang, you go so fast. Like, I can't even do... Okay, I have to just tap it once into Shift R and B. And then Shift Q. And then Shift L and B. Shift E. They lost it so fast. I can't even imagine this with Z buff too. Oh my god. Guys, I don't even have Z buff or food buff. Or Velzon. Holy. W R and B, R and B. Shift R and B, Shift Q, Shift L and B, Shift E, Shift F, and then something about spacebar, and then keep up the attack speed. Holy crap, this class is fast. I think I'm doing it okay for the combo, right? I'm just gonna do SL and B for filler, because my cooldowns are so fast. Worse than Drakania? I would say it's easier, just because you don't have to worry about two stances. That's the most annoying part about Drakania, is that if you're not in the right stance, if you're not in Dragon Blood stance, then you're not doing the abilities you should be doing. Some attacks force you into Dragon Blood stance, and some attacks force you into Hex Blood stance. So that is the most annoying part about Drakania. But Awakening DK so far, it's just fast. That is the difficulty I'm having, and the classes that I've played before are much slower, right? Like Scholar, we were learning Scholar the other day. That was nice, comfy, hold down buttons, things die. Witch in the past, press buttons, things die. But this is fast, guys. This is fast. Okay, one thing I would love for them to adjust is there's flows where you have to hold down two buttons for the flow. And I guess this is integral to the class, but I kind of wish it worked like Woosa, where if you press down a button, you keep holding down one of the buttons and it continues. Like Shift R and B, hold R and B, right, for Awakening Woosa. Or WE, hold E. SE, hold E, right? You hold down one of the buttons. But this one, you have to hold down two buttons. So like when I was trying to do Seed of Darkness, this one, Seed of Catastrophe into the flow, I'm doing Shift E, hold E, but you can't. You have to do another Shift E in order to do the flow. So that is like one thing that I have to get used to. Oh, this is only from hotbar. Oh, that's my 100%. Oh, I need to lock. Hold on, let me lock everything. Ooh, this one has. Oh, this is MP. I thought it was HP. Any HP recovery skills I should be aware about? SL and B and Shift F in Awakening. Oh, okay. SL and B, and then Shift F in Awakening. Oh. Okay, let's see. Oh, I just did it wrong already. Oh my god, I already did it wrong. I already did it wrong. Oh my god. How do I move in this class? Guys, it's too fast. It's already too fast. Oh my god. Oh my. W R and B, Shift R and B, Shift Q, Shift L and B, Shift E, Shift F. And it goes through them. Okay, nice. Maybe I should swap these, because it's much easier to do W R and B, right? Maybe I should swap them just for comfortability. We don't need to min-max. We just need to be comfortable. Oh, I found a filler, guys. Shift R and B space. Die. Yeah, the filler skills are not... Okay, I have to use some pre-awakening for filler skills. This is not it. I should just do this. Right. Oh! Guys, I think I did it. Well, that was pretty fast, right? I think I did it, guys. Right? Oh, ooh, we're learning. Ooh, hoo, hoo. was pretty clean. Oh, SF! I never used SF. Is SF good damage? I've never used SF before. Oh, if you do Shift R and B and Shift Q, it goes backwards, right? It goes back. Oh, okay, got it. Here we go. Okay, wait a minute. Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right. Something is kind of right, actually. Shift Z into Rabomb if you know bad is still locked. Okay, so Shift Z Rabomb, like that. Oh, did this, and bam. Okay. We're learning. Boom. SL and B, SR and B. Oh my god. Okay, that was pretty clean. Okay, I think we've got it down, guys. Space Shift F. Oh, so that's why you put space. It's to animation cancel Shift F. I think my filler is going to be space SL and B, and then Rabomb skill R and B. Space Shift F into SL and B. Space Shift F into SL and B. Okay. You can delay the flow for Shift E and Shift L and B, but you gotta be fast. Delay the flow. Like that. Shift L and B. Like that. AF into WF. I hate that keybind. AF? Are you kidding me? I hate that keybind. What? Like that? I hate that keybind. What is like AF? That's the first time I've ever seen the combination of AF. What? That feels so weird. So I played 3 new classes so far. Scholar, Drakania, and DK. I would still recommend Scholar out of all of the 3 classes so far. If you think Awakening is fast, wait till you see... Wait, are you saying Succession DK is faster? There's no way. What? Are you kidding me? Suck DK feels like if Sork and Ninja had a child. Really? Hey, damn! You see the movement into the finishing of the combo. Okay, yes! Okay, we're starting to improvise this bit as well too. Overall, Awakening Dark Knight felt much faster than the kind of playstyle I'm normally used to. A lot of her skills have potential follow-up inputs that can change your positioning, and I think that was one of the hardest parts to learn. Many attacks automatically reposition you, so you're constantly managing movement and spacing while trying to keep your combos flowing. At first, the class felt very overwhelming, especially compared to the slower classes that I'm familiar with, like Woosa and Witch, but once I started understanding the flow of her kit, the class became really satisfying to play. The clear speed can be extremely good when you learn the skill inputs properly, and chaining abilities together feels really rewarding. At the same time, I also realized the playstyle is probably too fast for me personally. I've always preferred slower classes, so while I did enjoy Awakening Dark Knight, I probably wouldn't retag this class myself again in the future. I'm glad I gave it a chance because it helped me appreciate a completely different style of gameplay. But if you do like classes that require a lot more brain power, then definitely give this class a try. Alright, here we go guys. Let's take a look at the weapons of Shai. Alright, so this is the Sovereign Boomerang Florang. Actually one of the cooler looking weapons. Why does the offhand not have a glow? Offhand has no glow guys, scammed. Pretty cool. So for movement, we do have WRB now. This one. WRB is the skateboard skill, and you can press F during it to go further, to do a little boost. Pack to pack movement will just be WF LMB, Shift W LMB. You have cardinal dashes, WASD. So for Shai guys, your main damage is actually your basic attack. It's called 1, 2, 3. You're gonna hold RMB And that's it. You can use the Go skill to actually do a diagonal boomerang throw that does quite a lot of damage, right? So you can move your camera around a little bit to hit it. It's a little bit finicky with the hitbox, so you kind of have to be at a specific distance for the enemies to hit it, but this does quite a lot of damage. The highest DPS skill in the game, probably, I think, potentially. Yeah, it just does a shit ton of damage, but again, it's a little bit annoying to aim it. But if you want to combo it, it would be 1Q and then hold R&B afterwards. So it'd be 1Q and then hold R&B to do second and third hit of 1, 2, 3. Any add-ons you put on 1, 2, 3 will also be applied to Go as well. Quick 2 SR&B. This is sort of a back repositioning skill. It does not have collision, so you can use this to you can do like Shift S, SR&B to go behind targets like that. Twirl 3 does a little bit of a dash forward, so this is kind of helps you kind of engage with the class. It also has a -20 DP. SR&B also has -20 DP, so these are your main ways to apply minus DP. I think SL&B also does it, yeah. So hop 3, this is just like a forward guard, quick forward guard. SR&B is also forward guard. Quick 2, 3 is a super armor. Next skill is try this. This is your best AoE skill, I want to say, for the class. This is probably your best AoE skill. It's very consistent with the damage, 20,000% damage. So this also has a forward guard as well, so it's a little bit protected in that way. Evasion, lock that. Sprinkle Sparkle. This one is a heal skill, right? It restores mana for your allies, but you will not be using this very often in PvE or at all, so just lock that ability. Yippee, this is the skateboard skill, right? And you can use spacebar to jump a little bit with it. You can press F to boost. You can press S or LMB to stop, right? So you can do WRMB and then do the spacebar to jump, wee, F to boost, wee, and then S to stop. Hop, this is just your lateral cardinal dashes, is your attack speed buff and also a repositioning tool. So you'll be using this often to engage with like RMB or something like that. Play dead. This is just a iframe where you play dead, right? So if I use this, I'll fall into the ground. Out of the way, this is a very integral part of the class, which is the leaves. So this is your AP buff, and you generate 1 leaf every time you do some sort of basic attack, and 3 leaves for the Shift Z skill, right? So once you have 30 leaves, let me just generate 30 leaves here. You get a 30 AP buff for you and your allies. It is the spacebar skill here, right there. Wait, you get 32 AP now? Did they buff it? It used to be 30 AP. Interesting. So it's 32 AP for 60 seconds on yourself, 30 seconds for your allies. Gather around, you won't use this very much. Get well, this is your burst heal, which doesn't even heal that much. It's 2000 HP. And then cheer, this is HP recovery for 60 seconds. Come out. This is the hop skill where you just like hop, and it is a super armor, so you can use this to safely not get CC'd in PvP. It's mostly a PvP skill. Stick to me. This is another heal skill that actually does pretty decent damage. It does about 20,000% damage and heals about 2000 HP, and also 50 DR for you and your allies during the animation, and it's on a fairly short cooldown. And then Shift Q over here, this used to be your bubble skill, right? I don't think it's a bubble skill anymore. It just gives you, yeah, it just gives you evasion and minus accuracy to enemies. Yeah, it's not that good anymore. Passives here, mostly life skill related, so don't worry about that too much. Now the talents here, do it better is your E buff. So this gives 40 AP for you and your allies and 2% special attack damage, which is really good. One of the best e-buffs in the game because it affects allies, and one of the few skills that provide special attack damage as well. We're gonna win, don't worry about the skill. This basically allows your buffs to interact differently and become ranged, so don't worry too much about this skill. Sun, moon, and stars, this is your main speed buff. So it only says 10% movement speed, 10% attack speed, but with your soul, depending on the level of the soul, so at level 10, it will provide 25% total attack speed speed and movement speed. So all speed plus 15%, which is insane. So you get 20. This is a stacking buff as well. This will stack with all attack speeds in the game because it is a unique buff for Shai. So you give your party members and yourself 25% move speed and 25% cast speed for 60 seconds, which is crazy. The next skill is Shout to the Sky. So this one, it's okay. You initially heal your teammates for 500. So it's a 500 HP tick and also 1500 max HP for you and your allies. So not the most important in PvE. Time to shine, however, this one provides 4.5% base BSR recovery every 10 seconds. So you go from 1.5% base to 6% base, which is an insane amount of BSR regen. So you basically will have BSR regen all the time. So if you're in a party with a Seraph, they're gonna love you. The Z buff also, I have to mention, it's a little bit different for Shai. It doesn't give attack speed and AP. It actually only gives crit rate for you and your allies. So 60 seconds of crit rate for you, 30 seconds of crit rate for your allies, which is pretty good for classes who really rely on crit rate. Summer Rain, this is 40% all resistance. Won't be really too important in PvE since you should be running 100% resistance in PvE anyways. Misty Haze, this one used to be really good in PvE. Now it's not. So this used to provide a minus percentage DR debuff on enemies, but now it's just a flat amount of DR. So you're not really going to be using this much anymore. Same thing with Delusive Light. This is mostly a PvP tool, so don't worry about your Delusive Light. Now your bongo skills, you have Forest Echo. So Forest Echo is a super armor CC tool mostly. You can hold this for as long as you have stamina, and it's great for CCing targets. Sun's Fury, same thing. This is mostly a CC tool, although the damage looks pretty good. It's 12,000% times 2. That's kind of a lot of damage. I still don't recommend using your bongo skills for damage. It's mostly going to be a PvP tool for utility. So the main usage of your songs will be Sun, Moon, and Stars, Shout to the Sky, Time to Shine, and Summer Rain. There is a little bit of attack that you can do, which is using Sun's Fury specifically. The other bongo skills don't do it, but specifically Sun's Fury. If you hop out of it, you are in your flute stance, and you're by default casting Summer Rain for some reason. Don't know why, but that's been in the game for a long time, if not forever. But yeah, if you do Sun's Fury, right, off hotbar specifically into a hopping, you go into flute stance. Why is that important? Because now you can instantly cast all of your flute spells all at once. So I just casted all 4 of my buffs in like less than half a second, right? So that's going to be probably your main way of doing your buffs. It's going to be Sun's Fury, hop into face roll your keyboard for the buffs. I also like to hotbar Sun, Moon, and Stars if I want to stand still. Otherwise, that's pretty much it for the class. Your combo is literally 1, 2, 3. Like literally hold down this one and occasionally do go 2, 3, right? And then SLMB, RMB when you're repositioning and stuff like that. Right? There's not much to the combo. Here are the add-ons. Just swap down attack for back attack if you don't need down attack. All right, so recap, guys. We're gonna buff using Sun's Fury into hop. This allows us to get into flute stance right away. And then once we're in flute stance, we can do F and then DRMB, SRMB, F. If you do it quickly, that should look like this. Sun's Fury hop, F, DRMB, SF. There we go. Or if you don't want to do that, you could do Sun, Moon, and Stars from hotbar into DRMB, SRMB, SF. So that's your 4 buffs. And then to get back into main hand, I like to do WF from here to apply the attack speed buff, and then SLMB, and then SRMB after, which is coincidentally your engage tool. So you would do WF and then SLMB, SRMB, and then RMB Q, and then hold RMB, and then repeat. So altogether, if you were going to buff and go into your DPS rotation, it would be like this: Sun's Fury hop, F, DRMB, F, and then that's your 4 buffs, and then roll with WF, SLMB, SRMB, and then do your rotation from there. And then again, SLMB, SRMB, do your rotation from there. And then occasionally redo your WF so you get your attack speed buff. There we go. You do want to can remove the go as well. Otherwise it will go off to the side. And then you can use eat this for filler. You could use Q for filler, and you can use Shift LMB for filler. If you're also wondering why I have golden Shai skills, is because of this costume specifically, Twinkle Star Clothes. If I remove this, I will have regular looking Shai skills. Boring. Or you can pay to win Twinkle Star Clothes, and now you have golden skills. Ooh, You just need the chest piece too. You don't need any other piece. You just need the chest piece. So you can just buy the chest piece outright from the pro shop or something. One thing I should mention too is for the skill enhancements, you want to take Twirl Boom. The other two don't really matter too much in PvE, but Twirl Boom does a pretty respectable amount of damage. So what you could do is do your buffs into forward roll, SLB, RMB, and then do Twirl Boom into the rest of your stuff. And you just fit it in. SLB, RMB, do this. And then again, roll, SLB, RMB, Twirl Boom, and add it in. So it's pretty good DPS. All right. So, I mean, that's pretty much it to grind for Shai. You just need to upkeep your buffs every now and then. So Shift W, WF, SLB, SRB. So dash, WF, SLB, SRB. Do this. And then continue. And it's said. One thing that chat had mentioned was the RMB cancel. So I do W, LMB, and then RMB as like in like a line. Like let's say you're playing the notes on the piano, C, D, E, right? In the C major scale. Do, re, mi, right? That's how I press it. So do, re, mi. Does that make sense? And then it like skips the startup animation, right? You just like, right? Hopefully that makes sense, you know? So a fast way to e-buff, guys, is you would do your 4 songs, so Sun's Fury, into your 4 songs into pressing E and then spacebar like this, and then E and then spacebar, and now you have all the buffs in the world really quickly. So here I'm gonna engage with the Shift W, WF, SLMB, SRMB, Shift W, WF, SLMB, SRMB, and then Do Re Mi, and then go, and then 1, 2, 3, and then go behind using WF, because WF has no collision. So it is a little bit annoying to camera move each time when you do go, because you want it to go in a straight line, right? But that's what you got to do as a Shai, unfortunately. Reposition. Do you see how like the go kind of misses? That's the annoying part. You have to like be like a little bit of a perfect distance for the go. So I really hate that for Shai. For AoE, kind of stinks, guys. You're gonna miss a lot of your hits, unfortunately, for this class. In which case, you would ignore go. You just do 1, 2, 3, to be honest. Because 1, 2, 3 has full hitbox for the animation. And then we hop, 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 WF, SLMB, SRMB, and then do the go. You see how like it did the full hits that time? And then we can use this one, and then we can use Q as well. The Q does like a decent amount of damage and heals you as well. It's not the most satisfying grind, I have to say, guys. The AoE is like poo-poo, and you have to put in a lot of effort to micromanage your buffs every 60 seconds, which I find kind of annoying. And then again, you can use WRB to do the skateboard skill, right? Skateboard, and then go. Okay, WF, SLMB, SRMB, and here I'm just gonna hold RMB, and then repeat. Go behind using SF, SRMB. There we go. Shai grinding, guys. Not the most exhilarating, I have to say. Not the most exhilarating gameplay, but if you want to grind like this, I guess you can. Let's head over to Star's End and see if we can even do Star's End, because this class has poopy down attack. I feel like we're not gonna be able to clear very well, so... Alright, let's boof up. Alright, I'm a little bit worried because Shai only has down attack on SLMB and SRMB. So we'll see how this fares. Alright, SLMB, SRMB, and then we do our combo. Oh guys, this ain't gonna work. This is not going to be efficient, guys, here. I think this spot, you just can't do it as a Shai. Do my rare bombs have a down attack? No, guys. You literally have 0 down attacks. So I originally wasn't going to include which Woosa, Shai, or Dosa in the series, but people said they wanted to see it. So we're just going over the class, which we did over at Darkseekers. So it did pretty well Darkseekers, but at least here at Star's End, this is definitely not a Star's End kind of class. Okay, I did it! Guys, okay. So I'm not doing the 3rd hit, guys. I'm spamming SLMB, SRMB whenever it's on cooldown, and then go. And I gotta make sure that I'm in the correct position for it. I mean, you are very tanky on Shai, so that is nice. You're barely making the DPS check here as Shai. I think the way to fix it is they just give down attack to her, because her main skill for damage does not have down attack. So roll SLMB, SRMB. Roll SLMB, SRMB. There we go. Okay, I think I've got it. I think I've got it, guys. I just need to spam my SLMB, SRMB as soon as I can, but I'm putting in a lot of effort to do so. Okay, roll SLMB, SRMB. Okay, there we go. The Z buff helps a lot. So we're kind of barely making the DPS check. Nice. Okay, guys, I think we might be done here on Shai. I know she's probably the worst Star's End grinder, and I get that, but just overall, it's really annoying to buff every 60 seconds. The hitboxes are atrocious. Your AoE is doggy doo-doo. Maybe delete Shai. Overall, Shai is a very party-focused class, and that's where she really shines. I actually played Shai quite a bit during the Olin's Valley era because endgame party grinding was one of my favorite things to do. One of her biggest strengths is the amount of utility she provides to the party. You can essentially maintain 25% attack and movement speed for your entire party, and these buffs stack with other speed buffs in the game. However, when you take her into solo play, that's where things get a little less appealing. You're constantly having to micromanage your buffs while you're grinding, making sure you're maintaining everything while also trying to keep up your damage. Her combos are also extremely simple, mainly because she only has a handful of core damage abilities. You're essentially cycling through and spamming the same basic attacks over and over again. That doesn't necessarily mean she's weak. In fact, Shai can actually do some pretty good single target damage. The biggest issue is her AoE, so unless you're fighting something with a larger hitbox that you can consistently connect with your attacks, you're gonna have a harder time keeping up with the DPS of other classes. Aesthetically though, Shai is your stereotypical lolly class. She has a lot of wind and nature themed effects. One of the coolest things is that you can actually change the color scheme of her skills to gold by wearing the Twinkle Star chest piece. I absolutely love little customization features like that, and honestly I wish more classes in BDO had something similar. If we had more tag slots, I would absolutely keep Shai tagged, but specifically for party content only. So if you like a class with support-oriented gameplay and powerful utility and buffs, then definitely give Shai a try. Does she have the shift space? Oh, she does. Oh shit, she's jumping. She's bouncing. Okay. Yeah, it seems like her weapons have such a big glow compared to the other classes. Also, did this cape always have like a flame effect? Or is that just for Guardian? Because I don't remember the cape ever having a flamey effect. But holy, this is the shield. Very, very cool. Big and glowy. Lore check. Okay. Succession. The Guardian who chooses Succession takes up the battle axe and shield once more to administer merciless judgment on her foes. She crushes her foes with overwhelming displays of force, breaking through armor and enemy lines. Okay, short and straight to the point. Let's see, so her movement seems like she has a basic dash, and that dash puts her into Q block stance, and it is a 360 Q block. Looks like sideways movement is just evasion roll. What about backwards movement? Yeah, it seems like she doesn't have a side movement with her shift movement. It's just shift W. Can you spam shift W? No. Okay, so WRB is just like a hop. WF seems to be a charge called Juggernaut. So WF, WRB, and Shift W. So WRB, WF, Shift W, and also Shift Space, Rock Slide. You can do it 3 times. Interesting. WC also? Oh, okay. And SC. Oh, okay. So WC and SC is also movement. Oh, and Rabomb. Do you guys know what Rabombs I take for her? Mountain's Echo is the go-to. Okay. What's her grab called? Choke Slam. This one. Let's lock it. We're not really going to use that in PvE. So it seems like Shift F is her big damage skill that also applies a DP down. So we'll try to incorporate that. Any other pre-buffs the class has? Ooh, a down attack skill. Space. So maybe Shift F space. Claw reveal. Don't remember if it's LMB, RMB, but that should be an attack speed buff. Oh, here. AD RMB gives an attack speed buff. Fierce Disdain. You're gonna lock RMB and forget it existed. Okay, let me start some notes then. AD RMB is our attack speed buff. And then spacebar is our down attack buff, and then Shift F is our DP down. So I feel like I should apply all those 3 buffs first before we get into our chonky attacks, right? So WRB for engage. If we're already there, we can just do like AD RMB. Space, Shift F, Shift LMB, Shift RMB, RMB, SF, into Shift Q, hold LMB. And then if it's not dead, we can use SLMB, and then Shift LMB RMB or filler. Okay, I think we're good. So here are the add-ons. They're just gonna be basic add-ons, nothing too fancy. Let's do it, guys. So Shift W, AD RMB, space, Shift F, Shift LMB, Shift RMB, RMB, SF, SQ, LMB together. Oh, it's dead. Holy, wait a minute. So AD RMB, space, Shift F, Shift LMB, Shift RMB, RMB, SF, Shift Q, LMB together. What the heck? This class is busted, guys. This class, like, holy moly, what the heck? That's my first pack, and I had 0 issues just absolutely disintegrating the mobs. What the heck? I imagine, I probably, like, even before playing the class, I knew it was going to be an easy class because it's Guardian, but that was actually very easy. Okay, so movement. Oh, you can cancel into that, like, pretty well. Okay, move. Not me doing the evasion roll. Well, what the heck? Guys, Shift Q LMB does so much. That did half the HP of that mob. I do like doing WF into AD RMB cancel. That is nice. So maybe that's how we like get around. Or I can do Shift Space. We can hop. Whee! Dash. Guys, I actually think evasion roll is really good in this class, to be honest. I think evasion roll is kind of good. What the hell? Okay, so here are the adjusted add-ons. The only thing we had switched up was we moved SF after Shift LMB instead of Shift RB. So the updated combo will be WF to move into ARMB space Shift F, Shift LMB, SF, Shift RMB, RMB, Shift Q LMB. Okay, so it's just one thing we swapped just to make it more comfortable with the fingers. So WF to move, ARMB space Shift F, Shift LMB, SF, Shift RMB, RMB, ADRB to move behind, and then Shift Q LMB afterwards. Nice. And then for far movement, we'll do SCWC, WF, ADRB, reposition, Shift F, Shift LMB, SF, Shift RMB, RMB, and then reposition around, Shift Q LMB. Nice. There we go. I think we're ready for Star's End, guys. WFC, WC, ADRB, space, Shift F, Shift LMB. Let's also grab a Titanus Firefly, because it's getting a little dark. Okay, E buff, ADRB, F, Shift LMB, Shift RMB, RMB, Shift LMB. Oh my god, it's dead. Guys, it's so strong. What the hell? Okay, so WFC, 80 RMB, space, Shift F, Shift LMB, and then filler is SLMB, Shift LMB. Okay. Space, Shift F, Shift LMB, Shift RMB, Shift LMBQ. Oh my god. This is nighttime Stars End. It could just be I'm avoiding the attacks, but I'm tanky. Let's Z buff too. That's without Z buff. So let's see how it is with Z buff. So 80 RMB, space, Shift F, Shift LMB, SF, Shift RMB, RMB. It's dead. Oh my god. Holy moly, guys. Okay, movement, WF, C, 80 RMB, space, Shift F, Shift LMB, SF. Reposition here. 80 RMB for the attack speed buff. Attack speed buff, space, Shift F, Shift LMB, SF, Shift RMB, RMB, Shift LMBQ. And then if I Q block, she has a pretty strong Q block, guys. Holy. Okay, so movement, WF into C, 80 RMB, space, Shift F, Shift LMB. Okay. Oh, and insta-died. And then I can also hold Shift Q. And during Shift Q, I have 50% DR. And I recover 200 HP every tick. I don't know how many times it ticks, but it seems to pretty much save your life in case you're in trouble. Okay, so 80 RMB space, Shift F, Shift LMB, SF, Shift RMB, RMB, Shift Q, Shift LMB, SLMB, space, Shift F, Shift LMB, SF, Shift RMB, Shift Q, LMB, 80 RMB behind, space, and then reposition, and I can spam 80 RMB in order to get the attack speed buff back up and reposition at the same time. This feels stronger than Drakania. And probably tankier too, guys. What the hell? Shift Q? This should maybe kill it? It does. Yeah. A RMB. Shift LMB. Shift RMB. Yeah, guys, this actually feels stronger than Drakania, and also tankier too. What the hell? As I get my HP, just wait. Hold on. Can I? Dude, the amount of HP recovered. Did you guys see that? I went from half HP to full HP, 5,000 HP within like 1 second. What the heck? Tried Awakening Stork in the past before too, and she was also very difficult. Oh, Shift Q, Shift Q, Shift Q. Oh. Okay, I was risking it there, but holy moly. Did you guys see that? My HP dropped and I pressed Shift Q and I just got all my HP back. What the frick? Oh, if I was any other class, guys, I would have died for 100%. If you've been an Awakening Guardian, give Sec Guardian a try. Just to have a different change of pace, right? It's not always about grinding efficiently, right? It's also about just changing it out, because you're gonna get burnt out, right? I even get burnt out of Woosa, like the main class that I play occasionally. And so if you switch it up, which I do a lot with Woosa, I switch it up between Suck and Awakening all the time. And so if you are an Awakening Guardian, you might want to give Suck Guardian a try. Overall, Succession Guardian was a very enjoyable experience. Going into the class, I knew it was considered one of the tankier and slower specs in the game, and that's exactly what I got. Every attack felt incredibly heavy, impactful, and satisfying to land. The skill rotation was very easy to pick up, and because the class attacks at a slower pace, I found myself focusing more on positioning and timing rather than trying to chain together fast combos. Mobility is a little sluggish, but there are some great movement options that are enough for moving between packs. The large AoEs, straightforward combo flow, and naturally tanky playstyle made Granny incredibly comfortable while still clearing packs efficiently. I can honestly see myself tagging this class again in the future. If you enjoy slow, methodical, hard-hitting classes that prioritize powerful attacks over fast-paced mechanics, Succession Guardian is absolutely worth trying. And then, whee! Damn. But yeah, guys, this is the weapon for Awakening Guardian. Jordan Go Burr. Very, very pretty. Awakening. The Flame of Jordan deals damage in a large area with powers so destructive it seems to cut through light itself. Her fearless demeanor is the Dragon Labraska incarnate, the one who reigned over Everfrost. Damn. Let's take a look at her movement. Does she have a forward dash? She does. It's called Frost Slide. Okay, so it seems like Frost Slide is usable in all 4 cardinal directions, but it's on a cooldown, in which case Evasion Roll will be used instead. So maybe we keep Evasion Roll on just in case. WF is Juggernaut, okay. SF, okay, SF, Infernal Nemesis. Any other movement skills for her? Pre-Awakening, Rabomb, WQ, Spacebar, okay. Claw Reveal. Let's take a look at her skills. We got Oumua's Blessing. So this is her E-buff, and I always like to lock E-buffs and put it on hotbar. All right, Neck Impaler is her grab. I have locked that since I don't really grab in PvE. Frost Slide is her cardinal dashes, but it does have a 3-second cooldown. Then we've got Jordan Training. It's her basic attack. I don't think we'll be basic attacking very much, and the Elvia skill does not exist. SLMB is an attack speed buff. Okay, so most likely we will start with the attack speed buff. Shift RMB Searing Fang, it seems to just be a main damage ability. Yes. Oh. So it looks like it has 2 attacks, and if you hold RMB, it goes into Flow Suppress. Okay. Right, yeah, 3 hits there. So 1, 2 for Searing Fang, 3 hits for Slow Suppress. Then we've got Scornful Slash. Looks to be another main damage skill. Okay. It's usually 2 ashes into God Incinerator. Oh, using it from Hotbar into God Incinerator. So Hotbar, God Incinerator into Shift Q. Like that. Sorry, not 2 ashes, it's Fireborn Rupture. Oh, so I have to hotbar Fireborn Rupture into God Incinerator. Okay. Is Infernal Steps important? Doesn't seem to do that much damage. Hold R and B to continue using the skill. Yeah, it doesn't seem that important. Maybe it's just like a basic skill, right? It's just a basic attack for that one. So WF Juggernaut. Oh, this is a minus DP as well. So maybe we can engage with that. You know, Infernal Nemesis is the movement, and then Frigid Wind is a slide. Ooh, okay. Oh yeah, Rabomb skills. Which Rabombs should I take here? Maybe we'll try 111. All right, so here are the add-ons. We'll make adjustments if we need to make adjustments. Let's recap the class, guys. So we've got WF Juggernaut. This is just a gap closer. Oh, guys, here we go again. Okay, so WF is our gap closer, Juggernaut, into SLMB, right? SLMB. So that allows us to get an attack speed buff, and then we can do space afterwards to do Fireborn Rupture to get our AP buff, and that should smoothly chain into God Incinerator. So altogether it is WF, SLMB, space, Shift Q. And then afterwards, we can do Shift F and then Shift LMB, hold LMB. Afterwards, if things are not dead yet, I can do Shift RMB, jump, and then RMB, and then S RMB afterwards. And then even more filler is 80 RMB into SF or Gatecrasher. And to get back into Awakening, we can use a lateral movement. All right, let's do it, guys. All right, so we've got WF into SLMB into space. WF into SLMB into space, Shift Q, and then we got Shift F, Shift LMB, let go. Damn, okay. The insta-kill. You can change the direction of your dragon wall by camera movement. Shift L and B. Okay. Okay, okay. All right, so WF into SLMB. Space, Shift Q. And then Shift F, Shift L and B. Yeah, you chonk so hard in this class. Holy. You will not have any trouble with clearing packs or missing the mobs at all. All right, so let's say I'm all the way down here. I could do SF into WF, SF to WF into SLMB, spacebar, Shift Q, Shift F, Shift L and B, and it should be dead. Nice, damn. WF, SLMB, space, Shift Q, Shift F, Shift L and B. Shift R and B if it's not dead. WF into SLMB. Space. Shift Q. Oh, I just messed up my combo. It's fine. Jordan go burr. Jordan go burr. Definitely fairly straightforward. Even if I mess up my buttons, you just hit everything in front of you. You're not gonna miss, and you're not gonna have trouble clearing packs. The only thing is, again, she is a guardian, so it's going to be on the slower, more sluggerish side of movement for the most part, from what I noticed. There's like a weight to it. It feels heavy when you move. Compared to my Woosa, it's very light and sharp and precise, right? Like a momentum, like you're starting slow and then you're like speeding up when you're at momentum. Awakened Guardian is the best beginner class. She can get boring with how slow she is. Yeah, I can see that. I could definitely say that. But it's a nice class to just take your pace on, right? You can go at your own pace with this class. One thing I haven't really tried yet are the bomb skills. Mountains Echo. This is the jump, right? Oh, that's the jump. Oh, third bomber's movement. Got it, got it. Let's go try it at Star's End. It's probably not going to take too long. I'm assuming Jordan is just going to go burr. All right, Jordan go burr. All right, so maybe we can use SF to fly? Yeah, kind of. That does work. All right, so this is the first crystal. Let's turn on the combo here. All right, so let's E-buff a little bit here. There we go. So WF, SLMB, space, Shift Q, Shift F, Shift LMB, LMB, Shift RMB. Yeah, just as I expected, guys. WF, SLMB, space, Shift Q, Shift F, Shift LMB. I guess we need Shift R. I thought it would die after Shift LMB. WF, and then SLMB, spacebar, Shift Q, Shift F, Shift LMB. Yeah, it does die after Shift LMB. I guess I just didn't hit them properly over there. Okay, SF, and then WF, and then SLMB, space, Shift Q. No, it's EP, okay. So WF, SLB, move, oh my gosh, I can use the roll as well, guys. I can use the roll as well, and then I could do spacebar after it, see? That's why we unlock evasion roll, guys. It's a good skill in Guardian, you know what I mean? SF, WF, SLMB, spacebar, Shift Q, the crystal should die. And then for these mobs, we just do AD RMB into SF, and then dash into WF, SLMB, space, Shift Q, Shift F, Shift LMB, Shift RMB. Okay, refined essence of devouring, pod. Okay, here we go, SF, WF, SLMB, space, Shift Q, Jordan go burr. And then Shift RMB to kill these mobs. ADF into SF in case it doesn't die, and then WF, and then SLMB, spacebar, Shift Q, Shift F, Shift LMB. Okay. We're doing it. There's only 6 main skills. People chain them different ways and they still... Yeah, I imagine you can change up the order, right? You probably don't have to go in this order, but these are the 6 main skills, right? SLMB for attack speed, the spacebar skill, Frigid or Fireborn Rupture for the AP buff, and then Shift Q for DB down. Right, so I imagine if you chain these main 6 skills in any order, you could probably do similar results, right? We could probably do Shift W, WF, WRMB, and then Shift Space, right? To get from point A to point B, right? So Shift W, WF, WRMB, and then Shift Space, right? And then we can do Sturdy Smite. Okay, so we have some movement options now. Yeah, I totally forgot about Rock Slide. It's still kind of slow. There's like delays in between the jumps, but hey, it's still movement. Movement is movement. Yeah, I mean, overall, guys, I think out of all the classes in BDO, Awakening Guardian is one of the most recommended classes out there for newer players. And I have to agree. I mean, it's super easy. You have 6 main skills that you rotate between. That's pretty much it. And the rest is filler or movement, right? For the class, right? Movement is WF, SF. You got your cardinal dashes with Frost Slide. You have, I guess, some filler with some pre-awakening with SF. This one, Gatecrasher, does a ton of damage. And then it's just movement from there. Yeah, you got Rock Slide for movement. You got your bombs for movement. I don't imagine you use any of your bombs for damage, right? It's not really for damage. And also her BSR seems to be one of the most useful BSRs because it goes out almost instantly, right? It is called Claw Reveal. This one, spacebar. This one, it almost goes out instantly, and it does like 40,000% damage or something like that, right? This one, Claw Reveal, 9,600 times 4, and it goes out almost instantly. And I'm wondering, is the Prime version even better? It's slightly stronger. Yeah, so it's still very useful in Awakening Guardian to utilize this. Definitely between the two, if I were to prefer one or the other, I kind of prefer Suck Guardian, guys, just because of Black Blood Circle. That's my favorite skill for Guardian. Overall, Awakening Guardian was probably one of the easiest classes I've learned in this series so far. Her combos are really straightforward and intuitive, so you don't need to memorize some insanely complicated sequence of inputs just to get good damage out of her. Sucks work. Her abilities hit like a truck, and on top of that, her AoE is absolutely massive. A lot of her attacks cover a huge area, so you won't have to constantly worry about precise positioning. And staying on brand with the name Guardian, she's also incredibly tanky. A lot of her abilities provide healing, so between her damage, defenses, and HP recovery, she has some really strong sustain. That makes her particularly comfortable for PvE because you have a lot of room for mistakes. You can take a few hits, keep attacking, and recover a good chunk of that health without constantly having to disengage. Aesthetically, her attacks have these massive wide swings and everything feels incredibly impactful. There's a lot of weight behind her animations, and you really get that feeling you're swinging around an enormous weapon rather than just rapidly throwing out abilities. As for mobility, it's definitely her weakest trait. You can absolutely get around with her, and it's not like she's completely incapable of moving, but compared to a lot of the faster classes in BDO, she feels very heavy and sluggish. For me personally, the slower movement ultimately made the class feel a little too sluggish for my personal playstyle, so I probably won't be revisiting Awakening Guardian again in the future. But if you like that heavy-hitting class with massive AoE and incredible sustain, then definitely give Awakening Guardian a try. Alright, let's take a look at the weapons. Let's see. Okay. This is the Shamshir, right? Damn, okay. And this is the... what's it called? Haladi? Right? Haladi? There we go. Succession. Upon succession, Hashashin moves with a greater speed and casts even stronger spells. He becomes one with the whirlwinds of the sands to surprise his foes or sets the whirlwinds onto his enemies, confusing them from afar. Let's see how the movement is. Looks like he has... okay, he has 2 dashes that seem to be on separate cooldowns, right? Okay, it looks like that is his forward dash too. Sand Warp. Prime Sand Warp. I can linger them. Oh, you can linger them. Okay. Is it a PvE iframe though? Can you is it a lingering PvE iframe? It does not linger. Okay. So maybe I should use evasion roll just in case. Just as an emergency. Which one is his AP buff? It looks like this one, Shift LMB, is a DP down. So maybe we start with that, right? Shift F is his AP buff. Hourglass of Death. So I should start with this ability then. So Shift F, Shift LMB. Shift LMB, LMB. Oh, Sand Slicer. Oh, his attack speed. Oh, Sand Slicer. Okay, so this is engage into DP debuff, into AP buff, into attack speed buff. So my initial start is WRMB, Shift F, Shift LMB, LMB, and then it's Shift RMB, space, C, Shift C. And then filler, Shift E, and then Shift Q. Right? You need oh my god, bombs! You're right. Okay, I'm assuming I just picked the one that does more damage, right? This one, probably, Dominion Slash. This one, Mirage Assault. And then Sand Tornado. The Shift W, Shift F, and then Shift LMB, LMB, Shift RMB, space, C, Shift C, Shift Q, SRMB, Shift E. Okay. I think we're good to throw some sand. Let's go test it out at Darkseekers. WRMB, Shift F, Shift LMB, LMB, Shift RMB, C space, SRMB, Shift Q, Shift E, Shift C. Okay, the add-ons. Here are the add-ons. This is for the video. All right, here we go. Shift F, Shift LMB, LMB, Shift RMB, C space, SRMB, Shift Q, Shift E. Oh, I can do Shift Z to go behind, and then Shift C. Oh, Shift Z, Shift C. Feels really good. It feels fairly fast. That's pretty good, but it's a pretty long cooldown though. 20 seconds, damn. So this one, okay, Shift F, Shift LMB, LMB, Shift RMB, C space, SRMB, Shift Q, Shift E, Shift Z to go behind. Oh, it died? Okay, it's fine. The CDs were better. Yeah, there are some really long CDs. I really don't like how this is freaking 20 seconds. Maybe it's because it's a, what do you call it? A block jump. That's why it's 20 seconds, you know? Okay, so this one. Okay, if I do Shift F into F, can I go behind with F? Oh, F is not working. Did I lock that? What happened? I thought I can go behind with that. Oh, I locked it, yeah. So maybe I should unlock it so I can go behind. Oh, what the heck? Why didn't it go behind? Oh, it's E. E to go behind. Oh, okay, I need to keybind that. I need to keybind that. High APM class? Yeah, pretty high APM. It's manageable though. I have been managing even though it's high APM. All right, let's do it. Okay, this one, Shift F, Shift LMB, LMB, Shift RMB, C space, SRMB, Shift Q, move behind. Oh yeah, Shift Z already puts me behind, I forgot. A muscle memory of moving behind. So I can just do Shift Z, Shift C, or just Shift C if I'm already behind. Okay. At stars, he's not as good since some attacks lack down attack. Ooh, okay, we'll see. We'll see if we can do it. Okay, here we go, here we go, here we go, here we go. Shift F, Shift LMB, LMB, Shift RMB, C space, SRB, Shift Q. Uh-oh. Hold on. We got it. Okay. Shift E was enough. I was a bit worried there. Here we go. Shift F, Shift LMB, LMB, Shift RMB, C space, SRB, Shift Q, and then Shift X, Shift C. Okay, and then movement, dash, dash, do this weird little thing, and then Shift F on this. Nice, there we go. There we go, how was that? That was pretty good movement, right? And then Shift E to kill these mobs. Okay. And then move. Shift F, Shift LMB, LMB, Shift RMB, C space, SRMB, Shift Q, Shift C, Shift Z. Okay. Okay, yeah, I think we're getting it. We're getting it. And then we group these mobs up, press Shift E to just kill these mobs. Nice. Okay, so double dash, sand tornado, and that's enough. Shift F, Shift LMB, Shift RMB, C space, SRMB. And then to kill these packs, I'll just use Shift X. Move. Shift F, Shift LMB, LMB, Shift RMB, C space, SRMB, Shift Q, Shift Z, Shift C. Yeah, I don't even need Shift X, Alec. I don't need Shift, I just need Shift Z and Shift C, and I should be back up by the time I need that again. Shift F, Shift LMB, LMB, Shift RMB, C space, SRMB, Shift Q, Shift Z, Shift C. Yeah, it just dies at Shift C. Yeah, it does. I don't need Dominion Slash. Yeah. I used my. Oh no! I'm transferring BSR. There's no way I'm transferring BSR. There's no way. Overall, Succession Hashashin is a very fast-paced class, but the combos are surprisingly intuitive and easy to pick up. The class has a lot of built-in self-buffs, like AP, critical hit rate, and attack speed, that naturally chain together. Because of that, it didn't take long to figure out an effective combo rotation. There are a few tighter timing windows on some of his skill flows, but overall they're manageable once you get a bit of practice. Mobility-wise, he feels a little limited since most of his movement revolves around his 2 sand warp dashes. Even so, moving from back-to-back wasn't too difficult to get used to. Visually, the class has sand tornadoes and swirling effects, making it one of the more satisfying classes to watch. Personally, I tend to prefer slower paced classes, so I probably won't be retagging him. But if you're into high speed, stylish animations, and a sandy desert themed aesthetic, then you'll probably really enjoy Succession Hashashin. Let's first take a look at the weapons, guys. Okay, so he kind of has like a double spear. It's a very stylish weapon, yeah. Beautiful. You got the phoenix motifs here. Damn, look at his weapon, guys. Beautiful. Okay. Awakening. The awakened Hashashin wields enormous dual glaze as if they were light as a feather, unleashing a flurry of unavoidable attacks to push his enemies to the brink. Having conquered and absorbed both the power of Hadum's servant, Hashashin sets the sand serpent upon his quivering foes. Okay, let's take a look at his movement. So he has a shift W sand warp. Okay, what about backwards? It's also sand warp. So it seems like he only has one dash that he can use in all 4 cardinal directions. Okay, WF and WRMB is good for movement. Oh, Paradise Search and WRMB, Sin Splitter. Okay, so big forward movement is shift W, WF, WRMB. Stylish. It's a very stylish class, I have to say. Let's take a look at his abilities. We have All's Grace. This is the E buff, right? So we'll unlock that and put that on a hotbar. That's how I usually like to do things for E buffs. Shift E is a grapple. We're probably not going to use the grapple. SLMB is Inquisition. So this is just HP recovery back. And then we've got Dune Slash, Shift F. Okay, so this gives a minus 20 DP. Dune Strike, so this is a flow afterwards. Just hold F for Dune Strike, the 2 hits. Sin Splitter was WRMB. This seems like a good way to get from point A to point B. It doesn't have collision, so it can't be used as a gap closer because it'll go through the mob. Okay. SRMB is an attack speed buff. Oh, I should probably use that at the beginning then, right? And then Silent Breach is just spacebar after probably most abilities, right? Yeah, seems like it. And then Shift LMB is, so it looks like it's just main damage. And then Flow Condemnation is the flow afterwards. So if I do Shift LMB, hold LMB, it does a jump attack. That's Flow Condemnation, okay. And then Shift RMB is another main damage attack. Oh, it's a helicopter. Okay. Notice how all of them are super armored. Oh yeah, he's a very protected class. I did notice that, senpai, yeah. Okay, now we've got Crown Kick. Okay, so that's the AP buff. WF doesn't seem to do that much damage, but, so you can spam this ability, right? Okay. So I kind of want to start with WF as an engage. So Shift RB. Okay, so I gotta wait until he pierces the ground and then I do Shift LMB. I think we've got a good bulk of the damage pretty much, right? So WF, SRMB, SF, Shift F, hold it long enough for the second hit, and then Shift RMB, Shift LMB. Perfect. And then filler, spacebar, SRMB, Shift X, Shift Z, and then to get back is WF. Okay, let's try it out. Okay, let's do it. So WF, SRMB, SF, Shift F, second hit, then Shift RMB, Shift LMB. Perfect, yeah. So WF, SF, SRMB. Okay, now I'm messing up now because I'm like thinking about it. But it's fine. This class seems pretty flexible on these skills you use, so you can just kill things. You can do SRMB during Shift RMB to cancel early into forward guard if you need. So Shift RMB into SRMB. Oh, and it does like the second hit. Interesting, okay. Noted. WF, SRB, SF, Shift F, wait for the second hit, Shift RB, Shift LB. Easy. Easy, easy, easy. That was no Z buff or E buff. WF, SRB, SF, Shift F, second hit, Shift RB, Shift LB, go behind, space, Shift X, Shift Z if they're not dead. And then movement, since I'm in pre-awakening, if I use a cardinal dash, Shift WASD, it will transition me back. Or WF is also transitionable as long as I have Haladi Assault locked. Alright, so Shift W, WF, and I can spam it as well. WF, SRB, SF, Shift F, hold it for the second hit, and then Shift RB, and then Shift LB, and then I'll go behind with Shift LB as well, since Flow Condemnation will jump over the mob. That's very nice for repositioning. Alright, so WF, SRB, SF, Shift F for the second hit, Shift RB, Shift LB. Nice. Alright guys, I think we're ready for Star's End. I think we're good. Let's do it, guys. WF, SRB, SF, Shift F. That's enough for that. Alright, WF, SRB, SF, Shift F, Shift RB, Shift LB. Oh my god, yeah. Yeah, guys. We're not gonna have trouble with this spot. Let me pop a loot scroll. Okay, dash, SF. Maybe I can just like choose Shift RB to kill this. Yeah, that's enough, guys. Okay, guys, this is actually so easy. Wait. Okay, and then for this thingy, so it seems like I could just use Shift RB, like maybe Shift F, Shift RB to kill this. It's a little bit slow, but it's enough damage. And then maybe like Shift LB to kill this pack. That seems to be enough to kill that. And that should be back up by the time I need it again. So WF, SRB. Oh shoot, we're messing up some buttons. It's okay. We can use our Rabomb skills. Okay, movement from pack to pack is Shift W, WF, and that seems to be enough. SRB, SF, Shift F is enough to kill that, and then we just use Shift L and B to kill this pack. Okay, all right, WF, SRB. Okay, we're messing up some buttons, but it seems like you can just press whatever and things will die. Wanted to make sure, is there a cheaper CP route, 6 CP from Arihaza? I am not sure, is there? Let's check. I should be investing in it too. I totally forgot to invest in it. So like, let's say I click on a node, will it show you? Next to navigation settings. Navigation, where is the navigation settings in the first place? The top left. Connect node directly. Is this it? Oh, starting node. Starting node Arihaza. I see. Okay, so you can go Arihaza and then Gavinia. Preview. Okay, yeah. Oh, I see it. Okay. Okay, there we go. So JRiznes, you can use that function, this function here, and it will show you directly what's the fastest, what's like the cheapest and fastest way. Okay, Pog, we've got it. So if you wanted to go from Arihaza to Gavinia, then it tells you. That's awesome. Thank you, Michael. I did not know that. How's Hash going? It's very easy, Jazza. Very easy class. I'm having 0 issues with the class. Things just blow up with this class. Yeah, you're not gonna have any trouble with clearing packs with this class. And then the main pre-buffs is SRB, SF, Shift F. That gives you attack speed, AP, and DP debuff. So WF, SRB, SF, Shift F. And then Shift RB, and then Shift LB. Dang! Do you guys see how much HP I recover with the Shift RB because I'm like just spinning? Okay, I heard Q also. Let me get hit a little bit here. Not too much. And I heard Q recovers a lot of HP. Oh yeah, that gave me like 3,000 HP back. It went from like 3k to like 3k to like 6 or 7k. Oh god, not the 6 or 7. It's a very stylish class too. Very, very stylish. Jay, I messaged you in Discord what I use. Let's take a look. I don't think we'll change too much though. What we have has been like super comfortable so far. We're not trying to min-max or anything, by the way. So these combos, I always preface in my videos that I'm never trying to always min-max. It's always about comfort. And then Shift R and B. Oh my god, guys, hold on. Shift L and B. Okay. Definitely not the tankiest class. So you gotta be careful. You have a lot of HP recovery though with the kit, I noticed. But yeah, you definitely don't want to get hit too much. Let's wrap it up here for the Hash class, guys. So overall, just very easy for movement. You just have your cardinal dashes, right? And then main combo also extremely easy. It's just SRB, SF, Shift F. This applies your three buffs, and then main combo, Shift R and B, Shift L and B. Filler is space, Shift X, Shift Z. That's it. Very, very straightforward.
Overall, Awakening Hashashin was surprisingly easy to pick up. Many of his skills naturally flow into one another, making the class feel fast, fluid, and rewarding once you get a feel for the rhythm. Even if you mess up a combo, you can usually just transition into the next skill and still deal a respectable amount of damage. Because of that, he's a very forgiving class to learn, especially compared to other combo-heavy classes. His mobility is also fairly straightforward. For forward movement, you can repeatedly use Paradise Surge, WF, even while it's on cooldown, then chain it to Flow Sandwarp for your cardinal dashes. It doesn't take long before moving around the battlefield feels like second nature. While he isn't the tankiest class, he makes up for it with plenty of sustain and self-healing built into his kit, allowing him to stay in fights much longer than you might expect. Visually, I actually prefer Awakening over Succession. The dual glaives combined with the Sand Serpent aesthetic make the class look incredibly stylish, and his animations have a lot more impact and flair. After spending some time with the class, I can honestly see myself tagging Awakening Hashashin again in the future. If you're looking for a class that feels agile, fluid, and incredibly satisfying to master, I definitely recommend giving Awakening Hashashin a try.
Okay. Here we go. Dang. She looks pretty good in this armor. Maybe we'll keep it like that. This is pretty easy for movement. Shift W? That's nice. And it keeps you in Q block too. Yeah, it seems like there's a lot of chess themes on here. Wait, is this a PvE iframe too? Kuratorum's opening. It is a PvE iframe. Okay. Pass pawn damage. So this applies my DP down. I'm pretty sure you usually start with SF, SRMB. SF, SRMB, okay. SF, SRMB. Oh, it gives you an AP buff. That would make sense, yeah. SRMB. What does SRMB do? Attack speed buff. Right? Okay. Yeah, I like that. We'll start off with that. AP and attack speed buff. Do these apply DP down as well? Because this has the pass pawn thing. This one? Like, do these pawns apply the DP down? As long as the pawns hit. Okay. Wait, Finto Juices increases your max mana? I don't think so. It's just HP, no? Unless it also does mana. Doesn't say, but it does. Wait a minute, guys. Wait. My maximum is 741 here. Hold up. At least on my visual, the bar here says it's 31. But at least over here, my stat page, it says it did increase it. So maybe it does increase it, guys. Holy crap, what the heck? Oh yeah, let's relog and see if that does it. It did, guys, yeah. It did increase your max mana. I just have to relog. Look, that's good to know. Thank you for that. I did not know that. Okay, I think we've got a solid combo down now. So let's repeat it one more time. So SF, SRMB, F, Shift Q, Shift R and B, E, Shift E, WF, WC, Shift C. And then everything should be back up by then. And then we can loop it. So let's repeat it one more time. SF, SRMB, F, Shift Q, Shift R and B, hold R and B, E, Shift E, WF, WC, Shift C, SF, SRMB, F, Shift Q, Shift RMB, RMB, E, Shift E, WF, WC, Shift C. Okay. I think we've got a really comfortable combo to use. Let's head over. Here we go. Okay. SF, SRMB, FF, Shift Q, Shift RB, E, Shift E. I mean, hey, that does kill it. That does kill it. I didn't have to move. So SF, SRMB, FF, Shift Q, Shift RMB, RMB, E, Shift E. Yeah, this is very easy, guys. This is very easy. And then the movement is also probably very easy too. Right, with this one. Okay, so this one, SF, SRMB, FF, Shift Q, Shift RMB, 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 E, and then Shift E. Yeah, this is, wait. This is probably one of the easiest classes I've ever played. We're already killing them without having to struggle. This is awesome. Combo is super easy as well. Yeah, there we go. She also heals a lot. Yeah, seems like her sustain is very good too. Skrix, thank you so much for the follow. Hopefully I said your name right. Welcome in. We're learning Successor Nova so far. I played it for 5 minutes and I can definitely say it feels very strong and it's very easy. She's a little bit slow, right? So if you don't like slow classes, you might not like her, but definitely very good impression so far. And right now it's actually on the tag rotation. So if you check the tag menu, you can see 2 classes on rotation, which means you only cost 1 silver to tag it. And right now Nova is part of the rotation, Nova and Tamer. So you only need 1 silver to tag these classes. So try it out now. Now is the perfect time to try it out. AoE is pretty good. You don't really have to do very much to hit all the mobs. They just need to be in front of you. So there's not too much like 360 AoEs. I think Shift E is the only 360 AoE, but still the majority of the damage is still like towards the front. Maneuvering around is also very easy with the class. But I do really like that. Missing my act. Wait, I have to do a summon? Wait, how do I summon my thing? It's down E. This one? There's a floating thing next to you now. Oh, this one. This means it's active. Oh, okay, got it. Okay, got it. Thank you. I kind of wish there was like a little buff. You know how like the witch and wizard have a little buff to indicate that their pets are active? All right, let's see how Suck Nova is for Star's End. Okay, SF, SRMB, FF, Shift Q, Shift RMB, and then filler WC, WF, Shift C. Okay, and then S, Shift RMB, RMB, E, and then Shift E. Yeah, it seems to die at Shift E. Not the fastest clear, but enough DPS. It'll be a lot better when I have my Z buff for sure. Oh yeah, this is much better with the Z buff. I mean, I should have permanent Z buff anyways whenever I'm playing this class. Movement is pretty easy. Not the fastest movement, but it gets the job done. Oh yeah, true. I need Axion. I forgot. I keep forgetting about that. It seems like I don't need Axion, but I should always spawn it. SE will spawn it, right? Okay. Let's see how it feels with Axion now. How much more damage does Axion provide anyways? Ooh, I got back attack there. I feel like if it was any other class, I would have died. Dang, she has a ton of HP recovery. Yeah, I can just face tank mobs with this class. This is great. Oh, you can use SC2 for movement, right? This one? It's like a backwards forward movement. Does it have collision? Let's see. No collision, I guess? Oh, if you don't hold the C, you don't charge forward. Oh, so you can use it as a repositioning tool backwards. Oh yeah, definitely very comfy class. I do not feel any danger at all when playing this class. You can launch Vengeful Star to keep you from Q blocking or using. Oh, is that what causes it? I actually don't mind, to be honest. I don't mind me being auto Q block. I kind of wish I could do lateral movement. Oh, I can do that. I just need to be faster. I just need to be faster with the buttons. Baby, I'm a wreck. Is there anything PA could do to push you away from BDO? Push me away from BDO. Inactivity, if anything, to be honest. If there's just like not much happening, that's gonna push me away from BDO. Just inactivity. So, you know, changes take too long to happen, nothing happens, class changes don't happen, no new content, just inactivity probably is the biggest thing that's gonna push me away. But you could say that about any MMO, right? It is very easy. I don't want to call it brain dead, but definitely one of the easier classes in BDO to play.
Overall, Succession Nova was a fantastic class to learn. Not only are her combos simple and comfortable to execute, but she's also incredibly tanky. That durability lets you stand your ground and continuously deal damage instead of constantly worrying about repositioning or avoiding every attack. One of Succession Nova's core mechanics is summoning Axion, a giant vampire bat-like companion that breathes ice and lasts for 1 hour. The problem I found was, unlike Awakening Witch and Wizard, there doesn't seem to be a buff timer for Axion. During my grind sessions, my chat had to constantly remind me whenever my summon had disappeared. The only real ways to tell are by recognizing animations that normally include Axion and noticing what he's missing, or by checking for the floating dark orb that appears beside Nova. As for mobility, she's definitely on the slower side, which honestly fits the fantasy of a class carrying around a massive tower shield. Despite that, I personally didn't have too much trouble moving between packs or maneuvering around mobs. She has a lot of qualities that really appeal to me, so she's definitely a class I'd consider retagging in the future. If you're looking for a class with an icy aesthetic, incredible survivability, and straightforward gameplay, I'd absolutely recommend giving Succession Nova a try.
Dang, well, hold on, let's take a look at her weapons. Oh my god. Awakening Nova, guys. Okay. Her weapon is like part of her arm too, in a way. Dang, she does have really cool looking abilities, that's for sure. It's like a scythe fencing sword mix. Curatorum's Earth. From hotbar into E. Okay. So I can be like frozen earth into E. And how do we get back into Awakening? You can lock Icy Fog. Oh, okay. So locking Icy Fog will allow me to swap with a dash. Oh, it's kind of like Awakening Warrior. Okay, yeah. Let me make note of that. Hold up. Movement skills is WASD, LMB after WASD, Twisted Orbit. Okay, so I can just do this to move. WF, WRMB, and WQ and XL. Not enough Star's Breath. Okay. Go into Battle Arena so you can have dummies for Star's Breath generation. Okay. So how do I generate? Oh, just basic attack degenerate. Okay. Combust to life. This one. Okay. Okay. So when I'm at full acceleration, do I press on guard now? Oh, it does. Oh, and it starts draining. Okay, and you said I can press WQ? Swooping Ring? Okay. Dang, this drains like really fast. I'm assuming as I keep attacking, it will keep generating, right? Will I permanently be in acceleration if I'm able to just attack? You don't generate Star's Breath during Excel. Oh, so you have to go in and out. It's not that bad once you get used to it. Okay. Are these two different abilities that I could use separately? Like if I'm not in Excel, can I still use WRB or is only WQ available? They don't share cooldown. Oh, so you can use WRB and WQ together when I have Excel, right? Hotbar Shift Q. Frozen Ring. Okay, yeah, I can hotbar that. What would be the reason to hotbar it? Is just pressing Shift Q by itself not good? Oh, you can use it separately too. Interesting. So they have two different versions that you can use separately. What's my AP buff here? Do I have an AP buff? SQ for AP buff. Riposte. F for attack speed. Oh. Maybe WRB F would be my engage. SF is the lowest priority. It's just small AoE DP. SF got buffed that patch. Is not too bad, to be honest. Okay. Hold SF to continue this skill. Okay. Should I do this the next skill? You should hold it. Okay. You can use the lacetive riposte after Star's Claw. Shift RMB SQ. Oh. I'm doing SQ because it's more comfortable. Like SQ, hold Q. Because then it does the full animation and it gives me more time because my fingers are slow, you know? So SF, SQ, hold Q, Shift F, Shift RMB, Shift LMB, SLMB. So it's mostly going to be a comfortable combo rather than a optimal combo. As comfortable as I can make it, you know? If I have acceleration active, I can do WQ to activate Star's Breath. So WQ, WRMB, F, SF, SQ, Q, Shift F, Shift RMB, Shift LMB, SLMB. And then repeat. WQ, WRMB, F, SF, SQ, Q, Shift RMB, Shift F, Shift LMB, SLMB. Okay. Perfect. And then if I need to generate stars, I can do RMB, and SRMB to get 25% back, and then Shift E, Combust Life for 40%. Okay, let's recap our combo. So WRMB to engage, FSF, SQ, Q, Shift F, Shift RMB, Shift LMB, SLMB. All right, here we go. So WQ will put me into acceleration from here. Okay, so WQF, WQ, FSF, SQ, Q, Shift F, Shift RMB, Shift LMB. Okay, that's not too bad. Shift Q and also the hotbar version. They do seem to do lots of damage. Okay, so Shift E, SRMB, get my breath again. WRMB to engage. F, SF, SQ, Q, Shift F, reposition, Shift RMB, Shift LMB, SLMB. Okay, yeah, this is working out pretty well. Okay, WQ, F, SF, SQ, Q, Shift Q, Shift Q from hotbar, Shift F, SLMB. Okay. Are you worried about tying your fingers in a knot? Yeah, it's kind of fast. So I don't know if I could freestyle yet. We'll try our best to just keep developing that muscle memory, and then we'll try freestyling. But for now, I'm just going in a line to just get the hang of it, you know? WF, WRMB, FSF, SQ, Q, Shift F, Shift RMB, Shift LMB. And it seems to just die. Nice. Okay. There we go. That was pretty good movement, right? There we go. Okay. We're doing it. We're playing Awakening Nova. The SRMB for the Star's Breath. Okay. Let's do it. Let's get in there. Okay. Shift W, RMB, WF. Okay. Here we go. Uh-oh, guys. Are we gonna make this? Okay, we made it. Okay. I guess we need our acceleration to do damage, because that's 40 AP that we're missing. And also Z buff too would help a lot. Okay. Okay, there we go. There we go, there we go. Okay. Okay. Okay, WRMB, F, SF, SLMB, SQ, Q, Shift Q, Shift F, Shift RMB, Shift LMB. Okay. Here we go. And then Z buff. This one, WQ, F, SLMB. Okay, definitely when she has her E buff and acceleration going, it's very fast. I'm gonna use Shift RB, Shift LB for a filler. Oh, I forgot to do Remise. Okay. Okay, WQ, oh, WQ, F, SF, SLMB, SQ, Q, Shift, oh shoot, okay, I canceled it out of it. Okay, it's fine, oh my god, my buttons are cool. Ah! Okay, we'll move on to the next fact. We'll try again, okay. Deep breaths? Okay, I'm trying. Definitely, it's taking a lot more time to pick up this class compared to some of the other classes, like Awakening Mystic. I don't know if she's tanky or not, but it's definitely, I'm not having too much trouble with surviving here, despite the amount of mobs that are attacking me. So I'm wondering if Awakening Nova is also like fairly tanky as Succession Nova. Okay, here we go. Frozen Earth, Queen's Gambit. Yeah, that works. Okay. Yeah, we're doing it. Is it Korotorum's Earth? Is that what it's called? Yeah, that's what it is, yeah. What about Shift E? Does Shift E do damage? It's okay damage, I guess. I can do Shift E afterwards, you know? And her cooldowns are like pretty low. There's nothing over like 8 seconds for the most part, I noticed. So Korotorum's Earth, E, Shift E for just filler. Get back into Awakening. And now Shift W, LMB, WF, WRMB. Okay, and then again, Korotorum's Earth, E, get back into Awakening, and then WQ to engage. Okay, yeah, I think I'm getting it. Okay, so Shift W, LMB, WF, WRMB. Okay, and then Korotorum's Earth, E, Shift E, get back, WRB, WQ, F, SF, SLMB, SQ, Q, Shift F, Shift RMB. And the mobs can hit me in the back because I'm very tanky on Awakening Nova, apparently. It seems like I have a double dash too in acceleration. I can double dash like that, I noticed. So if I'm in acceleration, I can just do Shift W twice before I do WF, right? All right, Korotorum's Earth, E. Okay, Z buff. Oh, it insta-died? Yeah, I'm liking this class's aesthetics too. The aesthetics of this class is amazing. Okay, so double dash into WF. There we go. Okay. Okay, Korotorum's Earth, E, dash, WQ, F, SF, SLMB, SQ, Q, Shift F, Shift RB. Nice. It is very fast, guys. But if you are looking for a very active class, you might enjoy this class. SQ will bring you from pre-awakening to awakening as well. Oh, really? Okay. That's good to know. Korotorum's Earth, E. and then SQQ, and then Shift Q, Shift F, Shift R and B, Shift L and B. Right? 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 I like how mid combo, so there, mid combo, I got my 100% Star's Breath, and I basically just restarted my combo because these are on separate cooldowns, which is really nice. Right, because I used the cooldowns for this, and then I got it like midway, and then I just restarted the combo from here, from the red versions, the accelerated versions. That's really nice. There's a lot of intricacies with that too. If you're tracking your cooldowns, it's definitely very important to track your cooldowns on Awakening Nova, so you could do that. E, S, R, and B to get breath. So Shift W, W, WF, Shift W, W. Right? Shift W, W, WF, Shift W, W. Oh, that's way easier. That's way easier. Okay, okay. Shoot this one. Okay, I like that. Thank you for that, Fat Girl. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Thank you. Yeah, she does feel very strong once you get a good handle of her, guys, but you need to be able to handle her. I definitely thought managing her acceleration was going to be a lot more difficult. Maybe it was a lot more difficult back then, probably, right? But right now, it's very easy to manage your acceleration. You just use a few abilities and you're back in, pretty much. There's no way to like get out of acceleration mode. That's I kind of wish there was. So like, let's say you actually press on guard or something, or like you get into accelerated mode and you want to like save it. I kind of wish you could just stop. If you die, you exit XL and keep your XL percent. So there is a possibility, Michael, you just die and it preserves your good one. Okay. Your hands look from just looking at her. It's definitely very fast paced. I've tried my best to create a combo that is comfy on the hands, as comfortable as it can be, if possible. But yeah, this is, it's manageable though, it's manageable. Overall, Awakening Nova has a very unique playstyle centered around her Star's Breath mechanic. You generate it by using skills. Once it reaches 100%, you can enter acceleration mode, giving you access to enhanced versions of many of your existing skills. Because these are treated as separate skills, if you're in the middle of a normal combo and activate acceleration, you can immediately repeat those same skills in their accelerated versions. It's a really interesting mechanic that creates a combat flow I haven't experienced on any other class. She also has fairly low cooldowns, so most of the time you can freestyle your combos and still perform very well. One thing that also surprised me is how tanky she feels despite not looking like a defensive class. Your mobility becomes absolutely incredible in acceleration mode. Personally, her playstyle is a little too fast for my taste, so I don't think I'd re-tag her. But if you're looking for a class with a stylish fencer aesthetic, extremely high mobility, and a fluid freestyle combat style, Awakening Nova might be the class for you. Dang, our Sage looks good, guys. Holy. Is this his main weapon that he's holding onto on his necklace? Okay, so if I take out my weapon, it comes off from his necklace. That's very cool. Very, very cool. Upon succession, Sage has pieced together the once fractured power of the Kiev, elevating its ancient magic to a whole and complete state. With newfound mastery and control over time, he could use his special skills on whim and even reduce their cooldowns. Now attuned to the infinite potential of the Kiev, Sage reigns over both time and space with incredible power. Cool. Doctor Strange, guys, in the house. Alright, let's get started with figuring out some combos. Big damage is SF, flow, Shift R and B, Shift F into flow F. Okay, so SF, finishing touch, LMB. So SF, LMB. Okay, so I can do SF dash, hold LMB, LMB, right? Like this, and then hold LMB, LMB. And then Shift F, F, F. Okay, now I just don't know what to do after that. Is that an okay combo for now? So SF dash, LMB, LMB, Shift LMB, Shift F, 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 Shift RMB dash again. Oh, I didn't dash, but SE Shift Q. I just need to press it a little bit fast. Oh my god, wait. That TPs you. Resets everything, so you get 2 buffs. Oh, E-buff, reset, E-buff, spam skills, reset, repeat. Oh, interesting. Okay. Is there anything I should lock It doesn't seem like there's very much abilities for the class. I guess because he's kind of slow, it's not much of an issue. Quick, enter top 3 anime for you. Not in any specific order, but Frieren, Violet Evergarden, and Jujutsu Kaisen. Ah, frick, Demon Slayer's up there too. Frick, maybe top 4. There's my top 4. Let's recap the combo here. So SCSF dash LMB, Shift LMB, Shift F, 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 Shift RMB dash, SE, Shift Q, and then filler is SRMB, RMB, and then you have Shift X, LMB, Shift E, SC repeat, SF, dash, LMB, Shift LMB, Shift F, 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 and then Shift RMB, dash, SC, Shift Q. Again, filler is SLMB, RMB, and then Shift X, LMB, Shift E, SC, and then repeat. There's an E buff too here. This one gives you crit rate 30%, melee AP 30, and crit damage 20%. Interesting. Okay, so WC, SC, SF, LMB, Shift F, F, F. Can I just kill this standing still maybe? I can. So dash, dash, WC, SC, SF, LMB, Shift LMB, Shift F, 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 Shift RMB. It's dead. Nice. That's even a front attack too. So maybe I can potentially approach from the front and then just WC, SC, you know? So I approach from the front and WC, SC, SF, LMB, Shift LMB, Shift RMB, SE, Shift Q. Nice. There we go. SRMB for small. Oh, this one, right? I haven't been using this. Is this good? This ability here. I feel like it doesn't do any damage, no? Bro, Nodeware, what buff can you add besides from Human Draft? I could see others has so many buffs beside those. So what they're probably using, Ryan Gaming, is something called elixirs. They're probably popping a bunch of these for the stats that matter in Node War, right? So this is the Harmony Draft, and there's a lot of stats that don't affect Node War. And so to save money, you would just pop the individual elixirs, right? Like you need like 15 of these different elixirs to craft one Harmony Draft. You just pop the individual stats of each one, right? So Lethal Destruction is 2% special attack. That will affect Node War. Or let's say Brutal Carnage is down attack, right? 15% down attack. Do you get what I mean, Ryan? So instead of popping the Harmony Draft that gives you all of those, you would just pop the individual ones so you don't waste money, and some of the stats aren't wasted too. That's probably what they're doing. Dash, SC, SF, LMB, Shift LMB, Shift F. Damn. Okay, the F skill into SE kind of hits really hard too. So maybe instead of Shift RMB, I do SE into Shift Q because it's a little bit faster. Okay, let's try again. So move, SC, SF, LMB, Shift LMB, Shift F, 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 SE, Shift Q. Nice, that is a lot cleaner. I think we should be good. I think we're ready. Let's do it. Here we go, first pack. Will this be back up by the time I need it again? Probably. Damn, the one shot from the freaking SF. Holy, hits so hard. Okay, E buff. Move. Move. Oh my god. He hits so hard, guys. He's slow, but do you see how hard we're hitting? Holy. I think I just need SF to kill this. Yeah, just Shift LMB. SF LMB actually is enough. Dude, okay, Z. Okay, SF. Oh my god. You're playing Sage now? We're actually doing a series right now, Stouffer. ! Class challenge. But we're basically trying out every single class in the game. Trying to get a good first impression on every class in the game. And yesterday we were learning Awakening Corsair, so that video just came out today. And if you can, you know, like, subscribe, all that jazz, it does help a lot, guys. That like, you know, spending 2 seconds to click that like button, you know, YouTube will push it out more. It tells YouTube, hey, this video is a banger, hopefully. Okay, so setup, just WC, SC, maybe Shift X, LMB, just for filler. And then we set up, and then SF. Boom, 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 boom. Holy. It is kind of slow. The mobility is very limited on the class. I don't know if there's a faster way, but it seems like maybe just dashing is the fastest way to get from point A to point B. And then this one, I just use SF LMB to finish it. And then WC, SC, Shift X LMB, and then Shift RB, move in position, SF LMB. Shift LMB, Shift F, and then SE, Shift Q. And I did not even need SE, Shift Q, so you can probably optimize it further. Do you ever look at other players' combos? Yeah, pretty much. I'm taking sources from everywhere. So chat, videos, YouTube videos, and also I adjust all of them for my comfort. I don't follow a guide one-to-one. I look at a guide, I look at suggestions, I hear suggestions in chat, and then I adjust accordingly so that it's nice and comfy for my fingers, if possible, to make it comfy. Because there are some classes that, you know, you're kind of incentivized to make sure that you do them first so that you get AP buff, DP down, crit rate buff, etc, etc. I want it to be like Awakening Woosa, where I hold down one button and it follows up with like 5 skills, right? That's why I love Awakening Woosa. So that's how I usually like to format these combos and adjust them accordingly to make sure that they're comfortable finger-wise, you know? I need to use my pocketing skill more for survivability, because this class has a pocket mechanic where you can start an animation of a skill and then move to the next ability, and then it will continue the chain, which is nice. I don't think this class is like the most tanky class, but it's tanky in a way that you can just avoid damage, if that makes sense. I had no trouble picking up the class. The class is very slow, so it's kind of hard to mess up because you have so much time to think about what buttons you're pressing, compared to like Awakening Nova, where it was like, oh, wow, you know? It's very difficult to mess up when you have like a whole second to think about what your next ability is, yeah. Oh yeah, I have a Q block too, don't I? This one? Overclear? No, I think the mobility is a little bit too slow, April, to overclear. Because to overclear, you need good mobility here at Star's End. Clear speed is not just how fast you kill, but it's also how fast you get from pack to pack. And that's all part of clear speed. Right? The faster you get to the next pack, the faster you can DPS. And right now, Sage does not have the best mobility, unless I'm missing something for mobility. But right now, yeah, not the most mobile class in the game. I haven't had trouble clearing at all with the class. And then even if you mess up, you just press another ability and things just die. Hypothetical question, some MMOs have auto farming. How would auto farming work in BDO? When you say auto farming, do you mean auto grinding, like grinding mobs? There's no auto grinding in BDO, if that's what you mean by auto farming. They've actually punished players for quote unquote auto farming by setting up a macro, is like they macro farm. And I'm glad that there's no auto farming in BDO, because playing the game is more fun, in my opinion. Overall, I really liked Succession Sage. His time and space magic aesthetic is incredibly cool, and his playstyle is right up my alley. He hits incredibly hard, but his abilities have long animations, so you'll need to be careful about when you commit to them. Proper positioning and timing are key to getting most out of the class. His pack-to-pack mobility isn't the strongest. Rift Chain is essentially your primary movement skill, but it comes with a really unique mechanic. You can cancel many of your abilities with Rift Chain and then continue the animation after you reappear. This makes repositioning feel much smoother, while also letting you prepare your damage as you move into the next pack, giving the class a very satisfying flow once you get used to it. Another unique feature is his reset skill, which refreshes the cooldown of every ability in your kit, including your E-buff. That buff grants a huge critical damage bonus and provides 15 seconds of full super armor, making it one of the strongest offensive and defensive tools in his kit. I'd definitely come back to retag this class in the future. If you're looking for a class that captures that Doctor Strange fantasy of controlling time and space while delivering massive damage, I highly recommend giving Succession Sage a try. Dang, holy guys, my Sage looks so, hold on, let's turn on the lights. My Sage looks good in this outfit. What the frick? Shift E equals movement, you flash forward, and then Shift Q. Shift E, Shift Q. Oh, okay. Okay, so it is Bolt. It seems like I also use that ability too. What ability is that? Oh, okay, so Bolt, Rift Chain, Bolt. Oh, what bombs should I pick up as well? Any particular bombs? Let's see, this one seems to do more damage. So I feel like this would be the ability, right? Shift X. Right? A Taurus Palm, Energized Throne, and Void Blast. Energized Thorn and Void Blast. Okay, got it. Thank you, thank you. LMB after a Taurus Palm. Oh, so you can do like Shift X LMB. Oh, okay, okay. I like that. I like that. And then Shift Z. Okay, I like that too. WQ? Ooh. So WF is some sort of movement skill on its own, right? Oh, it might. Oh, okay. Like that, right? Shift E was the best move before they took away the mouse movement, sadly. Ooh. I kind of prefer less mouse movement in the game, personally, Elgardo. Even if it takes away a little bit of skill expression, I don't mind. I never really liked using the mouse stuff anyways. You will learn Sage fast, I believe, for sure. We'll see. We'll see. I mean, I think everybody has a different learning pace, right? Everybody learns a little bit faster or a little bit slower on certain things, right? Okay, so that's gonna always be my starter, like R&B space after most abilities. I can always do this reliably. So R&B, SRB, SLMB, F, SF, WF, WQ, and then R&B, Shift R&B, Shift LMB, Shift F, Shift X, LMB, Shift Q. Okay. And that's the name for it. I'm gonna write down the names because I had some console players come by Saiga, and they're like, "Do you know what the names are?" Because I can't follow the inputs, and I'm like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I don't." So I'm gonna write it down this time. I'm making baby combos, so you can kind of see my thought process here with these notes. Like it's all like baby small combos that you can just press, and then I can just like mix and match. You know, that's what I usually do for like the classes that I play. All right, here we go. First pack. Ooh, let's see if we remember how to play the game. Okay, so Shift E space. Shift E. Oh my god. Oh my god. That's really far. Okay, RMB. Okay, SR, LMB, SR, Shift RMB, F. It's going south, guys. It's going south. Everything's going south. Shift X. Okay. Okay, rough first pack, guys. That was a bit of a rough first pack. It's okay. Is walking the best? Wait, WRMB maybe? WRMB and then WF space. Okay, hold on. I think I did it wrong. Hold on. Not form shift. No form shift. What's wrong with form shift, huh? What's wrong with that ability, huh? I'm gonna form shift, guys. Watch this. I'm form shifting. Ooh, you can't stop me. I'm the one learning the class. I'm gonna form shift if I want to. It's a very slow skill. I'm gonna use form shift just to make you guys suffer. Just to cause you pain. Okay. WF space SRMB shift RMB. SLMB shift LMB. And then form shift. And then we're gonna go style points. Okay, so shift Q LMB. Oh, I like that. Why didn't you tell me about that before, huh? What the heck? Gatekeeping information? Wow. I'm form shifting. We're learning. Wait. That was pretty fast. We're getting it, guys. We're getting it. Ooh. R&B space. SLMB, shift LMB. And then after that slam, I press space. Right? Space, FSF, shift F. And that's been working out really well. I'm currently trying Suck Witch and I'm enjoying it, but I wonder if I'll be able to look anywhere else but the skill CDs, because she has to be so fast with her passes. I can't stop looking at my CDs. I mean, I still look at my CDs, Addy. Nothing wrong with that, to be honest. I don't think that's a problem at all to me. I still look at my CDs all the time, yeah, on Woosa, even though I've been playing the class for so long. I remember somebody, because I always set up my cooldowns down here, right? And they were like, if you keep using cooldowns, you're never gonna learn. And I'm like, huh? Right? They were trying to argue like, oh yeah, like you have to, the only way you'll get good is that if you learn it by heart. I'm sure there's some people out there who are like math geniuses that just understand math, or musical prodigies that just like, you know, understand music and can know what chords like flow well from one another, etc., right? But I'm not that kind of, I'm just like an average person. And the average person will need to use CDs. So there's nothing wrong with using cooldowns, I promise. All right, let's see if we remember how to play the Sage. Oh my god, okay. I thought I wasn't gonna make it. I'd love to see Corsair one day. Yeah, I mean, this is all chosen by you guys in chat. So if you guys win the marbles races, you can choose a class for me. This was the class chosen this time for the challenge. Okay, this is a good filler here while I'm waiting. Okay, that seems to be enough. I don't need to do SRMB, Shift RMB. How does it feel? You know, I'm still trying to learn how to ride the bike. Does that make sense? We're still trying to learn how to balance on the bike. I'm still a little bit unsure about all the buttons, you know? Oh, and then we use WQ for AP buff. Oh, shoot. Oh my god. I forgot I have to hold F so that the Shift F continues with the flow, right? Like this one. And then I have to hold F, and then he'll throw the spears. I forgot, I can't just let it go, okay. Oh, wait, we're getting it. I think I'm understanding this now. Okay, wait, that was pretty good, right? It's getting a lot smoother, I would say. I think we're over clearing a bit. Right? Right? They just spawned, right? Right? Nice. Okay. The movement. Clean. Combo clean? Wait, we're doing it. We're playing Sage. We're Sage main now, guys. Oh my god. Call me JaykunVT. V before the T. Just kidding. I'm just kidding. Don't tell Zethian I said that. Don't tell. Dang! We're getting good with the burst combo now. My muscle memory is kicking in. Is working. Sometimes I get new players coming into my stream and they're like, oh, how is this class? How's that class? And I feel a little bit embarrassed that like my answer to them is I'm not too sure. Even though I've been playing the game for 8 years, right? I feel a little bit embarrassed not knowing, like, what the heck? I should know. And so I'm challenging myself to try out every single class so that I do know. And then I can tell them, hey, like, here's my first impression with the class in this video. And then that might help them maybe potentially pick a class that they might not have considered before, you know? So not to say like I'm an expert on Sage, but I think I've got a good solid combo down. RMB WF space SLMB Shift LMB and then space RMB FSF Shift F. And that kills it. So we have a pretty solid foundation for the combo here at least.
Overall, Awakening Sage was a much more difficult class than I initially expected. The best way I can describe it is like playing scales on a piano. There's a constant rhythm of quick inputs and skill weaving. For example, I would often use Shock Relay, RMB, or Lightning Surge, space, just a split second before my other abilities to smoothly change to the next skill. As a result, the playstyle feels very fast-paced. On top of that, the class has a unique movement style where you're constantly blinking or teleporting around the battlefield. Skills like Spearbolt, WF, and Flow Judgment, WQ, will often teleport you behind enemies, giving Sage excellent repositioning tools and allowing you to easily get those back attacks. While this is great, the frequent teleports caused me a bit of disorientation during combat since I'm not too used to this. As I spent more time with the class, my muscle memory gradually started to develop and the gameplay became much easier to manage. However, even after becoming more comfortable with it, I don't think I would retag to this class. The speed of the gameplay requires a level of constant input and attention that just isn't great for my personal preferences. That said, if you're looking for a highly mobile, fast-paced class with a powerful lightning theme, then I would absolutely recommend giving Awakening Sage a try.
SE, Shift E, R&B. Oh, that's kind of cool. Is this the E buff? Only 10 AP, but it gives attack speed and movement speed. Oh my god, what is this skill? What did I just press? W, was that WE? That's a good movement skill. Wow. W is good, but you come so slow out of it. Is there a way to cancel out of it? Oh, you can use R&B to cancel out of it. So what I like to do first is set up movement. And usually that would be, so that's riding waves, directional movement. Okay, so let's put that. What is wave skedaddle? Space. Oh, during it. Okay. Like if I dash into S space. Oh, okay. I see it now. Wait, what's that ability? Oh, I can use it off cooldown, right? Okay, I'm assuming these are PvE iframes, right? WRMB. Oh, I guess so. Yeah. Oh, ADR. Okay, ADRB. So Shift Q, WRMB, and then I hold WRMB and it keeps going. Oh, order. What the frick is that ability name? Captain's orders open fire. Okay, so QF, F, and then SRMB, RMB, SE, and then Shift RMB, RMB, Shift LMB. Okay. That seemed really cool too, like W, RMB, 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 RMB. Shift Q, Shift C in the air are fun. Oh, I like that. So Q, F, F, F. Yeah, it does that slow animation. Yeah, I do see that. S, RMB, RMB. Oh, okay, I see it now, yeah. Why don't we adjust some stuff to do that? Q, F, F, F. Shift LMB, Shift RMB, SC, SRMB, RMB, RMB, right? Okay, Shift C, SE, Shift E, RMB for filler. Okay, let's try. Q, F, 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 Shift LMB, Shift RMB, SC, E, SRMB, RMB, RMB. Oh, that kills it. Nice. Okay, so Q, F, 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 and then Shift LMB, Shift RMB, SC, SRMB, RMB, RMB, and then maybe Shift C, Shift E, no, SE, Shift E, RMB. Okay. Let's get a little bit faster with it. So Q, F, 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 Shift LMB, Shift RMB, SC, SRB, RB. I need to press it a little bit faster there. Q, F, 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 Shift LMB, Shift RB, SC, SRB. I guess I could do SF to go behind, right? Q, F, 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 Shift LMB, Shift RB, SE. Oops, I just messed up. Oh, we still killed it though. Okay, so WRB, Q, F, 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 Shift LMB, Shift, C. Oh! That was pretty good, right? Q, F, 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 Shift LMB, Shift RMB, SC, SRMB, Shift Z, Shift X, Shift Q, Shift C, SE. Yeah, the whale skills are a little bit slow. How does that look? So Shift Z, Shift LMB, Shift Q, Shift C, SE, Shift E, RMB. That's pretty good, right? Okay, so Shift X, Q, F, 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 SRMB, RMB, Shift RMB, SC. Oh, okay. That was pretty good, right? Did I do that right? Okay. So Q, F, F, F. And then SRMB, RMB, RMB, Shift RMB, SC, Shift Z, Shift LMB. Wasn't that pretty clean? Okay, let's try out the mermaid movement. It's so fast. Oh my god. Okay, Q. Oh my god, I missed my Q. Okay. Shift RMB, SC. Okay. Oh my god. Ah, okay, I like that. Yeah, whatever that skill is that gap closes is like SFRMB. That seems pretty good. I like that. That's really good. Yeah, in the future we'll be eventually filling out every single class, and then if somebody asks me, hey, how's Kuno? Then I have a video for you, right? But now, for now, I don't have a video on Kuno. So, and if you want to support the series, it does help a lot if you know, like, comment, subscribe, all that jazz. Maybe suggestions on which class to try out next, you know? Q, F, F, F. Oh, that seems to kill. Just Q, F, F, F. Okay. Q, F, F, F. SRMB, RMB, Shift RMB. Okay, that was pretty clean. That was actually kind of easy, actually. Mermaid, Q, F, F, F. Should kill this, right? Yeah. And then Shift C, SE, Shift E, RMB, and Z buff. Q, F, 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 SRMB, RMB, Shift RMB, SC, Shift Z, Shift LMB. Dang! Okay, Corsair is actually very easy here at Star's End. It's very comfy. That was a lot comfier than I expected. I was kind of sweating on like Sage last time, but Corsair here, kinda easy. Yeah, this is good, guys. It's working. It's actually very easy here at Star's End. A lot easier than expected. And then move to the next pack using WE. Just click most things to get out of it, and then Q, F, 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 F will kill this. And then for the pack here, Shift C, SE, Shift E, RMB, and then Z buff, reposition, W RMB to reposition, Q, F, 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 S RMB, 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 Shift RMB, SC, Shift Z, Shift LMB. Yeah, I'm actually very pleasantly surprised with this class here, guys. It seems very safe here too, because whenever you're in mermaid form, I believe someone mentioned that you have 50% damage reduction, right? Whenever you're in mermaid form. Yeah, I think more people should try out this class. This is actually very comfy. Now I just need to get more used to the movement. Oh, you see that movement, guys? That was Shift Q into WRMB, I believe. So like this, Shift Q, WRMB. It seems to chain together really well like that. So Shift Q, WRMB, Q, F, 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 SRMB, RMB, RMB, Shift RMB, SC, Shift Z, Shift LMB. Okay. Shift RMB also works, but it's weird because the camera continues to move. Let's try it out. What the heck? It does. That's very weird. I can't play any other class than Woosa, then continue playing it. Definitely nothing wrong with sticking with the class that you enjoy the most. That sounds like you're playing the game correctly to me.
Overall, Succession Corsair sits somewhere in the middle when it comes to difficulty during my learning session. There was definitely a learning curve, especially when it came to understanding the timing and range of her movement skills. The biggest highlight is easily the mermaid abilities. Not only are they visually stunning, but they also make you incredibly tanky, granting 50% damage reduction while in mermaid form. They aren't the main source of your damage though, that mostly comes from her water and sword-based attacks. Corsair's mobility? I describe it as a little slippery. There's a bit of this floatiness in her movement kit, but once I got more comfortable with the distance and timing of her skills, maneuvering around the battlefield became much more natural and satisfying. This definitely competes with Scholar as one of the most fun classes I've played so far, and I definitely tag this class again. If you're looking for a class that combines a pirate fantasy with beautiful mermaid aesthetics, fluid movement, and solid survivability, I'd highly recommend giving Succession Corsair a try. Awakening. Having chosen Awakening, Corsair embarks on a new adventure with the Petrarca, Patrigio's weapon, and her slippery scallywags, the otters. The Petrarca has been configured to deal with a variety of situations. It can be used to slice enemies up close and fire harpoons at enemies from afar. I feel like this was Timu Deadeye when they first brought out Awakening Corsair, because I remember around this time people were raving about a gun class during the time Corsair was released, right? Because Corsair pirates and guns was very common, right? So I feel like this was like the budget Timu version of Deadeye back when people were wanting a gun class before Deadeye came out, right? Corsair can also call upon her scallywags for support. Armed with the Petrarca and supported by the scallywags, there is nothing to stop Corsair from controlling the tides of battle. Wow, okay, here we go. I feel like some of her mermaid skills are still going to be very useful, right? You said SLMB is crit buff, F is the AP buff. Okay, so maybe we start off with SLMB F. She has an ADF that is pretty useful. Oh, what classes are left to play? So I have a list of classes I've done. Also, I'm also omitting Dosa, Woosa, and Shai, and Witch too. Basically classes I've already played. So I'm prioritizing classes that I've never played. So it would help a lot if you guys can click on each one, like, comment, subscribe. That does help a lot, guys. If you guys want to support the series, I think this will be a very useful resource for the BDO community. So if you guys want to support the series, it does help a lot to click those buttons. I will try my best to constantly say it too. I know it might sound annoying at this point for people who have been here. It does work. That's why people do it. And I feel like I'd never do it. This is the first time I'm like actually telling people to do it. Well, why don't we set up some cooldowns here? Riding Waves, CD10, and then what was the other one? Mareka Swing, Smooth Sailing, and then ADF is Tide Splitter Petrarca. Any other movement skills I should worry about? Ooh, WF seems pretty good as a movement skill. What ability was that? Seamus. So maybe we'll put that on CD4. And SE is movement too. Oh, okay. This is spammable. Okay. So SE is a spammable movement skill. Oh, SRMB is wave. Oh, it's like a backdash, wave breaker. Close quarters charge. This one. Oh, this is your minus DP. Okay, I'm assuming this one for the damage. Wave Blast for the damage. I'm assuming you just take the more damaging ones, right? Mareka Spiral of Dreams. Shift Z, RMB Q. How do we get back into Awakening? WF AF. I'm assuming I need to lock Whirlpool. So Shift E, SLMB, F, LMB space, Shift LMB, Shift RMB, RMB, Shift F, hold F for the second hit. And that should kill it. And if not, I can do SQ, Shift Q, W RMB, or Shift Z, RMB, Q, and then WF to get back into Awakening. There we go. The combo may have changed after the bus because they specifically said they're looking to move certain skills sooner into the combo. Are we trying to put Shift F like closer to the beginning? I do think I should always start with Shift LMB, SLMB, F. You know, I could do like F, Shift F or something. Does Shift F space work? That does kind of work. So we're gonna do Shift E, SLMB, F, Shift F.
and then space LMB shift LMB, shift RMB, SQ, shift Q, W RMB. Okay, perfect. And then filler skills will be shift Z, RMB, Q. And then I can get back using WF if I have Whirlpool locked from Pre-Awakening. Okay. Oh yeah, before I start, I have to make sure that No Mercy Scallywags, it is tied to this symbol here. There's 3 different symbols. There's like the bomb symbol, there is the cannon symbol. I need this one. Okay, let's practice our combo one more time, the updated one. We just move some priorities around. So Shift E, SLMB, F, Shift F, and then space LMB, Shift LMB, Shift RMB. And then it should die after that, hopefully. You also have a healing otter that should be in your quick slot. I think his name's Labao. I should have Labao summoned all the time. I believe I was told he was permanent. My ebuff, your family's honor, gives me some attack speed too. Oh, okay. 20% attack speed, 20% crit, 20 AP. Okay, let's do that. Okay. All right, here we go. So, dash, Shift E, S. Oops, I put SE instead of SLMB. Guys, it's going downhill fast. Okay, so F, Shift F, space LMB, Shift LMB, Shift RMB, SQ, Shift Q, W RMB. Okay, we did it. We just I actually press SE. SE is like my jump forward skill. Okay, I just need to get used to the muscle memory. Okay, Shift E, SLMB, F, Shift F, space LMB, Shift LMB, Shift RMB. Okay, let's try again. Okay, so WF, Shift E, SLMB, F, Shift F, space LMB, Shift LMB. Oh, there we go. We got him. Okay, so Shift E, SLMB, F, Shift F, space LMB, Shift LMB, Shift RMB, RMB. If it doesn't die, SQ, Shift Q, W RMB, Shift Z, RMB, Q. And then I can use WF to go back. Shift E, SLMB, F, Shift F, space LMB, Shift LMB, Shift RMB. There we go. Okay, Shift E. I'm sliding. Oh, okay, I can use 80 RMB. I forgot. 80 RMB for repositioning is going to be pretty good. Okay, I'll remember this. Okay, so Shift E, SLMB, Shift F, F, space LMB. Too much movement on this class, you think, Michael? She does have a lot of built-in movement. Yeah. There's a lot of things that naturally just move you, and so that does take some getting used to, 100%. I just noticed that if you have otters up, the mobs kind of get aggro to the otter. That's interesting. SQ for, does SQ not have collision? Hold on, let me try. SQ. Oh my gosh, I could use that for backwards repositioning, Gorgula. Thank you. Yeah, I did not know I didn't have collision. Okay, Shift E, SLMB, F, Shift F, space LMB, Shift LMB. Oh, and then SQ, Shift RMB. Dang, there we go. Okay, Shift E, SLMB, F, Shift F, space LMB, Shift LMB, Shift RMB, and then SQ, Shift Q, W RMB. Okay, I think that's pretty good, right? I feel like we've got the handle of it, surely. Oh my god, I almost forgot about my Kabuas again. Ooh, imagine that's gonna be the 3rd class in a row that I forgot my Kabuas if I did that. Solaire Season. Passionate. I'm gonna save that for another class. Okay, one thing I would like BDO to do is make social actions account wide. That is, I do not like how social actions are per character. That is not good, BDO. Make that account wide, please. All right, here we go. Whee! Oh, okay. Shift E, SLB, F. Okay. All right. Here we go. Oh, here. Oh shoot! I have to switch the thing and then put Labao up and then ebuff. Okay, Shift E, SLMB, F, Shift F, Space, LMB, Shift LMB, Shift RMB. There we go, Pog. Oh, you know what I forgot? I forgot to switch to down attack add-ons. I still have only back attack add-ons. So if we swap to down attack add-ons, we'll do even more damage. Shift E, SLMB, F, Shift F, F, spacebar, LMB, Shift LMB, Shift RMB. Okay, that killed it. This is without Z buff, so it should be a lot faster once we have Z buff. Okay, movement, Shift W, WF, Shift E, SLMB, F, and then I'll just use ADRMB to just finish off this thing, maybe? I don't know. Okay, filler would be Shift Z, RMB, Q, Shift E, RMB. Okay, let me Z buff here, and then Shift E, SLMB, F, Shift F, space, LMB, Shift LMB, Shift RMB. Okay. Oh, they got stuck on my they got stuck on my things. Yeah, it seems like the otters have their own aggro. There is a lot of natural movement in the kit, which I should take advantage of to just survive. Pull them to you with light 'em up skill. Oh, light 'em up is the hotbar skill, that one. Like before this pack spawns, I can just be like light 'em up. And then Shift E, SLMB, F, Shift F. Changes you from pre-awakening to awakening. Oh, true. So I can do this and then light him up to get back into awakening. Oh, the swap. Okay, that's nice. So light him up. Shift E, SLMB, F, Shift F. F, spacebar, LMB, Shift RMB. Dang, there we go. Definitely a world of a difference if you do your combo correctly. Mermaid skill not worth an awakening. Really? Okay. Okay, movement. You see that? 9 bill for, oh my god, Night Vendor's happening right now. Oh my god, I totally forgot. Okay, let me go to the Night Vendor. Thank you for the reminder. 350 stack for 70 bill. That's a lot. They're probably gonna give out a 400 stack for free, to be honest. With the Hada Ball, just save it until then. I should always buy the Crons, right? I think I always take the Cron. What is this mysterious energy box? The Gamba. Do we Gamba? I think we pick up all the Gamba boxes. Do we take? Oh my god, what's always worth it, guys? I think Crons are always worth it. I'm pretty sure, right? Val's Heart. Val's Heart. We need to sell that for the community. Guys, it's for the community. There you go. Somebody's Val Heart for free. There you go. I lose money, but it's for the community. Guys, it's only right. If you get a Vel's Heart, you should always buy it and sell it for the community because we need to help each other out, man. Oh god, I'm gonna go broke with these mysterious energy blocks. Stop giving me the answer. Just give me Cron stones. No, my money. Guys, we have to sell it for the community. I have sold 2 so far. Like and subscribe, guys. Now's the perfect time to get your Vel's Hearts, guys. Put a buy order up or find it from Patrigio. There's another one. There's another one. That's 3. That's 3 that I've sold for the community, guys. Like, subscribe. Is it worth it to get 45 characters? Worth it is like subjective. But more characters, you do get more energy for the events like this, but that's like a very small part of BDO in my opinion. And never buy anything full price too. Everything eventually goes on sale, so don't buy the character expansion slots for full price. Wait until there's like a 50% off sale. That's when I usually buy it. Vel's Heart. That's 4, guys. That's 4 for the community, guys. Like and subscribe, follow. Oh my god, not the 350. I ain't buying that shit. That's too much, guys. You bought 5 350 boxes? That means you freaking spend 350 bill for those 350s? That's too much for me. I can't afford that. I can't afford that. No! What am I doing? I misclick on that one. I didn't mean to buy that 250 stack. Frick. I'm gonna save all the boxes and open them at the end of the event. Maybe we'll make that into a YouTuber. We'll try to get as many boxes as we can. Another Vel's Heart. That's 6. 6 Vel's Heart for the community, guys. Bum, 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 bum. There you go. For the community. Dang, either I got really lucky with the Vel's Hearts, or they made it much more common to get a Vel's Heart this season, or this time around for the event. You ran into 2 Vels with 20k energy? Dang, so I got pretty lucky then, Jinfred. Yeah, I got 6 offers so far, which I did buy every single one and sold it back to the community. Make sure you guys help out the community, guys. We are toughing it out here on NA for Vel's Hearts. Yeah, it was just in the last like 10 minutes too, Jinfred. PSA during this event, if you can afford a Vel's Heart and you already have one, buy it and sell it back to the community, you know? PSA, guys. We're struggling out here. We need to help the community. I've had a couple of viewers tell me, Jinfred, that they've had like a Vel's buy order for like weeks and it has never filled. So I told them, hey, like next time there's a Patrigo event, that's the perfect time to either get one yourself from Patrigo or buy one off the market. Okay, let's go back to Awakening Corsair and make some more money because we're poor. Okay, it's daytime now, so Shift E, SLMB, F, Shift LMB, Shift RMB. Dang, there we go. I also recommend never tracking your average silver per hour utilizing Agris, because you get 1 hour of Agris a day. So you're never going to be able to sustain it if you grind multiple hours. So think of Agris as like a bonus, not your regular income. So always track your income via just level 2 only. And then just think of Agris as like, ooh, extra dough, you know, in the back. I don't really track numbers. I kind of just grind and yap. And then when I have money, I tap, you know? I think it's easier that way. It's more fun that way, in my opinion, for me. But if you want to track numbers, like, go for it. Are there any other events I should know about? I've been AFK for the, I have the perfect website for you, actually. Always be checking garmoth.com. It has an entire timeline of events, and you can just click on the button to just show you what's going on for each event and how long it's ending in. This one's in 6 days, 7 hours. So you can see here exactly. It looks like the Patrigio event is lasting for 2 weeks. So we've got 2 weeks. So at the end of these 2 weeks, I'm going to be opening up all the boxes. I'm going to save every single box. I ain't touching those boxes until the end of the thing. And then we're going to see if we got scammed by Patrigio or we made some money for Patrigo, you know? I'm kind of leaning towards getting scammed, but who, you know, it's all in for the fun. How do I make sure that my otter doesn't interfere with aggro? Anybody know? Because my otter keeps messing up these pulls. Is there a way to disable the otters? Otters, stop distracting the mobs. Light him up summons to them were 2. Oh, I should use that then when I get to this next back then? Okay, that's good to know. So I should use light them up to summon my otters to me so they don't distract the mobs. Okay, got it. Okay, so light them up, Shift E, SM, there. Now they should be coming. It's still delayed, right? They're still getting delayed, which is a little bit annoying. But what can you do, I guess? Okay, pretty good movement, right? I think I'm getting used to the movement now. What do you think? Then I can do a little bit of mermaid action, you know? A cast speed buff for Corsair Shrift? I'm already feeling she's kind of fast for me. Like mid to high APM for me. Especially with all of her natural movement too, kind of makes you have to think a little bit more about your positioning. Whereas for my Woosa, I just stand still and cast abilities, you know? I haven't had trouble with killing mobs yet here. With Awakening Nova, I had a little bit of trouble if I messed up my combo, but if I mess up my combo with Awakening Corsair and just spam random abilities, it still kills the pack. Whereas for Awakening Nova, I actually had some moments where I failed the pack because I just, you know, messed up a lot with my combos. Yeah, damage is pretty good, guys. Try it out.
Overall, Awakening Corsair felt somewhere between fun and just okay for me. I can definitely see the appeal, but it wasn't a class that really clicked with my playstyle. Aesthetically, the pirate theme is done really well, and she has some unique mechanics centered around her otter summons. They aren't just for show either. They can provide extra damage, utility, and even survivability throughout combat. Her mobility is honestly almost a little too much at first, but once you get used to them, flying around the battlefield becomes a lot of fun. One thing I did struggle with was enemy aggro. Enemies would often target the otters instead of following me. While that can be helpful for distracting mobs, it also became a bit of a downside when I wanted to group up enemies together efficiently. As for survivability, she's not the tankiest class by default, so you'll need to rely on her incredible mobility to avoid taking damage. She also has an otter summon that automatically grants a massive damage reduction when your HP drops below 50%, which can be a real lifesaver. Her playstyle just isn't really my vibe, so I don't think I'll be retagging her. But if you're looking for a pirate-themed class with flashy movement and adorable otter companions, then Awakening Corsair is definitely worth checking out.
Dang. What the heck? She holds her sword by... It's not even the hilt. Is that the hilt? No, it's not the hilt. It's like part of the blade. Right, because this is the hilt, right? But she holds it like blades, unless it has two hilts. What the heck? Wait, that's her offhand, right? Oh, she literally has a sword for the offhand. Oh, it combines. Oh, her two swords are fused together. Oh, that's why it has two hilts. Here we go. Upon succession, Drakania steals even more energy to store it in her shard, from which she can deal greater damage depending on the amount stored to punish her foes. Her second heart also grows stronger, granting her the ability to absorb harmful effects from her foes as energy and return them as damage instantly. With no room to escape her wrath, the image of her draconic wings will be seared into the eyes of her enemies as they breathe their last. Dang, okay. Let's see how her movement is. Oh, it looks like she doesn't have a shift W. What about the side movement? Dragon walk. Crit rate. That seems nice. Maybe we do that one. Double tap space. Oh, double tap space. You can spam this then, right? Interesting. Okay. Oh, WF is the forward movement too. Dragon walk is her side movement. Okay, okay. What about her back move? Is it also dragon walk? It is. Okay. 80 RMB. Oh, a slide. Okay. You can space flow. Oh, you can space flow off of it. Okay. Any good bomb skills I should take here? I think I'll just take the one that just does more damage, right? Abyssal Advance. We take Soaring Claw because it chains into the Magnus SC. Okay. Shift F to engage, and then SLMB, WRB for the minus DP, and then afterwards E. Oh, do I have to flow into E from WRB maybe? I do. Okay. Oh, it is kind of fast. You do have to press it fairly fast. Maybe I do it off a side mouse button or something. So it should do it. Yeah, there we go. That works a lot better. Yeah, the side mouse button. You can hold the SC for 2 hits. Oh, okay. Let's recap the combo. WF, Shift F, F, WRMB, E, SRMB, C, Shift RMB, RMB, Shift LMB, Shift E, SC. Oh yeah, that's very comfortable. The filler is Shift X, SE, SLMB, and then SF. Dragon's Maw. If I want to quickly generate ions, it will be RMBE. And then movement will be WF, WE, 80 RMB, double space. All right, so these are the add-ons. Again, nothing too min-maxy. It's just there to just test the class. There we go. Let's go try it out at Darkseekers. Let's recap the combo. So WF, Shift F, F to engage and apply AP buff. WRMB, E, SRMB, C, Shift RMB, RMB, Shift LMB, Shift E, SC. Okay. Let's do it. Okay, let me E buff. Okay, WF, Shift F, F, WRMB, E, SRMB, C, Shift RMB, RMB, and then go behind, Shift LMB. Oh, Shift LMB already goes, like, it goes through the mob. Okay, so maybe I could use Shift LMB as a way to reposition behind mobs. Okay. WF, Shift F, F, W RMB, E, S RMB, C, Shift RMB, RMB, Shift LMB to go behind, Shift E, SC. Okay. Yeah, that's pretty comfortable. So WF, Shift F, F, W RMB, E, S RMB, C, Shift RMB, Shift LMB to go behind. Oh, it died. Okay. Now I just need to get from pack to pack quickly. So double spacebar, ADRMB, WF, Shift F, F, WRMB, E, SRMB, C, Shift RMB, Shift LMB to go behind, Shift E, SC. Nice. There we go. SRMB, C, Shift RMB, Shift LMB, Shift E. Oh yeah, the class is super easy, guys. It's actually very easy. Space, space, Shift F, F, WRMB, E, SRMB, C, Shift RMB, and then go behind, you Shift LMB, Shift E. Easy. Have I told you about the power level trick where you can tag your character, right? So tag a level 1 to your main, and then pop all the XP buffs on your main and just grind like a high XP spot, and in like 30-45 minutes, your alt should already be 61. Very fast to level it up. Then you just need to do the questing. Okay. Yeah, repositioning is not too bad. It's not as snappy though. When you're repositioning, there's a little bit, it feels a little bit floaty, which I don't think is like always a bad thing. It gives you more time to react, right? It gives you time to kind of like move your camera around or something like that, you know what I mean? Okay, WF, Shift F, WRB, E, SRB, C, Shift RB, RB, Shift LMB to go behind, and it's dead. Nice. I honestly think that we're probably ready for Star's End already. Let's try it out. Let's go to Star's End. Shift F, F, WRB, E, SRB, C, Shift RB, RB, Shift LMB, Shift E, SE. There we go. And then filler is Shift X, SE, SLMB. Let's Z buff here. Okay, WF, Shift F, F, WRB, E, SRB, C, Shift RB, Shift LMB, Shift E. Okay, there we go. Okay, Shift F, F, WRB, E, SRB, C, Shift RB, Shift LMB, Shift E. Okay, I think we got the flow down. And then SLMB, SF, Shift X, SE, ADRB to position, Shift F, F, WRB, E, SRB, C, Shift RB, RB, Shift LMB. Nice. Dang, the damage is really good once you have the combo down. Keep saying. What'd you miss? It's Backstreet Boys time. Guys, whenever I hear this song, have you guys watched Brooklyn Nine-Nine? Brooklyn Nine-Nine has this one scene where this lady was pointing out how her brother was killed by somebody who was singing along to the song, and the guy had the criminals sing along to Backstreet Boys. He was like jamming out, right? And at the end, the girl was like, oh yeah, it was number 5. Number 5 killed my brother. And then the guy was like, oh yeah, I totally forgot about that. That's a good scene. That's like a genius scene. Whoever wrote that, oh my god, chef's kiss. I love that scene so much. I don't play a lot of BDO anymore. Oh, what have you been up to then? Monster Hunter Wilds. Oh my god, I'm so excited, Shai. For Monster Hunter Wilds Ascension. Oh my god, I'm gonna play a ton of that. We need to group up. What's your main weapon? Are you by chance a dirty longsword maid by chance? Lance. Okay. Have you tried Gunlancer? Because I know Gunlancer was very good in Wilds. I played Switch Axe when I played Monster Hunter. Ooh, Switch Axe was pretty cool. I never got into Switch Axe. It seemed kind of complicated with the whole switching between the two weapons. I don't know. Same thing with Insect Glaive. Has anyone played Insect Glaive? It always intimidated me, playing those like more complicated classes. Charge Blade too. There was no way I was playing Charge Blade, guys. There was no way. Charge Blade had like 50 different things you could do. I was like, oh my god. You played Insect Glaive, Saigon? Dang. What made Insect Glaive the most fun for you? What was like the appealing part for you for Insect Glaive? Wilds was your first Monster Hunter. Oh, Ghostcom, if you haven't played World, I do highly recommend playing World as well. Like while you're waiting for Ascension to come, World was so good. That was my first Monster Hunter. Monster Hunter Worlds was peak Monster Hunter. It was so freaking good. I loved World. Yeah, maybe I'll like go back to Wilds and play some other weapons, because right now I've been playing a lot of light bowgun. That was my main. Light bowgun, I would just support light bowgun. I would just like run speed eating, wide range, and just eat in the background. And it was very effective, let me tell ya. The amount of hard monsters we were able to defeat. Support Lightbogan is so OP, in my opinion. Killing support in Awakening feels super rewarding. Yeah, too. It feels very satisfying too when you save people's lives. You know? I don't like that Gun Lance does not do that counterattacks that Lance has. Oh, true. Yeah, it doesn't get access to the counterattacks. Do you know what was really strong, Dark Shay? In World, you had auto counter. So you would assume this stance with the clutch claw, right? So you would assume a stance, and then if the mob hit you within a 5-second window, like you literally had 5 seconds of iframe or whatever, if it hit you, you would automatically clutch claw on top of it, and you get a free super armor attack. And that's also what I did in World too. I played a lot of Lance 2 in World, alongside Lightbow Gun. It was super fun. Dang, guys. She does a lot of damage. Her burst is really good once you have the combo down.
Overall, I feel like Succession Drakania should be a lot more popular than it is, but I rarely ever see people playing her. She has a unique mechanic of generating ion shards and spending them to empower her existing skills. It sounds more complicated than it actually is, but it's a very straightforward system. Her combos are also very easy to pick up. She has a fairly low APM, huge AoE, and a comfortable grinding style that doesn't feel overly demanding. Visually, her attacks are packed with lightning and fire effects, and every skill feels powerful, weighty, and impactful. In terms of mobility, she has a decent number of movement skills. Not the fastest class in the game, but definitely not too slow either. Personally, I actually prefer Succession Drakania over her Awakening counterpart. Her more relaxed, low APM playstyle fits what I enjoy, and she's absolutely a class I would tag again without hesitation. If you're looking for a powerful grinder with massive AoE, impactful combat, lightning and fire visuals, and a comfortable playstyle, then Succession Drakania is definitely the class for you.
Dang, wait, my Drakania looks so good. Wait, doesn't my Drakania look so good in this armor? Holy shit. Excuse me, sir, what the hell?
Excuse me, brah. You're excused.
WRMB, shift space. Oh my god. Oh my god. Wee! Okay, alright. This is kind of cool. This is kind of cool. Oh shit. I have WE, WF, dash, WRMB, and ADRMB. Perfect. That's perfect. So that's all my movement skills, right? For the most part. So SE, SLMB, and then SF hold, space SF hold, Shift F, Shift RMB, RMB, LMB, and then Shift E, Shift Q, SLMB, Shift RMB. Oh, I didn't do the jump. I just held until RMB. I'm gonna be simplifying this combo so it fits me better. And that's what you guys should be doing as well. Like if you're trying to follow a combo, adjust it. Adjust it so that it fits you. So Shift E, Shift Q, SLMB, Shift RMB, RMB. Nice. There we go. Will I, if I'm in the wrong stance, will SE always bring me to blue stance? If that makes sense. Okay, so what I think I'm gonna shorten this to make it a lot more comfy, but I think I got it. So as soon as I go through all of these 6 abilities, so SF, hold, and then I do Shift E, Shift Q, Shift RMB, and then hold RMB. Nice, I got it. Let's do it again. Shift E, Shift RMB. I'm out of mana. There's no way. Wait, your mana is only 370? Ain't no freaking way. What? What is the RMB skill that I use to get out of shift space? I wonder if I could use that each time. Oh, I'm dead.
Yep, that's me. You're probably wondering how I ended up in this situation.
Oh shoot, I messed up. I messed up, guys. I'm folding under pressure. It's fine. Drakania is OP. It's fine. Wait, how come I run out of mana on this class? There's no freaking way. There's no way I run out of mana on this class. Do I have to run Spirit Perfume elixirs? There's no way. Seems like that's enough. If I do Shift F, do I have to press spacebar? I can just press Shift F. Maybe we can simplify it even further, actually. Hold up. Because I realize it swaps you. If you press Shift F, it swaps you stances. Shift F, SF, Shift RMB, RMB, and then LMB, E, Shift E, Shift Q, Shift R and B. Nice. Okay. Unfortunately, we can't make these look nice because BDO doesn't give us enough cooldown slots. So we're just gonna have to do that. I do like to have things set up. Dang. Okay, that was pretty good, right? That was pretty good. Oh, you can do that? Okay, so you can do you can dash around and then SF for the flamethrower, right? Oh, I like that. I like being able to do that. And then okay, the movement. Okay, nice. So WFWE or either or is good. Poke, poke, poke. What's like the best filler skill? Is it R&B? Is that the best filler skill for her? Do I just like spam R&B? If I just need to, like, I don't want to use my cooldowns, you know what I mean? Whee! Okay, yeah, that seems to do the trick. I just like hold R&B down. Okay, okay. Maybe, should we try Star's End, guys? Oh my god. F it, we go Star's End. Let's try. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Oh my god, I messed up, but it's fine. We did it. Oh, WE puts me in red stance too. WE puts me in red stance, right? Okay, wait, we're doing it. We're doing it, guys. We're playing Drakania. It's working. It's working. Oh!
Yep, that's me. You're probably wondering how I ended up in this situation.
We're playing Drakania, right? Guys, we're playing Drakania. We're playing so apparently it doesn't go for your camera. It goes where your character is pointing. Okay. And then... Why, how come I keep running out of mana? Where? I have an idea, guys. Elevator, operator. We're gonna put in 1 mana recovery on hit. Let's try this. Let's try this. Why don't maybe I start with Shift E into Shift Q. You know, we just wham, bam. Oh yeah, here we go. It's fixing my mana issues. That 1 crystal. Shift E and Shift Q. Maybe that's good. We do that. Okay. Yeah, guys, the 1 MP recovery crystal fixed all of our mana issues. It's not the most ideal, but I can't believe I run out of mana with this class. Even though I have infinite mana potion, guys. It doesn't work. Okay, okay, that was pretty fast, right? Oh my god. This class is so zoomy. Okay, I think we're doing it. Oh my god! Zendates, please. 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 That actually terrified me. What the hell? I'm not seeing much, even though it should be. Well, that doesn't always dictate how much a class is played. That's one factor, right, Guild Wars? There's many different factors of why people play a class. Of course, it's going to be a big factor. If a class is strong, people want to play it, right? But if a class is difficult to play, or they just don't like the appearance or the play style, right? That's also going to be a big difference in if the people pick it or not. Okay, that was pretty fast. You see that? Ooh, we're getting better, guys. Do you guys know that if you keep practicing and playing on a class, you get better at it? And I feel like a lot of people forget that. These days, people want instant rewards without even trying. Like if you roll to a meta class, right? You can't. It's kind of. Some people pick it up right away for sure, right? Some people pick up a class right away and do really, really well. But everybody has a different learning capacity, Right? Everybody learns at a different pace. So if you're not understanding a class right away, that's normal. It's normal, guys, to not pull a billion trash in your first hour on a brand new class. Very normal, okay? But, you know, there are some musical prodigies, math geniuses, sure, right? There are people like that. But most of us, we're just regular Andes. So we gotta be realistic with ourselves, right? You gotta practice thousands of hours. That's how people make those amazing PvE numbers, right? You gotta spend time. Perfect combo. We're gonna do it perfectly. Buff. Okay, ready, ready, ready. And boom, boom, boom. Wah! Boom, 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 bah! Okay, we gotta do the sound effects. I think that makes us do more DPS. Wah! You know, whenever I do my dragon breath. Wah! Boom, 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 boom.
Overall, Awakening Drakania was an absolute blast to play. I'd say the best part of the class is honestly just flying around at insane speeds. The combos themselves aren't too difficult to learn, but the biggest hurdle comes from managing her different stances. Since each stance changes your available abilities, it's pretty easy to mess up inputs if you're in the wrong one. On top of that, some skills even share the same name while functioning differently depending on the stance, so it definitely takes a bit of extra time and muscle memory to fully get comfortable with the class. Her movement also takes some time to get used to. Unlike some classes that have a spammable dash skill, Drakania's mobility feels a lot more cooldown dependent, so tracking your cooldowns properly is really important if you want the class to feel smooth. But once you start chaining her movement together properly, the class feels incredibly satisfying and flashy. Overall, Awakening Drakania ended up being way more fun than I expected. The speed, the animations, and the overall flow of the class make her feel really rewarding once everything starts to click together. I could honestly see myself retagging this class again in the future if I get the chance.
Alright, let's take a look at the weapons for Woosa. Alright, so here are the weapons. Damn. Okay, so she's got a lot of like sort of blade feathers with her fan. And then this is her pimp cane. We love the pimp cane. Damn, look at the pimp cane, guys. If you're wondering what outfit I'm using the Crimson Flame outfit, and I had dyed it sort of a silvery black, silver color with black undertones, or it could be the other way around. It could be black with silver undertones. I think it looks very nice on my Woosa. I think it fits your vibe, you know, and elegance. Succession. The Succession Woosa with Firm Resolve gains the ability to absorb her enemy's attacks and uses Doe energy to return the attack, ignoring the defense of non-invincible enemies. Her Doe arts now reflect the path she had walked, perfectly matching her newfound strength. Now she can summon storm clouds and bring forth a storm at the slightest command. Alright, Suck Woosa, amazing mobility kit. You've got your lateral movements with flitting steps. You've got your forward movement with Yanban step, and you can also use the flitting step backwards also as dashes. Now you could also use shift space for butterfly steps. Such a cool animation. All right, so that covers most of the movement. Let's go over the attacks. So we've got fan training, basic attack, don't worry about that one. Stave strike, this one I use a lot for doing the dash cancel, so the combination would be shift W E. Right? Otherwise, if you just hold shift W, you have this sort of delay where she like RP walks, and you can skip the RP walk by doing a E skill afterwards. You can also use RMB. RMB is pummel. This is your next skill, pummel, right here. So you could use this as well as a way to cancel the animation. I like E because I can do it with one hand, right? And then my other hand can be used for something else. You know what I mean? Anyways, fan down, we've got SRMB. This one is a quick way to apply the DP down for the class. You won't use this very often because your clouds will naturally give minus CP to targets. All right, Flutter Kick, this one is a nice forward guard skill. It actually does pretty decent damage. It is about 16,000 damage for the full animation. This can be used to fast cast into most skills, right? Because a lot of the skills for Woosa will have a slow animation and a fast animation. So you could do like WRMB Shift F or something like that. Wing Beat, our best filler skill. Wing Beat hits like a truck and has amazing forward guard and recovery of mana. So you'll use this often after most skills. It is unfortunately on space, which means that if you don't time it correctly, you're going to do the jump of shame. Even after a dash, you can do wing beat. Then we got fan kick. This applies our AP buff. It's our main way to apply our AP buff. Kaleidoscope swirl, shift L and B. This is pretty decent filler damage. It's great AoE, and you have super armor during this skill. Then you have SE. SE is one of our few ways to summon a cloud. I wouldn't say it's like too important to upkeep. It's mainly there to apply your DP down for the most part. The cloud doesn't do that much damage. I mean, it's extra damage, but I wouldn't really min-max the cloud because it doesn't do that much damage in the first place. I would say the easiest way to fast cast it is after a repositioning movement. So after you dash or something like that. All right, next skill is Cloud Carve. This is another way to apply our DP down and also summons a cloud. This will chain very smoothly after fan kick, so you can just hold F into Cloud Carve. Next one is Sagunja Plum. This ability is one of your main ways to recover your HP. It actually recovers a shit ton of HP. It's 400 times 3, so 1200 HP total. Use this skill often for recovering your HP. The next skill is Orchid. This is just your basic main damage skill. It does a conal attack. Not too much to write home about. Shift F, this is one of your hardest hitting skills, if not the hardest hitting skill in your kit, Chrysanth. It has such good utility as well. It has forward guard for protection and provides 30% movement speed for you and your allies within the vicinity of its hitbox. So the hitbox is basically a straight line, right? It looks like it like curves, but it's basically like a box, and it hits like a truck. This should be used off cooldown if possible. All right, next skill is Sagunja Bamboo. This does pretty good damage because the skill Bamboozled basically doubles its DPS. So it does 4000% times 3, and then it does Sagunja Bamboo damage times 3. So it basically like doubles its damage for the most part. So this will do this one, and then that second hit is the extra damage. And so this actually will flow nicely into Orchid because you can hold E after Bamboozled to go directly into Orchid. So you'll use that often to chain into Orchid. Next ability, this is your rain skills, Shift Q. Really great skill to just take a sip of water while you're grinding. Yeah, Shift Q is great. It's mostly used as a filler skill, but don't knock on its damage. It actually does a lot of total damage. It's just a long animation. Use it when you need to just chill and do AoE around you. And so Shift R and B, if you hold the ability, it is just a super armor skill. For the most part, it does like okay damage, but the interesting part about this skill is you can actually cancel out of it with a dash, and the damage will continue all the way through. We had actually tested this earlier to test the damage of Stormbolt, and Shift R&B cancel will actually do the damage of will do more damage overall, and if you cast Stormbolt after it, will do some extra damage. I thought for the longest time this did not do any damage, but with the new Marnie's Combat Analyzer, we actually were able to confirm that it actually does do damage. Again, for the longest time, I didn't know that this did damage, but yeah, the Marnie's Combat Analyzer confirmed it does do damage. It's just that it's not that noticeable, right? Shift R and B cancel does about 41,000% damage. Does about 41,000% damage without Stormbolt. But then if we full cast it with Cloud Rise, it does about the same damage. Do you see? Right? So we can concur that if you cancel out of it, you're actually doing the same amount of damage when you full cast it. Right? But we learned that if you actually only manual cast Cloud Rise, it does less damage. It does like less damage overall. So ideally, you actually want to cancel it every time. Woosa Do Energy Storm Cloud Effect. Maybe it is doing damage, guys. Storm Cloud Effect. So ideally, you would use Shift R and B as a way to hold your super armor, or the second function is to add extra DPS if you cancel out of it into the rest of your abilities. So you could do like Shift R and B, cast your rain, and then go into your other rain skills. So here are the add-ons for the class, guys. All right, recap. we're going to start off with a Shift RMB into Shift S. So this will cancel Cloud Rise and continue its damage while we go into our main skills, which is SE after that dash. So it would be a dash into SE. So this will summon one of our clouds, and then SLMB will activate the cloud to add more damage, and the clouds also apply a DP debuff. Afterwards, flowing into F, fan kick will actually skip the second kick motion. Right, it kicks it right away, and then you go into the chain fan kick, which does 10,000% damage, which is great. So that's why I have F hold there, and if you keep holding F, it will go into Cloud Carve. So altogether, it should look like Shift RMB, SE, SLMB, hold F to Cloud Carve. That's the first part of the motion. Afterwards, our main damage will be Chrysanth, Bamboo into its flow, Bamboozled into Orchid. So Shift F, WE, E, Orchid. And then afterwards, we can chain into Flurry, Inkwrath, and Kaleidoscope Swirl. So that should look like this: Shift F, W E E E, W C C, Shift LMB. And the mob should be dead by then. If you need more filler, you can do spacebar after most skills or your dashes, or Shift Q as well. Alright, that should cover it. Alright, so if we do the entire combo, it should look something like this: Shift RMB into dash SE, SLMB, hold F, Shift F, WE, WC, C, Shift LMB, and then filler, spacebar into Shift Q or something like that. Alright, with the Shift W, WF, Shift W for movement, and then Shift RMB and cancel out of it into the rest of our combo. So Shift W, WF, Shift RMB, cancel into this, hold F, Shift F, WE, E, E, and then it's dead. So I'm like thinking maybe I can simplify it further. Here's how I'm going to simplify it, guys. I'm going to remove WC and just do C, because I do think timing the flurry is a little bit annoying. So we're going to remove the WC just to make it easier if it's too difficult. And C has a much more forgiving timing, so we're going to simplify it in that way. So Shift W, WF, Shift W into Shift RMB and cancel. And then SE, SLB, Shift F, C, and then it's dead before that. Okay, repeat. Shift RMB, cancel, SE. And then C. Oh, I don't even need the spacebar. Alright, so if I need to move from point A to point B, I can do Shift Space. And then I can cancel out of it early. Do this. WCC. Easy. Let's say I'm going long distance. I'm going to do RMB to cancel out early into Shift RMB. So Shift Space. And then RMB to cancel it out early, and then do Shift RMB, and then do this. Yeah, it's gonna die even front attacking. You have very, very good damage with this class, guys. Alright, let's take it over to Star's End, guys. It should be pretty straightforward. Alright, here we go, guys. Succession Woosa at Star's End. I doubt we're gonna have trouble. I mean, I know how to play this class, so... Alright, SE, SLMB, hold F, Shift F. There we go. Alright, let's E buff. Alright, we're going to start off with Shift RMB and then dash into SE. Shift RMB, dash SE, SLMB, hold F, Shift F, W E E E. Oh, it's dead. Shift Space, and then we're going to do SF, Shift F, WE. That's going to kill that, and we're going to do Spacebar after a dash into Shift Q for these mobs. Right, and then Shift W, WF, Shift W, Shift RMB, dash SE, SLMB, hold F, Shift F, W E E C. Alright, spacebar, Shift Q for these mobs. Z buff, Shift W, WF, Shift W. Shift RB, dash, SE, SLMB, hold F, Shift F, W E C. Alright, spacebar. Also the 100% for Woosa. Look at this. It's so great. Alright, Shift RB, dash, SE, SLMB, hold F, Shift F, W E E C. I wonder if people still use your block mechanic for OS on PvP. What is OS? Operating system for one shot? Oh, they changed how, as you're talking about SQ, the reflect, they changed how it works. So now it only does 33% instead of 100%. So this used to absorb all the damage. Now it only does 33%. So they had nerfed it. So to kind of compensate, they lowered the cooldown by about half. So it went from 20 seconds to 12 seconds. So it's mostly a defensive tool now rather than a one-shot mechanic. It still does damage for sure, but you can't use it to one-shot people anymore. If you store damage from multiple people, the damage for sure, yeah, for sure, Chino, but it's gonna be much less likely that you would be able to one-shot people nowadays, right? But you can't abuse it like before, and that's why they had changed it. So they don't want people to be like one-shotting people all the time, you know? Shift RB, dash SE, SLMB, hold F, Shift F, WEEEC, easy. All right, suck Woosa, guys. Very, very easy in my opinion. For the most part, you're just holding down a lot of skills. It can be very fast if you have extra buffs like Z buff and Shai buffs, but I feel like the buttons are easy enough for you to press them since there's quite a bit of holding down stuff too. And if all else fails, Shift Q to win. All right, there we go. Suck Woosa. Overall, Succession Woosa feels like if Succession Witch was designed with a distinctly Korean aesthetic. She has that same elemental caster feel, but with a much more Eastern-inspired visual identity and a really unique presentation. Her combos are more on the medium pace side, but they're simple and intuitive enough that you can get comfortable with them relatively quickly. Mobility is also really easy to get into. She has her cardinal dashes and spammable PvE iframe, and of course, Butterfly Step, which lets you cover a huge amount of distance with a single input. Her biggest selling point for me was her aesthetics. She uses a combination of wind, lightning, thunder, and rain to attack her enemies, so her abilities have this really beautiful combination of natural and elemental imagery. But what makes her even more unique is the way she incorporates traditional Korean-inspired art into her abilities. She can pull out this beautiful tapestry featuring a painting of a flora, then essentially brings that painting to life to attack her enemies. I thought that was such a cool concept when I first saw it, because you're not just throwing generic elemental spells around. The class actually feels like it's drawing inspiration from Korean art and folklore and incorporating that into the combat. For me, her combination of playstyle and aesthetics is a huge reason why she's my main class today. So if you like a medium-paced class with smooth and intuitive combat, high mobility, and a beautiful Korean-inspired aesthetic, then definitely give Succession Woosa a try. Watch this, guys. Wow! Beautiful. Dang, look at that glow on that book. Holy. Here's something funny, guys. During certain skills, she's gonna hold her book upside down. It has the wings in the top left and top right, right? So during like Shift E, she has her book upside down. Watch this, like Shift E. You see, the book is upside down. All right, the book is upside down. Oh yeah, it's also upside down with the side movement too. On the right side movement, do you see this one? It's upside down. Damn, names used to go so hard back then. Imagine being called Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart, and nowadays you just have Jeff or Bob. Oh, yeah, nowadays you have names like Michael. Right, Michael? Is that crazy? Awakening. Awakening Woosa weaponizes charms bound into a tome and a calligraphy brush that writes the names of the deceased to harness the power of the Sachan Flower Garden, a field blooming in the Netherworld. Woosa Awakening, with the power of this netherworld, summons the souls of the deceased from the tome using the calligraphy brush to attack. Also, Woosa can summon flowers of death to strategically block enemies. These flowers can be used like mines or for timed attacks, effectively disrupting the enemy's actions. Furthermore, after calling upon this Sachan Flower Garden, Woosa can unleash various long and short-range attacks based on the distance between her and the enemy. Woosa can also take down enemies using the summoned flowers, relentlessly tracking them and inflicting explosive damage, thereby ensnaring the enemies in a state of confusion. Those who have their names written in the tome destined for the Netherworld will be captivated by fear as Woosa's gestures seem to seize their souls, instilling a sense of dread. Why is this one so long? Movement, guys, for Awakening Woosa is amazing. You have a double dash with Yanban Step. So you've got your lateral dashes, Flitting Step, and Chain Flitting Step. These are actually on separate cooldowns. And so they will have a iframe when you move, and then you'll have a super armor when you appear. You do disappear for a little bit of time, and it also uses it for the backwards dash as well. I personally like to lock it because the forward dash has a slight animation if you use the second motion with it. She does like a little flick with it, so it makes it a little bit less responsive when you're going forward with the second dash forward. So I like to lock it, and that allows you to instantly move with the second dash. That also increases the distance of it too. If you'll notice, like let's say I'm at this rock, this one only goes up to like this flower patch,
right? So, but if I go all the way back here and I lock it, I'll go like 50% further with that second dash. Now that original Farah patch was here, right? I landed like somewhere here and now I'm over here. So it actually increases the distance of your forward chain flitting step if you lock it. Another thing that's nice is that even if your lateral dash is on cooldown, you can still use your lateral dash while on cooldown with a flitting step as well when this is locked. And then we've got shift space, one of the best abilities in the game, butterfly step. I am so spoiled with Woosa, guys. Any class that does not have something of this caliber for movement, I'm just like, oh, it's not as good. The movement's okay. In addition to your cardinal dashes, guys, right, your Yanban steps and flitting steps, in addition to that, you've also got attack versions of those cardinal dashes. So for forward dash, instead of forward dash, you could also do nether strike. And for lateral dashes, you can do lateral soul cleanse, ADRMB. This is also a PvE iframe during the movement. All of these dashes too are PvE iframe as well, all of these. And then for backwards, you've got SF, Perilous Waltz. You can also use spacebar for it. I personally don't like spacebar. There is no frame difference between using SF or spacebar, so I might as well use SF. That's just how I prefer it. It also helps prevent you from doing the jump of shame sometimes, you know? All right, so that covers movement, guys. So let's cover the skills. All right, we've got Lunar Serenade as our E buff. You can only use it from quick slot, so put it on quick slot. It gives you some AP, crit rate, DR, and max HP. So some of these stats are kind of overwritten. So next ability, we've got Blood Sari Flower. This is another just, it's in your kit kind of ability. You're not really going to use this very much. It's a very beautiful animation though. You summon 5 Sari Flowers all around you and bloom a lot of Sari Flowers around you as well. And it provides 200 HP recovery and 100 mana recovery for 30 seconds on self and allies. Your basic attack, Soul Dance, nothing to write home about. It just recovers some mana. Perilous Waltz is the next skill. This is your movement backwards skill. It's very useful. You can spam it. You can use it up to twice to get its effects. You actually get a little bit of a buff. You'll use this often for repositioning. Blooming Death, SE, iconic skill. Probably the most iconic skill for Woosa, Blooming Death. It has a flow River's End. So if you hold E after Blooming Death, SE into E, you do its flow, which does a respectable amount of damage. You can use this after all of these abilities listed. Perilous Waltz we just saw, SF into E, and the special thing about it is that it applies the add-ons of Blooming Death. So you basically have an extra add-on that you can use on a separate cooldown. It's amazing, it's amazing. All right, next up we've got Soul Shower, another iconic ability for Woosa. It's a DP down, and the flow for it, Soul Shock, same thing as River's End. It can be used after so many different abilities. You can use it after Nether Blast, and it also applies the add-ons of Soul Shower. So you basically get 2 full extra T2 add-ons that you can use separately from the base skill. That makes these 2 skills so nice for add-on management for the class. Now we've got Nether Blast. You don't really need to use Nether Blast that much. It's mostly a filler skill these days. Nether Strike, this is the gap closer and gauge tool with AP. You'll use this often for repositioning. I like to use it as a way to reset my dashes. So Shift W, F, Shift W is a common way to get from pack to pack, and apply your 20 AP buff. Up next, we've got Mark of the Moon. So the most common way I use it is SE into Shift E. And so you only do attack 2 and Death's Proclamation afterwards. Let's get into her flowers, guys. So this section of her abilities are her flowers. Life Lure is your bread and butter. So this launches literally a missile. You can launch this thing so far away, guys. You can launch it so far away. And it explodes after about 4 to 5 seconds. But SF, Perilous Waltz, actually will detonate those flowers. It will detonate the Sari Flowers of Life Lure, Sochan Field, and Bloom Burst. But you do have to be within range of it. So you could do Life Lure into SF to explode it immediately, which is really nice for like boss splits to immediately get that damage in before the boss iframes. It will also explode the Sochan Field Flowers as well. And also Bloom Burst to SRMB will also explode it right away. Life Lure, Sochan Field, Bloom Deluge, and Bloom Burst in that specific order. If you hold Shift RMB, hold RMB, and RMB is also coincidentally the skill for Soul Cleanse. So you will do 5 skills
using one input. And that's my favorite part about Woosa. You can easily chain your abilities by just holding down buttons. It's so comfy and nice. Moonlit Blast, Shift F is mostly a filler skill. Mostly a filler skill. And the core you will take is Nether Blast in PvE. All the other ones are PvP CCs. So that covers all the skills for the class. So here are the add-ons for the class, guys. Recap. We're going to start off with Shift RMB, Hold RMB, and then all the way to Soul Cleanse. And then afterwards, you will do WE into SE. Just hold it through. No need to make it more complicated than that. That's like the beauty of this class. You can make it as simple as you want or more complicated as you want, depending on how deep you want to go with the class. I like to just keep it simple. So the simple combo is F to engage. That's your EP buff. If you're already next to the target, you can just do Shift RB hold all the way through, 3 motions, and WE, and then SE. So by the time your flowers explode, you will have applied that DP debuff already with Soul Shower. As for filler skills, we've got Shift F is a nice filler skill, 360 AoE. Shift E is a nice filler skill. And the last filler skill is Shift LMB. This actually does quite a lot of damage, so you don't have to use it as a filler skill. You can use it as a main damage skill. It's your other way to apply the DP debuff if you'd like. All right, so altogether, this is what it should look like. Shift RMB hold until Soul Cleanse, WE, and then SE to finish it off. There we go, guys. All right, let's move up. All right, we're gonna go Shift W and then F into Shift RMB. Shift W into F, Shift RMB, hold it, and then WE, and then SE, and then Shaddai. There we go, perfect. Easy. That was 3 buttons. 3 buttons, guys. Shift RMB, hold, 1 button, and then 2 button, WE, and then SE for the final button. 3 buttons to kill Darkseeker's mobs. This is why I love this class. Shift RMB, hold, WE, and then SE. Easy. We love this class. Filler skills, again, we have Shift F, and then you got Shift E, and then you got Shift LB. And then do your flowers, and again, you can use SF to detonate them. SF, boom! Beautiful. Such a beautiful class. All right, so Shift RMB, hold, and then WE, and then SE. Oh, one more special thing to note, I totally forgot. SE will do back attacks when the flowers are getting sucked in. So you get back attacks when the flowers get sucked in like this. So it's very easy to get back attacks with this class. Shift RMB hold, WE, and then when they turn around, you'll just naturally back attack them, and you're in a forward guard, so you're protected, and you're recovering about 1000 HP when you do that. It's so good. It's so good. So double dash into F, double dash into F, and then Shift RMB hold, WE, and again, when you press SE, they're gonna turn around and they're dead. It's so chill. All right, filler skills. All right, Shift RMB hold. All right, SF to explode the flowers, WE, SE, and it's dead. All right, let's take it to Darkseekers. All right, here we go. So for this crystal, I like to just do WRMB, RMB, WE, and that kills the crystal. All right, here we go. I can pre-cast Shift RMB, RMB. There we go. Reposition, WE, and then SE. You can definitely kill it faster with a more optimized combo, but if you just want to keep it simple, do your 3-button combo. That is enough. All right, WRMB, RMB into WE. And then for these mobs, you can just do like SE to finish it off. And then again, you can do your 3-button combo, Shift RMB hold. You do want to reposition after this so you don't get got. WE, and then SE. So your 3-button combo works very well here. I'm not even doing it on time. Again, it could be way more optimized, but this is the class in a nutshell. All right. I just use SE to kill these mobs. All right, you can precast Shift R and B, and then W R and B after, WE, and then SE. And then for filler skills, you've got Shift F, right? And you've got Shift L and B. These will finish off those mobs very easily. And now crystal combo is WRB, RB, WE, and hold E. Z buff, precast Shift RB, RB, right? Reposition with F into WRB, RB, WE, and then SE. And then move to this pack here, WRB, RB, WE. And then use your filler skills here. You can do like WE or Shift E here to just kill this pack. And then again, do your 3-button combo, Shift RB, hold. Reposition with F, right? And then WE. And then SE. You could probably just do Shift E as well. Shift E would be more direct, or Shift L and B or Shift E will do it the trick as well, probably. So WRB, RB, WE. All right, kill this pack with SE. Oh, so satisfying, so satisfying. All right, we're gonna do Shift RB, hold, Shift RB, hold, and then we're gonna do WE, and then Shift E afterwards, and that should kill it. So that makes it even more comfortable. Because SE does have a little bit of a wind up, but Shift E is a little bit more direct damage in that way. Here we go. Again, 3-button combo, Shift R and B, hold, WE, Shift E. That's enough. That's the Star's End combo. Use this often when you're playing this class. Lateral Soul Cleanse, one of your best repositioning and movement skills. It has no collision, it's a PvE iframe during the movement, and you can spam it for as long as you have stamina, which it doesn't even use that much stamina. When the mobs are turning around, you can use SE to get back attacks, use Lateral Soul Cleanse to reposition, and use SF to explode your flowers right away. There we go. That's how you do the single target for the class. And if you want to play with the 100%, it's on Shift E. It's very fun to use. So here, if I use the Shift E, it actually does a ton of damage. It's also very beautiful. Great sound design. It's very impactful. I want to say it's one of the best 100% BSRs in the game. There's a lot of 100%s that kind of suck, but I kind of feel like Awakening Woosa's 100% is one of the best. It actually does a ton of damage. So it does about 50,000% damage. And you have your pre-awakening kit too. I love using my pre-awakening kit. If you do need to get back into Awakening as well with the class, use Lateral Soul Cleanse. Let's say I'm doing Stormfall. I can use Lateral Soul Cleanse to get back into Awakening and reposition at the same time. Right, pre-awakening movement is just basically your suck movement, so Shift WE. Right, this is pre-awakening movement. And then if you really want to take it further, you can go really far with the class. You can do, you know, your shift movement like this, and then you have your regular awakening movement, and then you have your pre-awakening movement like this. You never like the pre-awakening dashes? It's an option there if you want it, but you definitely don't have to use it. All right, so that wraps up our Awakening Woosa recordings. Overall, I personally think Awakening Woosa has one of the prettiest aesthetics of any class in Black Desert. Her flower bombs give a really unique playstyle because you can essentially prepare your damage ahead of time, setting up your flowers and then detonating them for some really satisfying bursts. Her combos are also very easy to get into, and I really like how they have that more modern feel where you can hold down a button to continue flowing into the next ability rather than having to memorize every individual input. If you want to get more advanced with the class, you can start incorporating some of her pre-awakening skills since there are some really useful utility options in that part of her kit. Mobility is another huge strength for Awakening Woosa. She has a ton of movement skills that let you reposition really easily, but one of my favorites is Butterfly Step. It's one of those skills where you can go from point A to point B with a single input, and the amount of distance you cover is honestly kind of ridiculous. Her aesthetics of water, flowers, and explosions that look like fireworks, combined with her easy and responsive movement and relatively simple gameplay, is why she's my main class today. So if you like beautiful, elegant aesthetics, chill and accessible gameplay, and strong mobility, then definitely give Awakening Woosa a try. Ooh, what's this? Did you see that? You see this? Oh, is that for the teleport? How do you teleport to your clone? Oh, Q for clone. Okay. So I can press Q. Oh, okay. I can just spam this too, right? Her side dashes, Spirit Step and Chain Spirit Step. ADLMB is a movement. Oh, okay. That's spammable as well, right? Okay. Nether River. 20 AP on using the skill. Oh, is that her only 20 AP, or should I guess I should use this often? Shift C also gives AP. Oh, okay, got it. LMB during Bared Claws. Oh, like the hop is what you're talking about, right? It's the hop. Oh, okay, got it. WRMB is like an engage, right? And then Shift C afterwards for the AP buff. If I'm ever gonna do Shift C and Shift F, I'll use it together, because this one seems to flow really nicely with each other, right? Other than the AP buff, is there any of the other pre-buffs that she has? RMB was the DP Shred. Oh, okay. So that's the minus DP, right? After any attack, person space will give you AP as well. Oh, really? Oh, it does. Okay. So that's why it's like RMB space, right? You get pack to pack with WQ and WRMB to get behind mobs. Oh, okay. So like, let's say I'm trying to get behind a mob and like this, right? And then go behind and then do this, right? Right? I'm assuming WRMB has no collision, right? What are Rabam skills? Any useful Rabam skills? This one seems interesting. LMB after Constricting Charm. Oh, this one. So Shift Z LMB. Shift Z LMB. That seems like decent, no? So RMB space SLMB, Shift LMB, Shift Q, Shift C, Shift F, Shift RMB. Okay. And then if I need filler, I can do like Shift Z into LMB. Seems nice, right? Okay. We're just learning a new class. Okay. Pretty easy. And then spacebar. I forgot to press RMB. And then SLMB, Shift LMB. And then WRMB to go around, Shift Q, Shift C. Okay, I messed up, but we're just getting used to the muscle memory right now. It's been okay so far. It's been okay. Okay. Woosa and Maegu both suck, which has better grind 375 plus. Well, I'm learning Maegu for the very first time, so I'm not sure on Maegu, but Woosa is always like a very solid class to pick. Listener, but I haven't tried much yet. This is like my first 10 minutes of trying Maegu for the very first time, so I'm not sure how to answer on Maegu, but I know Woosa has always been a very solid class, so either or, you're probably gonna have a good time. WQ, WF for mobility, 80 RMB 2. Okay, so WQ and then go in, right? WQ, RMB space, SLMB, Shift LMB, Shift Q, Shift C, Shift F, and then SE to go backwards, Shift RMB to finish off. Ooh, that was pretty good, right? Okay, I do like WQ though. So WQ, RMB space, SLMB, Shift LMB, Shift Q, Shift C, go behind, Shift F, Shift RMB. I keep wanting to go like side dash into the next ability, but I should use 80 LMB, right, for side dashing. This is probably better. Ooh, hold up. We did it, guys. We killed it. Nice. Okay. Back jump. I could try that too, yeah. When the guy turns, we'll try the SF, yeah. Okay, so WQ, RMB, spacebar, SLMB, Shift LMB, Shift Q, Shift C, and then let's go behind. SF, and then Shift F. Ooh, I like that. I like that lister now. SF into Shift F. So I can do WRMB, Shift RMB like that. Like this. Go behind, shift R&B. Yes. Okay. Okay, one thing I need to get used to is shift F. I gotta wait for that last blast before I move out of the way. First impressions is that the AoE is very good. The buttons are easy to press. The biggest difference would probably be the movement so far, from what I've noticed, is the movement on Woosa. I find personally a little bit easier than the movement on Maegu. Maybe it's mostly because I've played Woosa longer, which is most likely the case, but definitely the movement is taking the longest to get used to. The combos are very easy though. So combos and dynamic is like not too bad, but the movement is the stark difference so far between the two. The only thing is also cooldowns. That's another thing I noticed. Like some of the cooldowns are very long, but again, it could just be my inexperience. Like maybe she does have a lot of options. I just don't know those options yet, you know? Do you like it? Yeah, it's very easy and comfortable, and I do really like easy and comfortable classes to play 100%. Okay, I think maybe we can try out... Should we try out maybe Orbita first, or should we just go straight to Star's End? Maybe we go straight to Star's End, right? Because we're gamers, right? Surely. For some reason, I always seem to try out a brand new class when it's nighttime Star's End. There's something... There's something wrong with the timing here. Can it stop being nighttime when I'm trying out new classes, please? Thank you. Thanks. Okay, that seems to be enough damage. Oh, okay. That's not too bad. Oh, okay, I gotta be careful about pressing WQ, because WQ might TP me back, because Q is the button for TPing to your clone. You can block TP clone? Oh, like lock it. True. Let's do that. That's a good idea. I'm assuming it's on their passives, right? This one, Deceiver, right? Okay, that seems to be enough damage there, right? I like Shift Z into LMB. I do like that. Actual useful bombs. And then I can use SLMB or ADLMB to just like move around too. I forgot. Okay, yeah, the Star's End is like super easy with this class. I know it might be uncomfortable or necessary. You can move your camera when doing WF to straighten your path and move further. Oh, you can do that? If that is the case. No, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that, Michael. I'm not doing that. That's crazy. Jay would swap Shift Q and Shift RMB. But yeah, Shift RMB does do a lot more damage than Shift Q, that's for sure. Is there a reason why you're doing all these class challenges? For fun. I know it's a crazy concept, right? Yeah, I know. Having fun these days is... Okay, I think it did it. Like that, right? Like Shift RMB, Shift C, Shift F, right? I need to figure out a better way to maneuver around the mobs. Maybe I keep forgetting about ADLMB. I should do this, right? If I'm gonna reposition, I keep doing a side dash, and I think the side dash is a little bit slow, right? I think this is faster if I do this, right? I'm gonna go through every single class eventually, yeah. And it's all up to you guys in chat to choose the next class. So this was chosen by one of my chatters here. So if you're here during the time when we choose a class, you can choose Suck Ninja, yeah. I will go through every single class, and I will count Suck and Awakening as separate classes. So I will also do the Awakening versions and vice versa. Oh, you don't have an S block with this class? There's no way. There's no S block. That kind of stinks. I really wish there was another way to apply DP down, because our R&B, from what I was told, is the only DP down, right? It's just R&B. Oh, it's evasion down. Yeah, it seems like W or just regular R&B is the only DP down, right? It'd be nice if there was another DP down, just in case you miss, right? Because you can't spam R&B. It's on a 5-second cooldown. There's 3 categories. 1 is class add-on, 2 is specific DP, and 3 is generic minus DP. So for example, magic DP down will stack with class DP down, will stack with add-on DP down. So those 3 will stack. Or instead of magic DP down, it could be melee DP down or ranged DP down. So it's specific DP down plus generic DP down plus add-on DP down is what stacks. And there are some classes with specific DP downs. An example would be Witch. Witch has a toxic orb that provides magic DP down specifically. And I think Warrior? Does Warrior have like a melee DP down? You have 2 on Warrior, okay. Okay, I think I've got it. After I do the Rabomb skill, I just ADLMB back to the pack. Like this. After I do that, and then I just ADLMB back to the pack, and then WRMB, RMB, space, SLMB, Shift LMB, and then Shift RMB, and then Shift F. Oh, okay, got it.
Overall, Succession Maegu is a very easy class to pick up. Compared to the last class I learned, Archer, she has a much more modern and fluid feel to her gameplay. Her combos are fairly straightforward, and the AoE of many of her abilities is very generous, making grinding feel smooth and forgiving. If I had to point out the most challenging aspect of the class, it would be mastering her movement skills. The best way I can describe it is that her movement feels floaty, in a good way. There is a natural ebb and flow between her movement and attacks that makes the entire kit feel seamless once you get comfortable with it. Another thing I struggled initially was her longer cooldowns, but as I spent more time playing with her, I started incorporating more of her skill enhancement abilities into my rotations, and that significantly improved the flow of combat. Unlike some of the other classes I've tried, such as Drakania and Archer, their skill enhancement abilities, or Rabomb skills, felt somewhat disjointed or situational, whereas Maegu's felt like a natural extension of her kit and are regularly useful. However, you'll need to be mindful of your positioning. Maegu isn't particularly tanky, she lacks a traditional block or S block and has relatively few forward guards. This can make grinding in more dangerous areas a bit riskier and requires you to rely on movement and awareness rather than defensive tools. But all things considered, I would definitely recommend Succession Maegu to new players, or players that just want a comfortable experience. She offers visually stunning animations, a beginner-friendly learning curve, and a smooth, satisfying playstyle that is easy to pick up while still leaving room for mastery. I would 100% re-tag this class in the future if I had another chance to play her. I really want to keep making more videos like this, not only to push myself into learning new classes, but also to help newer and returning players discover classes they might have never considered trying before. If you enjoyed the video, make sure to leave a like and subscribe. And if you want to be part of choosing the next class live, come hang out with me during my stream at twitch.tv/JaykunVT. I'll see you guys in the next video class challenge.
Damn, okay. Sheesh. There we go, Awakening Maegu weapons. Okay, so movement seems to be just, hey, you can just press Shift W for this. Okay. She's tumbling. She's like an acrobat. What about side movement? Okay, yeah, side movement is also, it's pretty snappy, kind of like Woosa. You know, backwards movement, also you're tumbling. Okay, so movement is very simple. It's just Shift W ASD dashes. Try ADRMB. ADRMB. This one? Oh, you go like diagonally. Okay. Shift dash is bad. It takes you out of Spirit Forge. Oh. So I should use ADRMB for movement then. Okay. WRMB, WF are the usual. WRMB and WF. Oh, okay. Raboms don't matter. Heavenly Return Spirit Paradise. I guess I'll just pick the one that just does more damage, right?
What is that?
Oh, wait. LB after Constricting Charm. So Shift Z, LB. Right? Yeah, this one was like pretty good when I was playing Succession Maegu, right? Practice spamming 80 RMB. This is spammable. Maybe like this. Oh, 80 RMB, RMB. Okay, okay. F after F. This one. Oh. Where's her DP down? This one. Shift LMB. WRMB is your best way to enter Spirit Forge. Okay. SRMB is your AP buff. Box Flare Stroke. Oh, okay, okay. So maybe WRMB, SRMB? Oh shit. Into that did the Fletch thing. Oh, 30% crit rate. Wait, I should do this one too, right? So WRMB, SRMB, RMB. Like that. Oh, you think I should do WRMB, RMB and then SRMB. Okay. So there's no indicator of whether I enter Spirit Forge. That's kind of weird. It doesn't really matter much because out of 20 abilities, you have like 10 that build up the mechanic and another 10 that are buffed by it. Okay. Just by face rolling the keyboard, you have mastered the mechanic. Okay. After Shift LMB, LMB, hold F. Oh, okay. You can also do SLMBE. Oh. I thought the timing was going to be tighter, like Valk. Maybe I'm just traumatized by Valk. Hold on. Yeah, it looks like you have so much time. They should do that with Valk. I think I'm just traumatized with Valk. Order skills doesn't matter as long as you don't run into CD issues. Okay, let's recap the combo. WRMB, SRMB, RMB, Shift LMB, LMB, QFFF, Shift RMB, Shift Q, SLMB, E. Okay. Oh my god, I'll have Z buff too. Good luck me. What the frick? Okay, good luck. Oh, I use SF to go behind. Right. Okay, so... Right, okay, here we go. WRMB, SRMB, LMB, Shift Q, Q, F, and then go behind using... Okay, there we go. Nice. That was pretty fast. My fingers, though. It's a move. Okay. Oh my god. Okay, we're doing it. I think we're doing it, right? Okay, so LMB. Oh god. Okay, Rabom skills. Okay. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting about 80 RMB. I keep forgetting about this ability here. WF. Oh my god. Okay, WRMB, SRMB, LMB, Shift F. Oh, it does have collision. And then I go F behind to go behind, like that. Okay. Oh, okay. I got it. Okay. So this one. Okay, we're doing it. Okay, let me E buff. So WF, WRMB, SRMB, LMB. And then F to go behind. Nice. Okay. So I use Shift F if I want to stay behind, and then F to go behind, right? Okay. So WRMB, SRMB, LMB, Shift F, F to go behind. Oh, it has a pretty short cooldown too. This one. F has no cooldown. Oh, you can use it while it's on cooldown. Oh, oh my god. Gameroo!
Let's give him a warm
welcome. We're learning Awakening Maegu today. We just got done setting up cooldowns and trying it out at Darkseekers. So far, she's fast. She is fast. Yeah, we're kind of getting it. But she's fast. Also, Gamer, I'm sure you're planning to take a nice, long, well-deserved break after your stream, so if you have to go eat or sleep, don't let me keep you up. Awegu's fans is the fantasy I wanted from fan class, but I cannot get past the bright pink and purple effects. Oh, you don't like them? The one they are very pink. Awakening Maegu after well is just use skills off CD because they are that low. I feel like there's just not enough. Hachi. Maybe I just don't know her enough to like have enough, but I always feel like I'm running out of skills to use, which is probably the case. I just don't know her enough to know the skills. Okay, spin. See, okay, when I spun, it still put me in front. Is there like some sort of camera thing I need to get used to? Yeah, like first impressions wise, it's not clicking for me right away. This is like the same feeling I'm having with Awakening Ninja, right? I don't know if you saw my Awakening Ninja video, but he was moving all around the places, right? And I couldn't stand it. And the same thing is kind of feeling this almost for Awakening. Not as bad as Awakening Ninja though. But yeah, the playstyle is not clicking for me. Okay, I'm using the SF tech more, and it's making a little bit of a difference. Where I would just do this, and then I camera move like that. That's helping a bit. But I still can't get used to using this twirl attack, okay? This is still not in my muscle memory. This one, LMB, SRMV, Shift RMV, Q, Shift Q, SLMB, E, move behind. Okay. Okay, I'm getting much better with the repositioning now. I think. It's just that the buttons I'm still messing up a little bit here and there. I feel like her Succession is a better grinder than Awakening. The AoE is definitely much better on Succession, and having good AoE makes grinding a lot more comfortable, and having AoE just makes things easier in general, right? So I do think like overall, if I were to recommend Maegu, I would recommend her Succession over Awakening personally. Awakening is better at some spots. That is going to be a case with any class too, right? You just replace that word with there's some classes that are just better at certain spots, yeah. What's troubling you? Just her buttons in general, Raz. They're just, my fingers are just not naturally pressing them like some other classes. Like if I were to compare it to Sacramentum Seraph, if I were to compare it to Awakening Mystic, if I were to compare it to Scholar, right? Those classes I just instantly got. Like I would just one pack, I'm good. I already know what to do. But this, it took I spent like 2-3 hours in Darkseekers and I'm still messing up with the class. Like my fingers just don't want to move to the right buttons. And again, I just chalked it up to, hey, there's just some classes that click for you and some classes that don't. All right, WRMB, RMB, SRMB, LMB, Q. Okay. E-buff. Oh my god, guys, I'm trying to do a combo. The game was like, no combo for you. We'll just insta-kill the mobs. Oh my god. Guys. It's not working. It's not working, guys. Okay, we got it. Oh, you know what I can do to improve the damage? Is I forgot to swap to down attack add-ons. That should help. This needs to just go down attack here. There. That should help quite a bit. Okay, we're getting it. We're getting it. I'm still a little nervous. I'm not confident, guys. Oh no, guys, oh no. Help. I'm messing up my combo. If I mess up my combo, it's over. Oh my god, I can't. Guys, I keep messing up. If I yap, I mess up my combo. There's no way. I can't yap and talk like Seraph. Seraph, I can yap and talk, but this class I can't yap and talk, guys. I just mess up my combo, dude. Make me want to switch to Awaken Maegu and grind some stars, and well, that's the point of these videos, Michael, right? To help people try out some new classes or retry them. Moving from pack to pack is very easy too with the class, so that's not too bad. Filler skills, I just use Shift Z, LMB, Shift F. It's been okay, and get back into Awaken using WF. WRMB, RMB, LMB, SRMB, Shift RMB, F, SF, Q, Shift Q. That seems to do the trick. I work at a diner. It got very busy after I clocked out. I'll be here a while. Oh, diner. Ooh. I worked at a restaurant for maybe like 6 months. It was during high school. It was for a program. They were doing this like elective where you would sign up to do various things. So there was 2 subjects that I wanted to get into. There was chemistry and food and hospitality. And so what the program would do is basically find you a job. Well, you don't get paid for the job, but basically they like sign you up so you can get some like real world experience. So for 4 months, I worked in this like chemistry lab, and they basically, you know, the litmus papers, you know, those litmus papers. Oh my, hold on. I can't yap and I can't yap and freaking. Oh wait, I'm also overweight. That's why I was so slow. But yeah, they had me like basically testing the pH of different various like dirty waters and stuff like that, like for like science stuff. I don't know exactly what they were doing, but that's what I did all day for 4 months, was test the water, record the water, what the pH levels of different waters were. And they were showing me like different like testing devices and stuff they use for their lab and stuff like that. So I worked there for 4 months, and then the other like 4 to 5 months I was working at a restaurant, just like as a server. Nothing too interesting going on. I remember there was this one moment where basically there was this like older lady, and she had, oh my god, hold on. She had a very thick accent, right? And she was asking me for something, for like a type of tea, and I just could not understand her. And I just felt so embarrassed not understanding what tea. But after a while, she just said green tea, right? Because I couldn't understand what kind of tea she wanted. So she asked for green tea, and I just remember that moment being like the most horrifying moment of my teenage life, is of me not understanding this like older woman who wanted her tea, and I couldn't give her the right tea she wanted because I couldn't understand her accent. I was so embarrassed and sad and unhappy for her that I couldn't understand her order. And that must be so frustrating too, because people would like misunderstand you all the time, right? If your accent was like very strong, you know? They always look so disappointed when I tell them I don't understand. Oh. Have you ever thought about learning Spanish then? I've always struggled with language comprehension. Oh, okay. I do know that at least for me, whenever I make an effort to learn another person's language, it always makes them really happy. Raz. Even if I just learn a little bit, like how to say hello or how are you, just to make conversational stuff, I notice that people's reactions are always so happy. And so maybe you could try that out. Also, I failed my combo again because I'm yapping again, because I cannot yap and play this class at the same time. My fingers just don't want to move in the correct spots. I did also work at McDonald's for about a year and a half, and it was really fun because the McDonald's was basically next to our high school. So I started working there in grade 10 when I was 15, and then literally every coworker was my classmate, and it was a good time, let me tell you. We weren't like effing around though. We were doing our job well, but also it was just really fun to just have your classmates as your coworkers. You know, there's obviously there's like older people there, right? Older coworkers that are not our classmates, but basically 80% of the workforce at that restaurant was our classmates. And oh my god, it was a good time. For those 1.5 years that I was there, man, good times. I do like her aesthetically though. Playstyle wise is just not for me. Oh my gosh, guys. I think I'm getting overwhelmed. I think I have to cheese it a little bit here. Hold on, let me cheese it. Okay, big cheese, big cheese. Oh! Dude, the chain explosions. Holy. That's how you cheese the stars and mobs. Okay.
Overall, I had a difficult time with Awakening Maegu. There's a lot of camera movement, especially with skills like Fox Flare Ambush and Twirling Retreat, and I've always found that kind of playstyle pretty disorienting. The damage was solid, and her combos flowed well, but for some reason my fingers weren't able to execute the combos properly. I also often found myself running out of skills in my rotation and relying on Twirling Rhapsody and some pre-awakening skills as filler. Her movement was straightforward overall. Hazy Path and Fox Flare Charge served as your primary gap closers when moving from pack to pack, while Twirling Rhapsody and Fox Flare Ambush were used to reposition and weave around enemies during combat. Visually, the class is packed with bright pink effects and has a graceful dancer-like aesthetic. She glides across the battlefield with elegant movements, making every fight feel more like a choreographed performance. And I think there are certain classes that naturally click with different players, and Awakening Maegu just wasn't one of those classes for me. But if you enjoy a fast-paced, highly mobile, dance-like playstyle with flashy visuals and fluid movement, then Awakening Maegu might be a class you'll really enjoy.
Okay, so E buff. And then F. Oh my god. Okay. Oh my god, the movement. Oh frick. SF. What the heck? It moves me. There's so much like natural movement. I need to get used to the... There we go. Oh, it goes behind them. Oh. What's a good reposition skill that doesn't move you that much? Because this moves you way too much. Shift S. Oh, okay. Okay. Wait, we're going faster. Okay, wait. We're doing it. We're doing it. I feel like we're doing it, right? Yeah, definitely the cooldowns are helping a lot, guys. If I didn't have cooldown set up, I would be so lost. Yeah, we're doing much better. And I have to attribute it to the cooldowns that are set up, because it's making it so much easier to know what buttons I can press. Because I can mentally remember, like, oh yeah, this is WF, F, right? WF, F, and then this is W, E, and E, right? And then I go in the line, and then Shift LB after that, and then SF, Shift F, and then Shift C, SE. Right, so thanks to my cooldowns, I'm just looking here. As soon as I see the ability go off, then I can just press the next button. So that's making it a lot easier. Okay, if they turn around to me, I just use SF first instead of Shift LB priority. Right, so I go behind them. I feel like maybe I can do Orbita now, right? Surely I don't die, right? Okay, we're doing it, we're doing it. Oh my god. Okay, that was pretty good, right? Okay, it looks like my main repositioning skills is Shift S and SF, right? Those are my main repositioning skills. Q into LMB. Q into LMB. Okay. Okay, some pretty good repositioning there. Did you guys see that? You guys see that? We were watching. Nice. Okay. Okay, I'm scared. I'm scared. Okay. Okay, okay, okay. Here we go. 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 Our first pack at Star's End. I'm messing up my combo. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. We got it. We got it. We got it. Okay, okay, okay. Next pack. Next pack. Oh my god, I got stuck. No. Okay, okay, okay. Oh my, what the heck? Wait, Scholar OP. What the heck? Boom. Okay, okay. I'm having fun, guys. Yeah, this class is kind of fun. And yes, we did quit Woosa. That's why I'm on Scholar. Does she have a Q block? No. You have S block, right? Yeah, I do. Yeah, I feel like I'm not holding E long enough. WE, the swipe from right to left. I need to wait for the animation a little bit longer so I do the slam. That one. How's Scholar feeling? It feels very strong Zen days. I literally have 2 hours of experience on the class. And so it feels very strong for how easy it is to pick up for the buttons you press. It's just that the movement, I would say, is the hardest part about learning this class. Because it's not just your dashes, right? For Woosa, it's you know, it's like your side dashes for movement, right? But this one has a lot of just attack movements and stuff like that. So that's been some time to get used to. I think I'll just pre-use WEE. I'll just pre-use it for the attack buff because I don't need it now, right? So I just do WEE now and then do this. Okay, so the reason why I like this combo is because I'm holding F the entire time. Okay, so the combo is W, F, 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 S, F, Shift, F. Right, so W, F, F, and then S, F, Shift, F. So that's why I like the combo, is because you're pressing F all the time. And then I'll just use WEE as like as filler or pre-used for the AP buff. SRMB, Shift RMB. Okay, if I just do Shift RMB, that's the animation, right? Wait for the spin animation of SR. There's a spin animation? Oh, I did not know that. I did not know there was a flow. So the flow? Oh, okay, thank you. Yeah, so that may be a good filler because it's not really in my main combo right now. But if I need to kill things and finish off things, that might be a good combo. So SRB hold and then Shift RB. Oh. I'm dying, I'm dying. AP buff and forward guard, you get the full animation. Oh. So that gives me an AP buff too. Okay, okay. That's good to know. Yeah, I do feel very powerful with this class. It feels very powerful. Okay, okay, guys, we're doing it. We're doing it. We're playing Scholar. I feel like more comfortable now. Yeah. Thank you for all the tips, guys. This is amazing. Hi, Super Karate Monkey. Dude, Super Karate Monkey, you got robbed. last time. That's crazy. You were so close to winning and then you just fell off the map. That was so sad. What class would you have chosen for me if you did win Karate Monkey? Oh, Drakania Awakening. Yeah, I would have been down to play some Drakania too. Yeah. Oh my god. The true winner was Volterra, bitch. Yeah, I don't know why Trey Volterra was there.
Overall, I found Scholar to be incredibly strong for how simple and approachable the class feels to play. The combos are easy to pick up, flow naturally into each other, and it doesn't take long before the class starts feeling comfortable in grind spots. Her AoE damage is also fantastic. A lot of skills have wide coverage and satisfying hitboxes, which makes clearing packs feel smooth and efficient without needing overly complicated rotations. Visually, the class is amazing. The heavy impact effects, particle effects, and sound design give every ability a ton of weight. Scholar really nails that feeling of swinging around a massive power while still looking clean and stylish at the same time. As for downsides, I think her repositioning takes a bit of practice to fully get used to. The backward dash is honestly your best movement tool for adjusting behind mobs or maintaining proper positioning, because the side dashes can sometimes overshoot farther than you want. Once the movement finally clicks though, the class starts feeling much smoother and way more controlled. Overall, Scholar feels like one of the easier classes to learn while still being extremely rewarding and powerful in PvE, and I would 100% play this again.
Okay. Okay, my Dosa. I can't take my Dosa seriously, guys. I can't. All right, guys. Let's take a look at the weapons. We have a very interesting outfit on, but pay attention to his sword. The sword that he's holding, not the one between his legs, okay? And here's the pipe. Okay. It's smoking. Which pipe? Oh my god. You guys. All right, let's take a look at the lore, guys. So, Succession. The descendant of Unsa, walking the path for unity with nature, wields the massive sword Huando and the cloud-conjuring pipe Gongbangde. He channels umbral energy into the clouds from his pipe and luminous energy into his Huando to perform powerful Do arts. When these energies combine, they transcend into the force of Taeguk, obliterating all enemies in his path. Oh my god. Blind Shadow, thank you so much for the resub. 40 months! Sheesh! For movement, guys, he is a class that you can't just hold down a shift button for movement. This does have a 2-second cooldown, but you do have a lateral movement also on a 2-second cooldown, so you can kind of hold it down laterally, but there is going to be a delay because of the 2-second cooldown. So laterally, you can like still stay safe. As for the forward movement, you can spam Vellum Slash, which is LMB, for just getting from point A to point B. So let's take a look at his skills. We've got Absolute Te-Hak Way of Huando. I mean, there's definitely a lot of Korean influence in these names. This is just simply your attack, basic attack. All right, we've got Cloud Veil. Cloud Veil is just a bunch of extra attacks here. I usually like to lock Cloud Veil just for the purposes of flowing into things. So I usually keep it locked. That allows you to utilize Rising Slash often as a flow, this one. And it is one of your highest DPS skills thanks to Chain Ricochet. And you can spam it every 4 seconds. Downpour is mostly used for is to get into Blinding Slash, which is a really great way to block jump behind enemies. That's a good repositioning tool. You'll notice that a lot of abilities naturally just have minus 20 DP on his skills, so you don't really have to worry too much about applying a DP buff. So Rising Slash can be used RMB after most skills, like literally every skill. Like after your shift skills, you can use RMB. Like literally 99% of your skills you can use Rising Slash, which you should use very often. We got Twin Slash. So Twin Slash, I usually use that after Rising Slash. So if you ever do Rising Slash, I usually combine it with an LMB, and that does flow Twin Slash, which does a bunch of attacks with the Chain of Final Slash. And then we've got Oblique Cleave. Oblique Cleave, you can just press spacebar after most skills, and it's like another dash. This does not have collision, so it's a good way to go behind targets. Fog Cleave, SLMB. I don't think I use this very often. It's just another additional way to do some filler damage. Deep Haze is a really good movement tool. DPs. You can get 20 DP from this. It's a good gap closer. So WF space is a good way to go from point A to point B. Cloud Spire, this is a repositioning tool as well too, and we've got the main shift skills. All of these are great. I use them in my main skills. So Shift LMB is Spring Frost, and then Shift RMB is Summer Breeze. Shift E is Autumnal Blitz. Shift F is Winter Squall, and Taeguk is Shift Q. They all have really long animations, but you can skip the animation by chaining them. You can fast cast it by using a dash. If you do Shift E into like W, it will do like a block jump, and you could do this with all of your skills. You could block jump with all of your skills. So Shift LMB, you can block jump. I don't think you can block jump with Shift RMB though, but these ones you can. Like Shift F, you can block jump. Shift Q, you can block jump, right? Shift E, any directional you choose, you basically do a little teleport. Cloud Legion is the E-buff. This is one of the most powerful E-buffs out there because it gives 15% special attack, and also gives you additional warriors whenever you use Cloud General, which is one of the main ways to apply the passive. And the passive is called Unsa's Air. So this naturally gives you AP and crit rate up to 42. And it's very easy to upkeep. You will never, ever, ever, ever have to think about this falling off. So as long as you do the combo and just pressing buttons, this will be permanently on. So you permanently will have 42% crit rate and 20 AP. Is great. And pretty much most of your skills will apply DB down. So all of your skills, like your pre-buffs and debuffs, they're just covered easily with this class. You don't have to think about anything. Four Seasons has a really slow animation. Shift C, this one, is a really slow animation, but it speeds up significantly if you use it right after Taeguk. So the rule of thumb is, if you're going to use Taeguk, you better use Four Seasons with it. Otherwise, it will slow cast. There's no other skill that will fast cast into Four Seasons. It's always Shift Q, Shift C. And then we'll just do the final hit, which does 22,000%. Oh, and his unique aspect for Dosa, his unique identity is his parry skill. There's no other character with like a parry skill for the most part. It gives you a 99% damage reduction rate whenever you parry something for 1 second. It is on a cooldown. It's 2-second cooldown, but it is a really unique aspect for him. In PvE, how you can proc it easily is just hold down Q. You're gonna parry something and you're gonna get a ton of HP back. You get 1,000 HP back for blocking, and so if you just hold Q down, you're gonna block a hit probably. Yeah, let's try these add-ons out, and then if we need to make any adjustments, we'll make adjustments. Yeah, let's do a little recap first. So for engage, we've got WF into LMB. After that, we follow up with WRMB RMB into LMB until you do the final hit. That's the final animation. That's called Chain Final Slash, and that will help stack up our fog buff. This fog buff lasts 20 seconds at level 4, which should always be active since we're always using skills that refresh it anyways. Another way is using E-buff. E-buff will immediately give you level 4, as well as a bunch of special attack. So as long as we are using either WRMB or the flow of RMB Rising Slash, and then Twin Blade Slash into the final hit, or Cloud General, any of these skills which we'll be regularly using in single target will refresh the buff to 20 seconds. So you should never, ever, ever have that buff fall off. And then we've got Shift LMB into Shift RMB for main damage, and then Shift Q into Shift C for more main damage. And if things are not dead yet, you can do Shift E into Shift F. Things should be dead at that point. One more thing to note is you can use Shift LMB or Shift Q or Shift E or Shift F to reposition behind mobs by just pressing a directional button, WASD. So Shift W will go behind the mob. If I do a S, it will do backwards. And if I do to the right, it will try to slash from the right side. And if I do A, it will slash from the left side. That's a really good way to reposition. So engage WF LMB into WRMB. WF, LMB into WRMB, then hold LMB, and then shift LMB, shift RMB, shift Q. Damn. Okay, so he didn't even need to turn around. Okay, so one more time, WRMB, LMB, shift LMB, shift RMB, and then shift Q, shift C. And if they still haven't died, shift E, E, shift F. Perfect. He does have fairly long cooldowns, so you'll want to make use of your LMB and RMB skills. The RMB, Flow, Rising Slash, one of your highest DPS abilities, can be used every 4 seconds. All right, and then movement from pack to pack, you can just use shift space and do LMB afterwards for Vellum Slash. So shift space, LMB, WRMB, LMB, until chain file slash, shift LMB, shift RMB, and then an interesting thing is that you can do shift Q and then press W to go behind, and then shift C afterwards to chain after the Taeguk. You could do that with shift LMB to go behind, or shift E to go behind, or shift F to go behind, and again shift Q to go behind as well. Movement again, if you want to do extension, we could do shift W LMB, WF LMB. So shift W LMB, WF LMB, and that should get you to your spot. WRMB, and then LMB. Go behind with shift LMB, shift RMB, shift Q, shift C. So at any point you land on shift LMB or shift Q or shift E or shift F, then you can reposition. Shift space and then wait to press WF, because otherwise it'll cancel out of it, into LMB for Vellum Slash. So shift space, wait, WF, LMB, WRMB, hold LMB until the final slash, shift LMB, shift RMB, shift Q. Nice. I think we'll wrap it up here for Darkseekers and head over to Star's End. All right, let's see if our Cloud Step can jump down easily. Cloud Step? Yeah, it seems to smoothly do it. All right, let's E-buff here. This will initially give us our level 4 buff, and it insta-died. Okay, let's Cloud Step. Filler, we'll just do shift E, E, F. All right, so WRMB, LMB, shift LMB, shift Q, shift C. Yeah, you're not gonna have issues with this class, guys, with clear speed here at Star's End. Movement is gonna be shift space, LMB. That's pretty much it that you need. Again, filler is going to be shift E, E, shift F. And now with Z buff, it'll be even faster. Shift space, LMB, WRMB, hold LMB for chain final slash, shift LMB, shift RMB, shift Q. We literally are just using half our combo. It could be even optimized further as well, but this should be pretty easy for you to pick up and learn. Again, the filler is going to be shift E, E, shift F. All right, now for long distance movement, we'll have to do a little bit of a combo. We're going to do shift W, LMB, shift space, LMB into WF, LMB. So shift W, LMB, shift space, LMB, WF, LMB. Okay, that does the trick. I'm sure it could be better, right? I'm sure there's like other options too. You do have a lot of options for point A to point B movement, but that one's fine. WRMB, hold RMB, shift LMB, shift RMB, shift Q, shift C, and you have a lot of HP recovering in this class, a ton. Shift E literally recovers like 2000 HP. Shift Q also recovers like 2000 HP. It's 4 seasons as well, I'm pretty sure. 4 seasons. Shift C also provides a lot of HP. Yeah, 100 HP per attack on attack 1, which hits 5 times, 200 HP per hit on attack 2, which hits 2 times, and 200 MP as well if you need mana, so you will not have mana issues with this class. You probably don't even need infinite mana pot or infinite HP pot because you just have infinite amounts of sustain. If you do need PvE iframes, you can stagger left and right dash if you need to PvE iframe. I believe you can also just hold it as well, and it should keep you in protected state. There's a little bit of a gap, do you see? There's a little bit of a gap. So if you do want to linger it just a little bit so there's no gap like that, that might be the best way. So you don't have that tiny gap, because who knows, maybe that tiny gap is enough to get you CC'd out of it. Oh, another thing about him is his parry. I forgot to explain his parry. So let's say I'm a little bit damaged, right? Let's say these guys are hitting me a little bit. Okay, so we're at half HP. If we just hold Q, we will just eventually do a parry, which recovers a ton of HP. And then again, if you get damaged, let's say these guys are damaging me, I can just hold Q, and not only will it damage them, it heals me pretty much to full while killing them. This is your like panic button in PvE. You just hold Q and it will just damage them back and heal you a shit ton. We should wrap it up here, guys. Yeah, I think we've done a pretty good job of covering everything for Dosa. Not completely everything, but everything you would probably ever need to know about PvE. I mean, TLDR, he is very easy to play. One of the easiest classes to play ever. One of the easiest classes to pick up because of how easy his buttons are. His buttons in a nutshell is hold LMB or hold RMB to do single target. Use shift plus any combination of keys, LMB, RMB, E, Q, C for AoE. So shift keys are AoE, LMB, RMB is single target, and it's very easy to upkeep his self buffs. AP and crit rate is permanently on as long as you're attacking, and DP buff just naturally happens with most of your attacks. Super easy. I guess the only issue would be movement, at least for me. I found his movement kind of annoying, but again, I'm coming from a class called Woosa, and Woosa has crazy good movement. Her movement is like so fluid and smooth. And then I mean, I wouldn't say his movement is like too clunky. Like you can definitely get good with his movement for sure. Like you can go places with his movement, right? Like if you know it, right? But I don't know it as well because I haven't really needed to go from point A to point B movement in a while. Do you see? Like you can go really far if you know how to use his movement, but it's just annoying that I have to do all of that when I can just press shift space on my Woosa. And so it's kind of like stacked against his odds for movement because of how much I've played Woosa, right? So I did get spoiled by Woosa. Overall, I feel like Succession Dosa is a class that flies under the radar, and I honestly think more people should give him a try. His combos are really easy and intuitive. There are a lot of modern inputs where you can simply hold down buttons and naturally chain into your next skills. Despite how easy he is to play, his damage output is surprisingly high. You get a lot of value without having to put in nearly as much effort as some other classes. On top of that, his sustain and HP recovery is really good, which makes him a very comfortable class for grinding. Visually, Dosa is also pretty unique. A lot of his skills have these smoky, misty effects. The downside is that those effects can sometimes obscure the screen. Thankfully, you can tone down the visual effects in the settings if it gets too distracting. Personally, I've always tended to gravitate more toward magic-based classes than sword classes, but he combines swordplay with these magical, mystical-looking effects, so you get the best of both worlds. Dosa was actually my original tag for quite a while before Agent came out, so he's definitely a class I'll be coming back to from time to time. If you like classes that are easy to pick up, have smooth and intuitive combos, deal a ton of damage without requiring crazy APM, and combine swordplay with a magical, mystical aesthetic, definitely give Succession Dosa a try. Well, let's take a look at the weapons, guys, for Awakening Dosa. Alright, so he's got... I'm distracted. He's got balls. He's got 5 balls. Yeah, there they are. They're floating around, yup. And then we got the bronze sword. I think it's the bronze short sword, right? This is the weapon. It's not too flashy. Yeah, I don't think... Ooh, I just noticed the balls have the phoenix motif as well. I'm definitely looking at the balls. Yep. Alright. Awakening. After a grueling journey, the Doe wielder now awakens to wield the enlightened blade and elemental orbs of the ritual rattle, upholding Tehak's ancient legacy. Master of elemental generation, balancer of both umbral and luminous energies, he dances between fiery vigor and tranquil shadow. Roaring with strength and blossoming in battle, the 5 elements effortlessly summoned from the orbs transform his surroundings with equal parts grace and ferocity, plunging his foes into disbelief as they question even the very ground beneath their feet. Well, for movement, it's fairly easy for movement, guys, for Awakening Dosa. He has spammable cardinal dashes. I love spammable cardinal dashes. And also, it is PvE iframe. Okay, let's take a look at his abilities, guys. So first, we've got Elemental Invocation.
Elemental Invocation is E buff, and it's insane. This one gives you a ton of bonuses for both you and the party. This one gives you 2% special attack, 2500 HP, max HP, 30 DR, 10% damage reduction rate, and 2500 HP recovery for all of your allies, right? I just think that's super strong for your entire party. So Nail Down. Nail Down is E. So this is actually, I don't want to say it's like a block jump, but if you target something with it, you'll teleport to that target. So let's say this beetle, right? I'm looking at the beetle, I can press E and it will jump on top of the beetle. All right, we got Enlightened Mastery. This is just his basic attack. So we can just use W, LMB, or AD LMB. Yeah, you won't really be using his attack. Sundering Sweep. This is also pretty much just a basic attack. So you could technically just use this to filler. This will be a good filler skill. Sky Stomp, this is space after most of your movement abilities. So let's say you dash, you can press space, and this will give you some iframes. But if you hold it, I believe if you hold it, you stay up, don't you? I know you can like hold it for a certain amount of time, right? Oh, if you're on top of an enemy. Yes. So if you don't press anything and you are on top of an enemy, let's say this beetle here, and I press spacebar on the beetle. Wait a minute. Maybe the beetle's too small, guys. Yeah, so if I slide off the enemy, it just like stops it. But this specific beetle, for some reason, I was able to stand on it properly. Yeah. If I don't slide off, then I will stay there, and it is a iframe, PvE iframe as well, all the way through. All right, so now we have Misty Steps. This is our cardinal dashes. No collision when moving backwards and laterally, left and right, but there is collision when going forward. WRMB, this one. So this one gives you 2% all special attack, which that might seem like you want to be using that all the time, but actually all of your elemental buffs will provide you with that bonus. So you don't really have to start with WRMB. And so you're mostly using this as a movement tool. So you can do like Shift W into LMB into WRMB. So I would use this more as a movement tool rather than as a way to get started, because you're gonna get the special attack buff anyways from your elemental buffs. All right, so let's get into the nitty gritty. This is the really cool thing about Awakening Dosa, is that the order is basically tells you how to play the class, right? So you always kind of want to start with fire and then work your way to wood, and going from fire to wood gives you the special attack damage buff, right? And going from wood to water, I believe, heals you for 200 HP times 5. These are all party buffs too. The 2% special attack, the 1000 HP, and now from water to metal. So this gives 10% DR from water to metal, and then from metal to earth provides 20 all DR for you and your allies for 10 seconds, and then from earth to fire gives you 3000 max HP. So I don't think it technically matters where you start. Some people like to start with like just for smoothing out purposes. I've seen people start with metal to earth and then earth to fire, because they start with winged kick as like an engage, and the metal attacks are usually the strongest. Metal and earth attacks, from what I remember when I was learning it, was the stronger abilities to prioritize. The elemental order is always fire, wood, water, metal, earth, and if you start with water, you should always go metal after, because not only does it does additional damage, it gives you those additional bonus party effects, right? You never really want to go in reverse order. You never want to go earth to metal, or metal to water, or water to wood, or wood to fire, or wood to earth. You never want to go in reverse order. It doesn't do anything. So ideally, you always want to go in clockwise direction, if that makes sense. So fire, wood, water, metal, earth. So here are the add-ons for the class, guys. All right, so recap for the class. We have an elemental buff rotation for this class. So the circle goes fire, wood, water, metal, earth. So depending on when you start, you always want to go in that clockwise direction. For movement for the class, it's as simple as you can get. If you're an Awakening caster, you're going to love this. He has cardinal dashes that are spammable, that are PvE iframe. So it's very, very easy for the movement. You do have some other choices for movement, such as Cloud Step, right? So Cloud Step is like this, like
he turns it kind of like a tiger. He does like a tiger leap. However, if you're in the air, right, if you dash and spacebar into shift space, you do sort of like a phoenix dive animation instead. So that's very, very cool for the class. So you have some really nice movement options. So you have S, R, and B into holding F for the full hit. Then we have Shift E into SLMB SQ into SRMB, Shift LMB, Shift Q, Shift RMB for the flow, and then Shift F. Basically, if you follow the elemental order, that's the class in a nutshell. Obviously, you can take it further by doing extra proc stuff, but to get started, that's the class in a nutshell, is fire, wood, water, metal, earth. Okay, here we go. WF, RMB, SRMB, F, Shift E, SLMB, SQ, and then go behind, SQ, Shift LMB, and that's enough to kill that. And then we just continue with the combo with Shift Q to Shift RMB, Shift F, and then RMB, SRMB, F, Shift E, SLMB, SQ. Okay, so WF, RMB, SRMB, F, and then Shift E, go behind, SLMB, SQ, SRMB, Shift LMB. And then continue, Shift Q, Shift RMB, Shift F, RMB, SRMB, F, Shift E. I think we've got it down for the most part. I don't think we need to really do much more. I mean, the damage is solid, right? It could be better. Again, like as Onikage said, there's ways to improve on this. But I think what we have now is very comfortable for us and our fingers. Let's start, guys. So we can use Cloud Step here to do some fancy stuff. So I don't know if we have fall damage. Let's check. Do we have fall damage on the class? Maybe it's not high enough. Okay, so RMB, SRMB, F. To Shift E, SLMB, SQ, into SRMB, Shift LMB, and then Shift Q. There we go. There we go. Maybe we can use some pre-awakening here to just kill these mobs. WF to get back into the thing. And then RMB, SRMB, F. Shift E. Maybe SE to go behind. SLMB, SQ. SRMB, Shift LMB. Shift Q. Okay, you have a lot of recovery with this class. Every time I go down, I go back up. All right, so large movement. I guess we'll just do shift space. Oh, and we can press space on the pillar, and it will teleport on top. Interesting. Okay. Okay, and then we do Red Bomb skill, Shift Q to just kill that, WF to get back into Awakening, and then RB, F, Shift E, SLMB, SQ, and then, oh shoot, oh, hold on, it died. I was just so focused on my cooldowns here that I didn't realize the mobs died. My Shift LMB is always so slow, because my fingers won't move that fast. So maybe we'll make an adjustment just to make it more comfortable there. So here are the adjustments to the add-ons. So all we did was swap the metals and the earth just to make it easier on our fingers. So now it's going to be SRBF into Shift E, Shift LB, Shift Q, and then SLB, SRB, SQ, like that. And then Shift RB, Shift F, and then loop it. Okay, so this one, and then we'll just use this to finish it off. RMB, SRMB, F, into Shift E, Shift LMB, Shift Q, SRMB, SLMB, SQ. Yeah, that is more comfortable. Yeah, thank you, Kage. Yeah, RMB, SRMB, F, into Shift E, Shift LMB, Shift Q, SRB, SLB, SQ, and then it dies before I get to that second part, which is great. All right, shift space, and then RB, SRBF. So that should kill it. And Z-buff, and then I can use Rabomb skills to just finish off these mobs. WF, RB, SRBF, Shift E, Shift LB, Shift Q, SRB, SLB, SQ. And then if I need more, Shift RB, RB, Shift F. RB, SRBF, into Shift E, Shift LB, Shift Q, SRB, SLB, SQ. Shift X, Shift Z, Shift Q, Z buff, dash, WF, RB, SRBF, Shift E, Shift LB, Shift Q, and it should be dead from there. Nice. Okay. I think we've got a good handle on the class now, guys. This Giga defensive buff allows me to grant Orbita with 418 DP. Yes, there was no scary moments for me at Star's End. Even when the mobs were kind of piling up on me, I would just heal everything back. It seems like you can face tank a lot of stuff because of that. A lot of his buffs just like naturally heal you as well, right? So he's very, very good for just face tanking things thanks to all of his buffs and heals. Yeah, overall, very easy class. The elemental generates passive is a very interesting mechanic. I think it's definitely one of the more complex, right? Like you can take up the complexity really high with the double procs and triple procs and whatnot, so you can improve it in that way. But as long as you're following the elemental order of fire, wood, water, metal, earth, that's kind of like the class in a nutshell, right? Cast those elements in that specific order and you'll get the buffs and explosions. But it can be a little bit much, right? With all of the explosions, there is a lot going on, so sometimes it becomes very blurry on what you want to filter out with your eyeballs, right? With the class, it can be very blinding a little bit. So that's like a downside or an upside if you like a lot of the flashy effects. I would say, I think the only thing that I would say is on the weaker side is that like timing. There's a lot of timing stuff and cooldown stuff. So I would say that's his weak point. You have to be very careful with timing your abilities because you might run out. Whereas let's say you're on Woosa, you will never run out of skills to use. But this class, it feels like you'll run out of your main skills to use.
Overall, Awakening Dosa was one of the more interesting classes out there. He has a really unique playstyle where you chain specific elemental skills together. Following the elemental rotation of fire, wood, water, metal, and earth allows you to cause AoE explosions and also gives you additional buffs for yourself and your party. The biggest downside for me is probably his fairly long cooldowns. Because the class is so closely tied to that elemental rotation, having additional attack speed can actually make things feel a little awkward sometimes. You can end up moving through your rotation faster than your next elemental skill comes off cooldown, which can interrupt your flow. As far as mobility goes, Dosa has a spammable cardinal dash that works as a PvE iframe, along with some skills that give him a lot of travel distance. Aesthetically, there's a lot going on. Between all of the different elements, effects, and explosions, the class can get pretty visually busy. So if you're finding yourself getting distracted by all the effects, I definitely recommend turning down some of them down in your settings. One of the things I really like about Dosa though is his party utility. I really enjoy classes that can bring something to the group beyond just their personal damage, and Awakening Dosa brings a lot to the table in that regard. If I had an extra tag slot, I could honestly see myself keeping this class permanently tagged. So if you like classes with unique elemental mechanics and strong party utility, I definitely recommend giving Awakening Dosa a try.
That's a movement skill there. Mayhem? And what the frick is that? What's WRB? Gunslinger's Entrance. What's this one? Run and gun? Oh, I have shift space as well, I forgot. Trailblaze. Let's put that on CD16. Shift LB. Doom and Gloom. Shift Q and space. Oh, wait, that's Trailblaze, okay. LMB, RMB after skills. Canary with love. After other, what do you mean by other skills? Oh, what? That's cool. What? That's very cool. That's a movement skill too. Oh, here we go. The good, the bad, and the ugly. Shotgun skills apply all damage reduction minus 5, 15, and 25 per skill level. So it'd be like WRB, RMB, Shift RMB. That's the first little mini combo. Like that. Okay, and that should apply all the DP debuffs, right? And then you said her main burst is SLMB, SF, Shift X. SLMB, SF, Shift X. So I don't know if you knew as well, but you can go into like slow motion if you're in a safe zone. So let me get to a safe zone here. This one, and then I press U. You can go slow motion. Whee! Whee! Isn't that cool? You can take some crazy screenshots with this. Damn. Another thing I noticed, Lua, is that a lot of these you cannot drag to your quick slot. And I use the quick slots a lot for tracking cooldowns. I don't have enough quick slots because I want to track all the cooldowns. ADRMB. Oh wait, this is a movement skill. Wait, is this spammable? Is this the PV iframe by chance? It is. Oh wait, before attack. In PV iframe before attack. Like the movement, I guess. So far we have WRMB, RMB, Shift RMB, SLMB, SF, Shift X, WF, Shift F, and then hold F. And then by the time this goes, I think it should be back up. WRMB, RMB, Shift RMB, SLMB, SF, Shift X, WF, F, and then F. Yeah, it's back up. Yeah. What about her rocket launcher skills? They look super fun to use. Like this one, this one, this one, this one, this one. Filler skills probably, right? Filler skills. Okay, my first pack. Here we go. SLMB, SF, shifts. Oh wait, oh, okay. Wait, it died. I messed up, but it died. Let's go. Okay, so W, RMB, RMB, and then I can reposition, Shift RMB, SF, Shift X. Oh, what am I doing? Shift E? Okay, that killed it still. Thank God. Okay. W, RMB, RMB, Shift RMB, SF. Oh my God, I just moved around. But it died though. Dude, this class does a lot of damage. What the heck? Let's do some bomb skills because we're fun like that. Wait, this is way more fun. What the heck? Okay, let's try the Marnie skills. Oh my God, what am I doing? This is freaking Dust Devil. Whee! That's kind of fun. So up to Marnie for small mobs. Okay, so maybe I could do like WF for the small mobs. And then swap back. And then filler, right? And then Trailblazer, whee! And then WRMB, RMB, Shift RMB, SF, SLMB, Shift X, and then Shift F. Is there a way to like fast swap to regular bullets without pressing E, or do I have to press E to swap it? You have to press E? Okay, okay. Okay, Shift X into Shift F does a lot of damage. It's just a little bit uncomfortable on the fingers, I have to say. And then go behind, and this should kill it. Oh, dude, this freaking ability is insane. What the frick, guys? It does literally half the HP of the mob. And it's a repositioning skill too. What? Okay, and then swap. And then Shift C. Oh my God, it looks so pretty. What the frick? Oh shoot. And then I swap back like this, and then I do F. Oh, I figured it out. Shift Q, and then do this. Oh, Shift Q space bar. That seems pretty good. Oh my God, her movement. It's so much. I'm getting confused. I think another thing that will take some time to get used to is learning how to swap. Right, and swapping also resets the cooldown of the last ability you used. Well, not every ability, but certain abilities like WF and Shift F. Like when is the right time to swap? Okay, One criticism so far with Deadeye is that there seems to be a lot of camera movement that I'm not used to, especially with like WRB, right? You kind of have to like slide into the position with WRB if you are not in the right position, you know? Like let's say I'm over here, right? And I can get into the back if I whee, you know? So there's a little bit more camera movement that I'm used to. Not that that's like a terrible thing, it's just something I'm not used to, is having to do lots of camera movement with the class. Same thing with like WF or something, ADLMB, right? Lots of camera movement in that way. All right. Here we go. Our first pack at Star's End. Come on. Reposition. WRMB, RMB, Shift RB, SLMB, SF, Shift F, and then hold F. Dang, that is easy. I honestly thought Deadeye was going to be very high APM, but you're just holding down a lot of buttons. I have also added an APM meter on the top right. I think it's working. Hold on. Yeah, I honestly thought it was going to be a lot higher APM, guys, for this class, but there's just a lot of holding down buttons. Wow, so I would kind of say maybe low to mid APM. I guess the only thing I would say probably is I'm not too sure on the survivability of Deadeye. It doesn't seem like there's too much like recovery in the kit compared to Corsair. Because when I was playing Corsair, I was like, oh my god, I'm so freaking tanky. But I kind of feel like I need to reposition a lot with this class. Dang. I don't even need to go into Perfect Storm. Perfect Storm is my highest damage ability, I think. At least it feels like it. But yeah, this class is very good right now, guys. Try it out. What should I use here to like kill those mobs over there? Rocket skills. I'm so dumb. I have it written down. Okay, so CSC WC. Got it. And then Shift Q LMB for more rocket skills. Okay. Classes will always get buffed and nerfed, guys, right? Class changes will always be a thing. So, you know, whenever those come, take advantage of those times. Right? If you see a class that is really strong, give it a try. Enjoy it while it lasts, you know? We don't know when the next time it might get buffed or nerfed, right? So, but I'm definitely enjoying Deadeye right now. Jay, did you move your VTuber model up the stream? Is my big ass head in the way? I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry if my big ass head is in the way. Hold on. Don't you just hate it when you have a big ass head? I can use Shift LMB for movement too, right? Yeah. Oh shoot. Wait a minute. She has mobility. Hold up. Yeah, definitely the Marnie rounds are a lot faster. Like faster attack speed. I'm wondering it might be better here for Star's End. I honestly think the Marnie rounds look way cooler. It's almost magical. It's like magic bullets. Oh, hold up. Dang, do you see that movement? I think I'm getting the movement down. Oh shit. Overall, Deadeye was a lot easier to pick up than I initially expected. At first, I thought she was going to have a much higher APM because her playstyle looks incredibly fast-paced. However, once I got some time on the class, her combat flow felt surprisingly manageable. The way I would describe Deadeye's design is that it has a very modern approach to combos. A lot of her abilities naturally chain together by holding inputs, allowing you to flow into the next skill without constantly mashing buttons. It feels similar to classes like Woosa and Scholar in that regard. Her reload and bullet type mechanic is also a really interesting part of her kit. Reloading swamps your ammunition from standard rounds to Marnie rounds, which resets certain abilities while also providing stronger AoE capabilities at the cost of some damage. This makes it especially useful when clearing large packs of mobs and gives the class an extra layer of decision making. Deadeye also has access to a rocket launcher, which adds a solid amount of AoE to her kit. While the rocket launcher skills are useful for supplementing her damage and helping with pack clears, they generally serve more as filler abilities within her rotation. One issue I personally had with Deadeye was the amount of camera turning involved. It's not something I'm particularly used to, and at times it felt a little disorienting because so much movement is naturally built into her combat kit. But once I eventually got used to it, Deadeye becomes incredibly mobile. The more you understand her movement options and skill flow, the smoother the class feels. I don't know if I would retag this class, but if you're looking for a character with a Lara Croft inspired aesthetic and a fast-paced run-and-gun playstyle, Deadeye is definitely a class worth trying. Okay. This gourd, I'm assuming, is your energy, right? Your resource. How do I generate? C. Oh, I have to press C. Okay, so now what? You can enter fighting Buddha state. How do I enter that? Q. Oh, okay. There we go. And then all my skills are empowered, you're saying? Can I permanently stay in Buddha form? Like, do I not have to worry about this mechanic anymore? Or is it kind of like Awakening Nova, where you have to go in and out of acceleration, but you can stay in Buddha form forever? Okay, that's nice. Okay, let's take a look at his weapons now that we can see them. Okay, so this is the staff. Okay, pretty cool. And then if we press SC, now we can see the, what's this called? The pillar thing? Okay. That's, oh, it just transforms. I see. What about this skill here? Is the gourd is offhand? Oh, you can see the gourd in the back. Okay, the booty shot. Oh, okay. There we go. As long as you leech with C during your combo, you get to keep the form during 5 minutes. Okay, so it's very easy to upkeep the form, is what you're saying, Eternum. Okay. How is his movement? Looks like he has a Shift W, but he has kind of like a second motion that doesn't move you very far. What about side movement? Kind of the same thing. It's called Mist Me. I'm assuming the same thing backwards. Yeah, Mist Me into Mist Me again. And then, oh, you can press space after. Okay. Oh, it ain't over yet. Oh, you can just spam this. Okay, I like that. So that's kind of like basic movement. And then we have WF, and I can use S spacebar afterwards to WRB and WC. Okay. Take bottom Rabam so you get more divine energy. Okay. Bottom Rabam. This one, fighting Buddha incomplete. The other one. Oh. This one, drain to Siddha's gourd. Applies the following to Siddha's gourd. What about his other Rabams here? Looks like this one does the most damage. And then this one seems to do the most damage. Shift X, LMB. Shift Z. Oh shit! That was cool. That's super. 21 seconds, god damn it. Does he have a shift space? Oh my god, it's the flying Nimbus! Oh shit, this is so cool. What the heck? That's cool. What's the cooldown on that? What's the cooldown? 15 seconds? I guess. I wish it was 10 seconds. Monkey see, monkey do. Shift E. What the heck is this? What the heck? 30-second cooldown? That's so funny. Oh, we need to get Buddha form first, so we can do that by pressing C on random stuff. So we'll just absorb and suck these beetles, and then press Q to go into Buddha form. Now we're in Buddha form for a long time, and we can also stay in Buddha form as long as we keep just like sucking, right? We suck these beetles, suck, you know? Okay, so now that we're in Buddha form, WC, SC, Shift C, C, space, LMB, LMB. So once I do right through you, I do SRMB, SLMB, WRMB, Shift LMB, LMB space, and then Shift F. Oh shoot, I already got SF. And then LMB, LMB. Is there any buttons I can just like keep holding, maybe? Oh, is this basic attack any good? It seems to do like decent damage. WRMB, RMB. I do want to adjust some stuff. Is Pierce Through his only minus DP? Maybe? Because I'm thinking maybe I start with WRMB, RMB, RMB into WC. So I have the minus DP. Right? Does Upheaval have collision or no collision? No collision. Oh, so it's like a movement tool, right? I have to like land on the target. I don't want to use a no collision skill as like a main combo skill. I want to use it as a repositioning skill, right? So maybe I start with WRMB, hold it right there. I imagine that does not have collision, right? Hold it right there. We'll make some adjustments. Okay, so now that we're in Buddha form, let's recap. WRMB, RMB, space, and then SF Shift F. SLMB, Shift LMB, hold LMB. And then WC, SC, Shift C, C. Okay, so WRMB, RMB, space, SF, Shift F, SLMB, Shift LMB. Okay, so that seems to be enough to just kill that. Okay, and then we'll Z buff. Yeah, it pretty much just dies on the second line. Okay, that's very easy. Okay, so we do need to press C occasionally to get our Buddha, right? So we'll try to incorporate that more. Yeah, it seems to work fine. I think that's the nice thing about Wukong. It seems like whatever you do, you're good. What's the best way to get from point A to point B? Should I just use shift space, maybe? Oh my god, wait. Oh my god. How do I get out of shift space quickly? Okay, so W, RMB, RMB, space, SF, shift F, shift LMB. Okay, I'm thinking maybe we move SF, shift F. And we go straight into SLMB after. So WRMB, RMB, space, SLMB, Shift LMB, and then SF, Shift F. I think that works a little bit better. So... Dang, that was quick. Guys, it literally died after the Shift LMB combo. Holy moly. This class is kind of strong. Okay, so WRMB, RMB, RMB, space, SLMB, Shift LMB, LMB, LMB. Okay, and then I press C to, like, occasionally to just get my Buddha stuff back. Freestyle class? Yeah, it seems like you can just do anything and it will just die. Do I not have an E buff? Oh, the Buddha form is the E buff. Oh, okay. Okay, so this one... There we go. There we go. Okay, we did it. This one, WRMB, RMB, space, SLMB, Shift LMB, hold LMB. That should be enough. And then SF, Shift F, Shift RMB, C, WC, SC, Shift LMB, and then repeat. WRMB, RMB, space, SLMB, Shift LMB, hold LMB, space, SF, Shift F, Shift RMB. Then WC, SC, Shift C. Okay, I think we've got a good solid foundation now on Wukong. Let's go try it out at Star's End. Alright, let's do it. Nimbus Cloud. Whee! Bam! WRB, RMB, space, SLMB. Okay. Oh, I need to use Buddha. Aw, shoot, I don't have my Buddha form. Can I even do this without Buddha? WRMB, RMB, space, SLMB, Shift LMB. Seems like we can still do it without Buddha form, guys. Yeah. That's pretty good. Okay, let's get Buddha form. That should make it significantly easier, because Buddha form is basically your E buff, and it gives you a ton more damage. So let's clear these mobs out. Okay, we'll see how it is after this. Okay, WRMB, RMB, space, SLMB, Shift LMB, LMB, LMB. Okay, that seems to be enough. Okay, WRMB, RMB, space, SLMB, Shift LMB. Okay, that seems to be enough. Like, the LMB combo just kills it. That's very chill. So now this is with Z buff. Let's see. WRMB, RB, space, SLMB, Shift LMB, LMB. Oh yeah, that's it. That's all you need. It's very easy. I'm using 4 buttons, guys, to kill this pack. WRMB, RMB, space, SLMB, Shift LMB. Damn. That's fast. You think I should put Shift F earlier? Okay. WRB, RMB, space. Okay, yeah, that does quite hit quite hard. Yeah, that seems to be enough. Yeah, I did SLMB, SF, Shift F. I just skipped the whole Shift LMB stuff. So WRMB, RMB, space, SLMB, SF, Shift F. And that seems to kill it. Okay, for filler, I just do WC, SC, Shift C to just kill those packs. And then main combo, WRMB, RMB, space, SLMB, SF, Shift F. Okay, I'm honestly like freestyling at this point, guys. The class is super easy. Like, you don't even have to think about your buttons. You'll hit things because your AoE is insane and your mobility is pretty good as well. Oh, okay, I moved too much, guys. No. Overall, Wukong felt very easy to pick up. The combos were very intuitive and didn't take long to understand. One thing that immediately stood out was how modern the class feels. It reminded me a lot of Seraph, where many of your skills naturally flow into each other by simply holding the same button. His Buddha form mechanic makes you become noticeably stronger, and your AoE also improves significantly. It actually takes very little effort to maintain, so don't worry too much about this mechanic besides ensuring you're in it. I was also told by my chat that the class primarily uses its main hand skills, so if you're planning to invest in Wukong, your main hand weapon should be your priority. Visually, this class is gorgeous. The golden fire effects and flashy animations make every combo feel impactful without being overwhelming. His mobility is excellent, although it takes a little time to get comfortable with it. A lot of his movement involves bouncing and leaping around the battlefield. I genuinely enjoyed Wukong a lot more than I expected, and I could definitely see myself tagging this class again in the future. If you're looking for a fast-paced, modern class that's easy to learn but still feels satisfying to master, I'd highly recommend giving Wukong a try. Yeah, let's take a look at our weapons. Damn. Holy. Look at that weapon, guys. Beautiful. What is your offhand? Anyways, what the frick is a clavis? Thing on your hilt. Oh. This thing? This is called a clavis? I see. Let's get started with learning the movement. Let me set up some notes here. Okay, it looks like movement is pretty simple. It's kind of like Awakening Warrior. Movement is just Shift W ASD. I'm assuming this has no collision going left and right? And probably collision with forward movement. So movement seems to be pretty simple. WFFF is your opener. WFFF until Divine Opening, I'm assuming, and then Shift Q. Frosting Slash. Okay, I like that. That's not too bad on the fingers. Impelling Surge gives me attack speed. Fling Kick gives me AP. WLMB WF to upkeep attack speed buff. Okay. What is space? Armor Crush. Armor Crush. Oh, this is also another minus DP. Shift Q, Shift F, Shift RMB. Shift Q, Shift F, Shift LMB, Shift RMB. Okay. Wait. These look like Awakening Warrior abilities. Culling the Dead. Isn't that a warrior ability? Oh, you said Raboms? What Raboms do I take? 221. Oh, you think I should get Horizon Whirl instead? Okay. LMB after Impaling Thrust. So WLMB LMB? Like that. Ooh, SRMB has a down attack. That seems important. WRMB, then hold RMB space, and its full Bone Crusher combo is a good filler. WRMB. Like this. And then space. Oh, Bone Break. I see it. Bone Breaker. F space RMB twice. Space. Ah, okay. There we go. WLMB and WF stack? Do they? Oh, it's like a stack system. Because if you do it the first time, it's only 5 seconds, right? I think I understand now. Yeah. So the first stack is 5 seconds of 10%. And then the second stack is 10 seconds of 10%. And then if I do it one more time, it's 10 seconds of 15%. Ooh, so I want to be constantly rotating between WLMB and WF, right? Okay, so WFFF, space, WLMB, 1, 2, 3, It's 3 LMBs and then spacebar for Bone Crusher. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. I think I found a really nice, just comfortable combo. Okay, so WF F F space WLMB LMB LMB space Shift Q Shift F Shift LMB Shift RMB. Even though it looks like I'm using a lot of skills, which I am, it's actually not too bad. It feels like a very modern class, like Woosa, where you just hold down buttons to continuously chain the next ability. You can just use SRMB and hold RMB in space as a filler. Does Bonebreaker have a cooldown? No. Like whenever I have a chance to use Bonebreaker, I do use it. I guess whenever I do Crushing Descent. Does Crushing Descent have a cooldown? No. Okay, wait. And it does Bonebreaker on both, right? W, RMB, 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 space, SRMB, RMB, RMB, space. Yeah. Nice. There we go. That's our filler, right? So here are the add-ons for anybody who wants to try them out. They're not supposed to be min-maxy. They're just there to just get there, you know? There you go. Wait a minute, guys. I just saw that our Dark Rifts just respawned, so we're gonna just quickly get a Shining Alchemy Stone is what we're gonna do, Arkido, right? Right, guys? Surely. This is the easiest Shining Alchemy Stone of my life. Watch this, guys. Watch this. Shining Alchemy Stone, now. 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 We're about to get a Shining Alchemy Stone. Now. Unlucky. Well, next week, guys. Next week. Recap. WFFF space WLMB LMB LMB space Shift Q Shift LMB Shift RMB, and then Shift F to reposition behind, and Shift X Shift Z for filler, or WRMB RMB RMB space for filler, SRMB RMB RMB space for filler. Okay, I think we're good. What does my E buff do? Dang, 10% all special attack. All right, let's do it. Dash WFFF space WLMB LMB LMB space Shift Q Shift LMB Shift RMB. Dang, there we go. That's not too bad. That's my first pack. WFFF space WLMB LMB LMB space Shift Q Shift LMB Shift F to go behind, Shift X Shift Z for filler. Okay, dash 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 WFFF space WLMB LMB space move behind, Shift Q Shift LMB Shift RMB. Okay, now I have Z buff, so that should be even faster. Okay, let's move to the next pack here. So dash WFFF space WLMB LMB LMB space Shift Q move behind, Shift E Shift LMB Shift RMB. It seems like you really can't run out of abilities with this class. There's a lot of reusable flows for the class. That's nice. Okay, dash dash WF space WLMB LMB space Shift Q move behind, Shift LMB Shift RMB. Okay, even though it looks kind of fast, guys, I wouldn't say it's too fast because you are holding down so many skills, you know? So it is a fast class, but input wise, it feels like medium APM, like low to medium APM, because you're just already holding down abilities for the next ability. So yes, you're using a ton of abilities really fast, but you're holding down one button for like 5 skills. I think we're ready for Star's End, guys. Okay, so WFFF space WLMB LMB. Okay, and before we start, we want to E buff, we want to Q for the DP buff, and then SRMB for the down attack buff. Oh my god, it insta-killed. There's no way. I'm trying to do some combos here. Okay, so, alright. WFFF space WLMB LMB space. Okay, so filler WRMB RMB RMB space SRMB RMB RMB space WFFF space WLMB LMB LMB space Shift Q Shift F. Oh my god, she kills them fast, guys. Okay, so dash 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 WFFF space WLMB LMB Z buff. Okay, dash WFFF space WLMB LMB LMB space Shift Q Shift F. Guys, I don't even need my entire combo. I don't even need my entire combo, guys. We're just like zooming here. WFFF space WLMB space. Okay, filler WRMB space SRMB space WFFFF space WLMB space. It just dies in the first two motions. What the heck? This class is busted, guys. This class kind of busted. I didn't even get to my shift skills. It died with my LMB skills. So WRMB space SRMB space WFFF space WLMB space. Yeah, it just dies with my LMB skills. I don't even need to go to my shift skills. This is very strong. Holy, I'm already over clearing on my first rotation. What the hell? Dash WFFF space WLMB space, and then filler WRMB space SRMB space WFFF space WLMB space, and it's dead. Oh my god, this class is really strong, guys. And this is loopable too. Whatever you see on my notes here too, you can loop it too. Does she have some kind of buff to her BSR generation? Yes, she has 1.5% more generation for BSR, like flat. So base generation is 1.5%, and then she has 1.5% extra base, so that's 3%. From your video, I chose Awakening Warrior for your main officer. That's great. Well, if you have a chance, you could try out Seraph too. I'm actually having a really good time here with Seraph. It kind of feels like just a better warrior, to be honest. Oh, my stamina. Oh, my stamina. She drained stamina so quickly. What the hell? My stamina just disappeared. Okay, I think that's a negative for her. I noticed that whenever she's doing a lot of her abilities, guys, her stamina does not recover. Like when I'm doing like the WF chain, this one, your stamina doesn't recover. You actually use stamina and you don't recover stamina during it. So I guess that's one little downside with her. She's fast, but it seems like her stamina takes a bit of time to get used to. I've never had trouble with stamina in PvE before, but I just know, I'm like, why am I 10%? What the heck? Maybe I just need to manage it better. It could just be that. I can Q block, I guess. That'd be good. Wait, she has a 360 Q block like warrior? What the hell? That's crazy. Yeah, very good first impression on Seraph, guys. Very, very good first impression. Try her out. Overall, Sacramentum Seraph intimidated me at first, but after spending some time with the class, I was surprised by how much easier she was to pick up than I expected. Her playstyle is very fast, but in terms of APM, I'd actually place her somewhere between low and medium. She feels like one of those more modern classes where a lot of your skills naturally continue and chain together simply by holding the same button, making the gameplay feel really smooth and intuitive. In PvE, I had no issues clearing mod packs. One thing I really liked is that the flow skills like Crushing Descent and Bonebreaker don't have cooldowns as long as you're flowing into them from other abilities. That means you almost never feel like you're running out of skills to use, and the combat stays fluid the entire time. She also reminded me a bit of Awakening Nova, where once you activate your Black Spirit Rage buff, you gain access to an upgraded set of abilities, which adds another layer of power and makes your burst windows feel really impactful. Mobility is another area where she shines. Most of her movement comes from simple WASD directional dashes, similar to Awakening Warrior, so moving between packs feels effortless. Honestly, she's become one of my top 3 favorite classes that I've played so far, and I could definitely see myself retagging her in the future. If I had to nitpick one thing, it's that none of her skills can be placed on the hotbar. Not that I really use skills from the hotbar, but it's to kind of bypass the limited 20 cooldown slots that BDO provides. I really think this is a low-hanging fruit for Pearl Abyss. They could simply add more cooldown slots and solve this issue easily. If you're looking for a class with a Holy Warrior aesthetic, powerful PvE performance, smooth combos, and a fluid modern playstyle, then I definitely recommend checking out Sacramentum Seraph. Well, let's go take a look at her weapons. Okay. Here we go. Damn. I do like how it's so, like, it's very bright on the blade parts. That's very cool. Okay, okay. All right, let's take a look at the Purgatorium weapons when we Z-buff, guys. Here we go. All right, damn. Holy, okay. It's like a cleaver. Holy crap, guys. That is amazing. Damn. So here's what she looks like in her demon form. Seems like this form will override any costumes you have, similar to Berserker when he goes into beast form. But that's okay. I like this form, to be honest. I like this outfit. I kind of wish we could be permanently in this outfit, to be honest. All right, Seraph. No longer bound by the clavis that once restrained her, Seraph can now unleash the dormant essence of the divine within. Between benevolent light and ruthless darkness, she forges her own path and her blade wavers never. With Sacramentum, her blazing greatsword strikes swiftly, executing justice with unrelenting precision. When awakened as Purgatum, her sword devours the darkness within her foes, purging all evil from the battlefield. As long as Seraph advances with unyielding conviction, sinners shall never escape the judgment that awaits them. Damn. So, movement was very easy from last time I learned Sacramentum Seraph. It's just your shift cardinal dashes, right? This one, Vanguard Chase. Seems like it's a triple dash, and then you do a little bit of a stop. And this should be PvE iframe. And then let's just go over the skills for pre. Since it is like you can only go into Purgatum with Z buff, which is a little bit annoying. I kind of wish it was a traditional Succession and Awakening class, right? For the most part, but she's different. You know, she's not like the other girls. She eats pizza. She dyes her hair. She plays video games, right? She's different. I guess it makes her more unique, I guess. But you know, my preference is still Succession and Awakening, so that you don't have to worry too much about the things. All right. Okay, let's just go over basic attacks. So LMB, just your typical, you know, just do something. You probably won't use that very much. Fling kick, this is important for AP and flowing purposes, so you'll use that often. This is the flow for it. Divine opening, very important for flowing into other stuff. Line breaker, I was told to lock line breakers so it doesn't interrupt some flows in Sakura, so I imagine I'll keep it locked for that purposes too. SRMB gives some down attack. WRMB gives some 20 DP buff, so that's nice to just pop every now and then for a little bit more defensiveness. SF, I don't think I used SF very much when I was playing Sakura. It seems to recover a lot of HP and its forward guard. Okay. SLMB, this seems to be about the same. Yeah. I don't think I used SLMB very much when I was playing Sakura, but it does pretty decent damage and recovers some HP. And now we've got combo Crushing Descent. This was like very important. Crushing Descent, the one that slammed down, it does a ton of damage. So I imagine this is going to be a very important part of her kit for Purga whenever she's not in Purga form. And also Bone Breaker as well. So I remember my combo was like WFFF space, WLMB, LMB, and then slam, and then space for Bone Breaker. That was very effective when I was playing Sakura. Impelling Thrust, this is important for the attack speed buff. WF, another important skill to engage and gap close. Shift Q applied a DP debuff, but we also had space for DP debuff too, Armor Crush. Shift E, this one, I don't think I used this very much in pre-awakening because it was kind of slow, and people told me to only add it whenever you're in Sakura form. I wonder how it is in Purga form though, we'll see. Shift LMB, this was also like pretty decent for main DPS, and Shift RMB as well was also very good for main DPS. We've got Blade Wall, that's our Q buff. Q buff will give you 20 DP buff. And we've got Armor Crush Space, that is really important for filler. Vanguard Chase, we already saw this. This is the dashes, and Dauntless Will is the additional dashes after that. Gallows Grip, I locked. This is the grab. We're not going to be using that much. Hi, I'm a big time lurker. Last week on Friday, you pointed out having the Hexbot things out as much as possible when Agent will help with damage. That has made grinding on Agent so much more enjoyable. Keep doing what you're doing and kindly appreciate all the knowledge you share with. I'm glad it's been helping you out, Par. I love Agent so much. It's such a fun class to play. S tier fun for me. I've talked with some of my friends and they don't like it as much, and that's fair enough, right? Like, you don't have to like every class that comes out, but that's the great thing about BDO. There's so many choices, right? And I'm glad you're enjoying that class. All right, well, let me pull up my Sakura combo and see how different it is. So this was the combo I had for Sacramentum Seraph, and that this worked really well. So I'm wondering how different it is when I go to Purga form. I guess we'll find out. All right, here we go. So if I do WFFF, oh, that feels very different. That feels very different. What the heck is this? WF is not a gap closer anymore. Okay, what about WLMB? Okay, so now that seems very similar. Yeah, WLMB looks very similar. And then Shift RMB is that. Shift Q, Shift LMB, Shift E. Oh, you know what, guys? I just saw at the bottom here it says applies the add-ons on certain skills for these ones. Like for this one, it's Line Breaker add-ons. For this one, it is Rising Slash add-ons. For this one's Poena Divina add-ons. So that's how you apply the add-ons for her. Interesting. Okay. So these are the add-ons. We'll test these out for now and we'll make adjustments if we need it. Let's recap, guys. So sometimes you will be in pre-awakening, so you'll need to know how to do your pre-awakening. Thankfully, I did learn Sacramentum Seraph first, so I have a good foundation for the pre-awakening combo, which is WFFF space, WLMB LMB until you do a slam and then space, and then Shift Q, Shift LMB, Shift RMB. Covers the pre-awakening. That is already very strong. So with the pre-awakening combo, we just have WFFF, WFFF, space, WLMB until the slam, space, Shift Q, Shift LMB, Shift RMB. Yeah, so guys, she does crazy damage even without Z buff. You definitely do not need Z buff to do crazy damage. WFFF, space, WLMB, LMB until the slam, space, Shift Q, Shift LMB, Shift RMB, Shift F if I need it. Okay. So now let's try it with the Purgatum form. So we're going to do Shift X, Shift Z for big gap closing. Shift X, Shift Z into Shift Q, WLMB, and then Shift LMB, Shift E, Shift F. Oh man. Yeah, there we go. It's working out really well. Okay, so again, Shift Z for the engage, and then Shift Q, WLMB, hold LMB, Shift LMB, Shift RMB, Shift E, Shift F. And then repeat from there, because they'll be back up, yeah. Yeah, this is, holy crap, guys. Yeah, your AoE's insane with this class. I'm gonna do Shift X, Shift Z for engage, and then Shift Q right after. Shift Q, WLMB, hold LMB, Shift LMB, Shift RMB, and it's, holy man. Oh my god, guys. It's so much damage. Shift Q, WLMB, and then Shift LMB, Shift RMB, Shift E, Shift F. Holy, you do so much damage. Shift Z should be enough to go from here. It's a really long range. So Shift Z, Shift Q, WLMB, hold LMB, Shift LMB, Shift RMB, and it's dead. Holy crap. What the heck? Yeah, guys, give this class a try. It's insane. Oh no, okay. It's a 60-second form, right? Based on your Z buff. So you get pulled out of it. So midway, you need to remember or like pay attention to when you come out of it, and then you do your pre-awakening combo. Your pre-awakening combo is WFFF space, and then WLMB until you do a slam, space, and then Shift Q, Shift LMB, Shift RMB, Shift F. So you still do quite a lot of damage out of demon form. Dash, 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 WF, hold, space, WLMB until you do a slam, space, go around, Shift Q, Shift LMB, Shift RMB, Shift F. So obviously you do like, you know, a little bit less damage, but it's still very doable with this class. WF, hold, space, WLMB, hold until you do slam, space, Shift Q, Shift LMB, Shift RMB, Shift E, Shift F. And then you can do Rabomb skills for filler. And now I have my demon form ready, so we do this. And then movement is Shift X, Shift Z. So Shift X, Shift Z, Shift Q, WLMB, Shift LMB, Shift RMB. Damn, holy moly. Let's try it at Star's End, guys. Like, I have full confidence that we could do it. This is one of the faster classes to pick up, but one of the longer classes to learn. So what I mean by that is that when you press your buttons, so easy. So easy to press your buttons. Now, reading through the skills is a different story. Reading through the skills, there's a lot of like overlap between main and awakening. There's a lot of tie-ins. So a lot of the skills share the add-ons with the pre-awakening stuff, right? And it's called completely different. So I've had to like go back and forth like, oh, what is this ability tied to in pre-awakening so I could set up my add-ons? So that is the one thing I had an annoyance with. So like if you can follow a guide to just, you know, not think about it, that's great. I also think it's good to just know what ties in together as well, but definitely one of the longer classes to learn, but one of the easiest classes to pick up in terms of just pressing your buttons. It's very chill on the fingers. As you can see, like we instantly picked it up for the buttons, but it just took us like about an hour to just figure out how to press those buttons because it's so tied to like two forms, right? So let's do it, guys. All right, here we go. WF space WLMB. So that kills that. And now let's Z buff, go into our form, and we start off with Shift Z to engage. Shift Z, Shift Q, and then WLMB. Shift LMB, Shift RMB, Shift E, Shift F. Yeah, guys, this is gonna be really easy. Movement is Shift X, Shift Z. It's gonna be our main movement. Okay. Again, engage is gonna be Shift Z, Shift Q, WLMB, Shift LMB, Shift RMB. And that's enough. Guys, she really, you chonk with the class. It chonks, guys. She's very low cooldowns. A lot of her cooldowns are only 7 seconds long. So you should not run out of abilities to use with the class. That's for sure. Yeah, guys, I have no issues with pressing my buttons at all. Probably the biggest thing would be movement for her. So maybe like Shift W, Shift F, Shift X, Shift Z to get from pack to pack. Yeah. So that is her biggest weakness probably, is pack to pack movement. She doesn't have a way to like spam your dashes. Okay, our Z buff ran out, so you're gonna be in this situation sometimes, but my pre-awakening should suffice. So WF space WLMB space Shift Q, Shift LMB, Shift RMB. Yeah, guys, you shouldn't have any trouble with your pre-awakening either. She does a lot of damage. Does BSR Crystal matter for the Z buff? Yes. So I run one BSR Crystal because just think about the dynamic of Z buff. You can only use it at 100%, but let's say you're at 99%, you can't use it. And let's say you're about to kill like 3 mobs, right? You kill 3 mobs, now you're at 100%. Well, you just wasted 2% over the cap. And that adds up, right? That adds up over the hour. If you can run one BSR crystal, that helps a lot with that overlap, and you'll have more overall uptime on your Z buff, right? Because then you're not wasting that 1, 2, or 3%, right? That could afford you potentially another 1 or 2 extra Z buffs per hour, and that might matter for your, you know, min-maxing if you want to. Yeah. Okay, let's try with transitioning into the awakening. Okay, so we have our 100%. Let's try transitioning with Shift E and see how that feels. So Shift E. Nice, and then Shift Z, Shift Q, WLMB, reposition, Shift LMB, Shift RMB. Yeah, that's cool. Maybe we leave, guys. Maybe we leave our 100% open because it's super fun to use. And then we'll transition Shift E. Slam. It's so cool. Shift Q, WLMB, Shift LMB. Transition. Wow. Definitely leave your 100% open, guys. It's so fun to use. Shift Q, WLMB, Shift LMB, Shift RMB, Shift E, Shift F. Yeah, I think this is one of those classes where you leave it open because it's super fun to use. And it's actually pretty good. It does a ton of damage. It's like one of the better 100% in my opinion, yeah. Great class, give it a try, guys.
Overall, Purgatum Seraph felt incredibly satisfying to play. Every attack carries a real sense of weight behind it, making each hit feel impactful and meaningful. While her Z-buff is active, she transforms into her Purgatum form and gains access to an entirely different set of abilities. These skills are noticeably slower, but they hit significantly harder. The trade-off is that you essentially have to learn a second moveset. If you're not paying attention to how much time is left on the buff, it's easy to start pressing inputs for the wrong form. I'm actually really glad I learned Sacramentum Seraph before trying Purgatum, since you to essentially use Sacramentum inputs outside of the transformed state. Visually, Purgatum Seraph is absolutely stunning. Her transformed appearance looks both badass and elegant, and the effects on her abilities do a fantastic job of selling just how powerful she becomes. The only downside is that, similar to Berserker's beast form, her transformation completely overrides whatever costume you're wearing, so you won't get to appreciate your cosmetics while you're transformed. Her mobility is one of her weaker areas. She isn't particularly fast when it comes to simply running from pack to pack, so you'll often rely on her long distance gap closing skills to cover ground efficiently. It's manageable, but she definitely doesn't have the constant fluid mobility that some of the faster classes enjoy. This is definitely a class I'd like to revisit in the future. If you enjoy a slower, heavy-hitting class with impactful animations and a unique transformation mechanic, then definitely check out Purgatum Seraph.
Is this armor different? Hello? Guys. I don't know if this is just on global apps, but why is his Idana armor silver? Hello? It kind of looks good though. What the frick? Here's the weapon. Let's take a closer look. Ooh. It's big. It's big. It's like Leon's Requiem from RE9. It's huge. Holy moly. Succession. Having awakened the power of the Hex Round made using technology from both worlds, Agent never wastes a single shot. The Hex Round responds to his actions, providing offensive support and calculating the most efficient move at every moment. By warping space-time with the Hex Round, he can strike from behind and reap an enemy's soul before they can even notice. Once marked as Agent's target, there is no escaping his bullets. Succession codename G. What the heck? Oh, for Grim Reaper. Oh, cool. Damn. Okay, so this is the outfit for the new class. What does the cape look like? Oh shit. Oh, I like this better. Guys, I honestly like this better without the coat part. To be honest. Doesn't he look fly? Okay. Leon, yeah, they put Leon Kennedy in Black Desert. Isn't that crazy? Okay, so why don't we figure out some combos? Oh shit. What was that? Okay, so that's WE. I kind of want to go to an open spot where I can be out in the open. Hold on. Do it for spot. Okay, this looks like a nice spot here. Okay. Oh my god, is that my 100%? I just did my 100% by accident. Let's take a look at the skills, guys. So he's got run and gun. So this seems to just be a lateral movement, a fast lateral movement. You can use it on cooldown. Does it have PvE iframe? No. Okay, so it has super armor movement. And then you have WLMB as well. SLMB? No. WLMB? Dash and fire is the forward version, but it does have a cooldown. 3 seconds. This can be used on cooldown. This is forward movement on a 3-second cooldown. Okay. Bullet Truth. SRMB into SRMB, basically. Okay. So it's a flow. So it looks like this does a ton of damage. Mozambique Drill. RMB. Okay. So it looks like, it kind of feels like I should do RMB, SRMB as the flows, you know? Suppressive Shot, SLMB, forward guard. Ooh, that looks cool. Shift RMB, Reaper's Barrage. Okay, that's cool. That seems to be one of his highest DPS abilities, potentially. SE. Oh. Okay, so an evasive shot backwards, but also does a ton of damage. 7,500 times 3. We've got WE. Oh, this is DR debuff. Is Demolition Operation. During forward jump or mayhem to perform the skill mid-air. Mayhem. This one, WF, WE. Oh, okay. Q. Ooh. Okay, Shift Q is an evasion debuff. Okay, Reaper's Mercy. Okay. Bullet Storm. Ooh, that's the one from Deadeye, guys. And then you have Shift LMB. Damn, that's a lot of damage. That's 40,000% damage, guys, on Shift LMB. Holy. 80 RMB. Oh, okay. That's the one we saw in the trailer, where you could utilize it to dash. Yeah, it's a diagonal movement too. Cool. Okay. Does Agent have any AP in his skills? I didn't see one. It's just like a passive probably, right? Okay, let's take a look at some of his Rabam skills here. So the first Shift X, what does that look like? Penance. Ooh, that's a nice disengage. I like that. What about the other one? Sin. So this is the other Shift X Rabam. Okay, so it's like a little bit less of an engage, but it seems to, I don't know if it does more damage. It seems to do more damage overall. So maybe we'll keep that one. Okay, and then we got Latusa. Oh, okay. Okay, we have Nantusa. That's like a blind. Okay, we got Piercing Round and Explosive Round. Piercing Round. The following skills are changed. Oh, I see it. So I'm assuming it means I can do more AoE, right? Okay, let's try to figure out like a combo for him. Doesn't this apply minus DP, right? So the following skills are changed: Run and Gun, Dash and Fire, Mozambique. So that should naturally apply DP down, if I'm not mistaken, right? Maybe like WLMB or something. So, and then from there, I kind of feel like we start off literally with Shift LMB. Shift LMB is one of his highest damage skills. So WLMB, Shift LMB seems pretty nice, right? So as soon as I see the ability go off, then it's fine. So WLMB, Shift LMB, SLMB, SRMB, SRMB, RMB, Shift RMB. Nice. Perfect. WF, that could be an engage too, but it seems like it's a repositioning tool more than an engage tool. I think WLMB is a better engage tool because it applies DP down. Q, that's a repositioning tool as well. We should write those down. SF and Shift C are good 360 DPS skills. So SF, Shift F, Shift C. Perfect. That's perfect, right? It flows nicely with the fingers too. Can we see add-ons? Yeah. So I didn't like think too deeply on them. I just like put them on just to have something. Okay, so recap. WLMB, Shift LMB, SLMB, SRMB, SRMB, RMB, Shift RMB, SF, Shift F, Shift C. And then that should be loopable. So WLMB, Shift LMB, SLMB, SRMB, SRMB for the second time, RMB, Shift RMB, SF, Shift F, Shift C. Perfect. Okay. And his E-buff provides 30 AP, 60 accuracy, 100% crit. While the effect is active, Hex Round summoned by Prime Hex Round Engage attacks 3 additional times. Oh, the C skill, this one. Okay, so why don't we just pop that in the beginning, right? So C into WLMB, Shift LMB, SLMB, SRMB, and then Shift RMB. And then SF, Shift, oh, it's dead, okay. And then Shift C. Okay, WLMB, Shift LMB, SLMB, Shift RMB, RMB, Shift RMB. So maybe to engage, I can do like WF, WLMB. So WF, WLMB, Shift LMB, SRMB, Shift RMB, reposition, RMB. Oh, I should use my abilities to reposition. And then if I want to go behind, I could be like WE to go behind, or Q to go behind as well. Okay, so WLMB, Shift LMB, SLMB, SRMB, RMB, Shift RMB, and then Q, SF, Shift F. Yeah, I mean, damage is fine, guys. It's probably going to get buffed on live servers. They always make some adjustments when it comes to live servers. But so far, so good, to be honest. WF to reposition, WLMB, Shift LMB, SLMB, SRMB, Shift RMB, Q to go behind, and then Shift F. Yeah. Q to go behind is really good. Okay, one thing I have to note is that the timing for WLMB, Shift LMB is a little bit tight. So you got to make sure that when you press WLMB, you press Shift LMB right after. Otherwise, here's what happens. If you're a little bit late on that, it will do a slow cast. If you do WLMB and hold LMB too much, you do an auto attack first, and you don't want to auto attack first. Otherwise, you slow cast Shift LMB. So you want to make sure that you WLMB, Shift LMB right after. So just move your pinky over to the Shift key. So you fast cast it like that. Spacebar, I'm a fan for repositioning. It seems like you can also just hold down the directional key too, like this, right? For the reposition, you don't have the spacebar. You can spacebar if you want to go backwards automatically, but it seems like you could just hold down the button too, as well. Right? You can do like Shift A, Shift W. I noticed you don't have to press spacebar once it, which is nice if you just want to press Shift and then the directional key twice. 180 and do spacebar. Oh, like this. I guess you can do that too if you like camera movement. Yeah, up to you. I'm not the biggest fan of too much camera movement. I have really bad motion sickness. I always turn off screen shake in any game that I play and try to reduce the amount of camera movement I have to do whenever I'm playing a class because my motion sickness is really bad. I remember when I was younger, I would tell my mom, can you like roll down the window? And she's like, no, it's cold or something, right? Like when I'm riding in the car or something, or let's say she's eating some food in the car and then I'm asking her like, oh, can you not eat right now? Can you eat when we get home? And she's like, I'm hungry. And I'm like, but it's like, it's making me nauseous. Like the motion sickness is really bad. And then you know what she told me when I was younger, which really frustrated me, was she told me I'm just being, okay, so there's this Filipino term called being maarte that kind of like translates to being dramatic. Like I'm just being dramatic with my motion sickness or something like that. And she's like brushing it off. And that made me like so mad, but I didn't say anything because I had bad communication skills, but that made me so frustrated as a child. So you can't go on rides at Six Flags, for instance. Yeah, I don't like anything that puts me in a vehicle for longer than an hour or something like that. I hate long drives, plane rides. Yeah, or playing John Wick, or like some people like to say the Leon S. Kennedy of BDO. Yeah, guys, the buttons are so easy. When we were making this combo, it was like, oh yeah, that made sense, you know? So I feel like their design philosophy a lot for the buttons of new classes is very console friendly. You know what I mean? Because I can't imagine guys playing Succession Sword on console. You know what I mean? Like there's no way. So I kind of feel like a lot of their new design philosophy is very console friendly, in which case also finger friendly for PC. You know what I mean? The only thing I'm having trouble on is remembering how many movement skills I have. So we have your double dashes. We have 80 LMB, right? You can spam that. You have 80 RMB, which is like an evasive bomb thingy, so that like it does a little bit more damage. It's on quite a longer cooldown. And then you have WE as a block jump. You have Q as a block jump. You have SE as like a backwards dash. You have a lot of movement for the class. What is the secondary weapon? It's like a robot. He has like flying robots. So here's his second weapon. There he goes. That's his second, that's his offhand. It's like little robots. Do they have a limit for tagging new characters? Like a restriction? So you can't tag a seasoned character. That's the only restrictions for tagging. So if you want to tag it right away, you have to make a normal character. But they are giving out a season ticket this month. One season creation ticket is issued to all adventurers so that you can experience the new agent class as season character. It's a very easy class. The playstyle right now I'm describing is like a mix between Deadeye and Ninja. So Ninja has a lot of repositioning skills. He does have a unique mechanic with some of his bullets. So for example, the piercing round and explosive round, this is like basically the Deadeye mechanic where you're choosing between Marty rounds and the basic rounds. The piercing round is the go-to. This one gives you more AoE and puts DP down on certain abilities. And then this one reduces the AoE, but gives you 10% skill damage. Another thing is this other passive where certain skills will do 70% additional down attack. It is Shift Q. This one, Shift Q gets 70% down attack, and that down attack is the multiplier in your My Stats menu. So let's see if it goes up here. It does. Oh, it caps out. Okay, I did not know that. It caps out at 100%. I had no idea there was a cap on down attack. So SRMB should also do it as well. Yeah, so you have 100% down attack for SRMB. And you have 100% down attack, which means double, down attack already is a ×2 multiplier in PvE, I believe. I don't know how the math works, but a shit ton of damage, you know, because math hurts my brain. Okay, let's go test it out at Star's End. What do you think about this ball? As a casual 800 Gear Scar player, I always feel like I'm getting screwed over by the catch-up mechanics. I feel like you shouldn't view the catch-up mechanics as something that screws you over. It's supposed to help you. I don't know like what's the best way to word it, but like I wouldn't say that I'm a casual player. I would say I grind pretty hard on BDO, but I have never ever once thought, like, because I know there are some people that do think like that, is that like, oh my god, if I just waited another year, they could have just given it to me for free, right? When I got it a year ago. But I like to view it as like, hey, I got this like top tier item back when it was like difficult to get, and I'm able to use it for the year to take advantage of that time to get even more ahead than other people, right? And so I don't think the catch-up mechanics are there to screw you over. I feel like that's just like a mentality thing. Think of the catch-up mechanics as what it is. It's to help you catch up if you need to catch up. It's like the seasons thing, right? Do you really need to do seasons every single time you make a new character? No. The seasons is there to help a brand new player catch up to where everybody else is at. And so if you've done seasons like 1 or 2 times, you're good. You don't need to do seasons anymore, you know? And if you constantly think about that, then like, are you even going to make any progress at the same time? Like, are you just going to be at the catch up every time? Right? Like the only way to catch up is to play the game. You know, like you can't get ahead if you don't play the game. So if you're always constantly playing catch up, then you're never gonna be ahead of the game. If you wanted to be ahead of the curve, you have to put in the time, right? You don't want to always have in the back of your head, oh yeah, if I wait 2 more years, they're just going to give it up for free. No, then you'll always play catch up. You're always going to be at the catch up. You're going to be in the same position you were 2 years ago, 2 years later, you know? But you got this, K-Bon. I believe in you. I believe in every player who wants to push ahead, they can push ahead as long as they put in the time. And if you want to just play as a casual player, there's nothing wrong with that too. If you're comfortable staying at the catch-up so that you can take advantage of catch-up mechanics, then there's people that play like that too. Let's review. So W, LMB, Shift LMB, SLMB, SRMB twice, and then RMB, Shift RMB, SF, Shift F, Shift C. Okay, let's do it, guys. W, LMB, Shift LMB, SLMB. That's enough. Those 3 skills are enough to kill that crystal. It's pretty good. Okay. So now we go for these ones. Okay, so W, LMB, Shift LMB, SLMB, SRMB. And then Shift F. Nice. Okay. So there I just repositioned. I skipped Shift RMB so I could reposition right away. So we might have to shorten the combo just so that we can reposition accordingly. Also, I know I don't need to pick up the loot. What am I doing? And then maybe filler here, we can do like WESE. WLMB, Shift LMB, SLMB, SRMB, RMB, Shift RMB. Reposition, SF, Shift Q. Oh, there we go, yeah. Guys, you will have no issues with this class, yeah. It's so easy. Some people might not like that. People want a challenge, and then fine. But there's other classes for that if you want a challenge, I promise. Oh, I forgot, I don't need to loot. I forgot, I'm in Global Labs, so I don't need to loot. And then WF to reposition, WLMB, SLMB, and then Shift LMB, reposition, RMB, Shift RMB, Shift F. Yeah, and the Shift F does a ton of damage, just like his sister. How fun is it, guys? I'm enjoying the time with it. I love this class. It's very easy. AoE is great. You're not gonna miss. The mobility is very good. The damage is pretty solid, and they're still probably gonna buff it, to be honest. I haven't had too much issues with dying yet, but that could just be because I'm killing the mobs before they have a chance to even hit me. He has a unique mechanic where you have a 70% additional down attack multiplier for certain skills, which is kind of insane. I would say the biggest thing for him is repositioning. There's a lot of repositioning tools, and it'll take some time to get used to which skills do that for you. How you been lately? Very tired. We've been doing a lot of editing lately. If you have been keeping up with my YouTube channel, we have been putting out videos like crazy, so like we haven't really been sleeping very well. But I think it's worth it. I've been having a lot of fun editing, and a lot of people have been telling me my videos have been helping them a lot. And that's been really fulfilling to hear. So I really appreciate everybody who's stopped by and supported the stream. Oh, okay, guys, I learned something new. So WRMB, you can use the 80 RMB as a WRMB to push you forward. That's kind of nice. So you can do Shift WRMB like this, and then WF. There we go. Perfect. So that's enough to move the next pack. He has enough movement, but it's very combo oriented. Well, I wouldn't say too combo oriented, but I'm very spoiled when it comes to movement because of Woosa. You know, so I feel like I'm very spoiled with Woosa movement, that any class that doesn't have the same butterfly step as Woosa, I'm like, oh, what is this? Oh, WRB has no collision too. That's kind of nice. Yeah, I mean, for the most part, I can press most skills and things will die unless I screw up my positioning really badly. I do notice that a lot of the abilities will force move you a little bit, so you will have to remember how to reposition. But I think I've got the movement down. Do you see? It's getting pretty smooth. Okay, Q into Shift F feels pretty good for repositioning behind. So like this, Q, Shift F. That seems pretty good for repositioning behind and getting all those back attacks. Love this series. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Got it. I do have Suck Ninja and Awakening Tamer done, but I think I'm going to upload Eddie first. Right, the new class. I think a lot of people are wanting to see his playstyle. And I think I've got a pretty good handle on the class now for the most part. Okay, I think I've got it down, guys. I think I got the movement down too. You see? Whoa, look at me. I'm flying now. Yeah, I think it clicked, guys. I think I've clicked it. Jay, will you try out the new glide spot on Global Labs for Thursday? Oh my god, that's what I was gonna do. Oh my gosh, I got distracted with yapping. Also, my horse died, so I gotta walk back. God damn it. The new spot is located over here, guys. Gavinia Coastal Cliff. Oh dang, it drops the teal one. Oh shit, the turquoise. Cool. Okay, but it also drops the other dyes too. Okay, interesting. Sulfur Power Core? Oh shit, so it just gives you a random one of the 10 bill artifacts. Interesting, okay. Let's try out this new spot. I think I finally caught up with chat. Okay. Do we have to hit this thing first? Oh, it's not, it doesn't activate right away. Okay. Okay, so it breaks and then what? Guys, I don't think that was the grind spot. I assumed that was the grind spot because that looked like a tower spot. What do you mean 6 more months? So they're revealing Awakening in December, the Calpheon Ball. But guys, this has been the track record for BDO for the last 5 years, right? Every 6 months we get a new class. Awakening is basically a new class, so think of it as a new class. We get a new class every 6 months. Why are we surprised at this point? You know? Okay, here. I think this is it. I found it. Wait, is this a rotational spot? Hold up. Guys, it might not be a tower spot. It might be a rotational spot. Oh, it's the same animations. Should we just take a look at his attacks first? Okay, so like very similar animations to the Olin's Golem. Okay. There seems to be some sort of geyser here, and I'm wondering if I break this, will it do something to him? You know? Oh, it spawns minions! Okay, so killing the little geyser spawns minions. Okay, not so bad so far. This is a knockdown spot. Okay, he's yelling. I know that attack is very dangerous. So with Agent, guys, you can use AD Shift as a PvE iframe. And it's spammable. So that's your PvE iframe on the class, if you guys are wondering. Oh, he's doing the fist. Don't get fisted. That attack in Olin's Golem is very dangerous, so we'll see how that attack does. Okay, it doesn't seem to do a wave. Wait, it just it followed me or something. Interesting. Okay. Ooh. Okay, it's summoning more minions. Okay, so it's basically like a solo version of Olin's is my first impression so far. I'm just taking a look at the attacks right now. Okay, what's he doing now? What was that? He like grabbed something out of his mouth or something. Wait, did it die? Oh shoot. What's going on? He's absorbing something. It's a mechanic. What's the mechanic? He's absorbing stuff. I guess I gotta kill this. Maybe it's like a DPS check. I think it might be like some sort of DPS check. And we gotta kill the thing. Is it like a one shot? If you don't get it? The sulfur golem absorbs all the energy, sealing the crack and growing stronger. Oh, it healed! Oh, okay, so it's a DPS. Like, do you see his HP went back up to full? Well, it's not like red anymore because it was like kind of going red. Okay, so there's a DPS check that you have to kill the little thing. Otherwise, he heals to full. From what I'm seeing. Okay, interesting. Okay. Oh my god. His horse! That guy's horse just got. Oh my god. No. He does have pretty long range, guys. You can shoot from back here. Okay, he's doing this. Watch me. I'm going around. Oh shit, look at that. Okay, I'm stepping and poop again. I'm stepping and poop again. Okay, there's some annoying things, but if you're ranged, I feel like on Awakening Woosa, I would have a much easier time on Awakening Woosa with this, to be honest. Because she has such long range. I don't know how big the range for this class is, but it feels like I gotta be close range for some of his attacks. Never mind, I can be pretty far range. Wait a minute, what am I doing? Look at this. There we go. Cool. Okay, so after you kill the guy, what do you do after? Is it just minions? Just minion spawns? They'll respawn at the same spot? Maybe, yeah, we'll see, we'll see. Guys, I don't think it respawned. It's not a tower spot. It's a regular grind spot, so you might have to rotate. Like, this might be a rotation here. 1, 2, 3. So I think it's probably like a 3 rotation kind of thing is what I'm guessing. If I can do frogs, I can do this. If you are gear capped and you have node war buff and all the buffs in the world, you can reach the cap here. But it'll be very difficult if you don't have gear cap, because we are gear capped at 395 sheet AP, and this spot is recommended 400 sheet AP, which we cannot reach right now without the new pieces of gear. So the only way to reach the actual cap is if you're in a node war guild with the 25 AP, maybe some event buffs. It'll be close. If you guys don't know, the deck Karazad is going to be exchangeable for a Tet El Ekleta, and it is 1 more AP. So you get 1 AP for free from exchanging a deck Karazad. So I think that might mean 1 AP each, hopefully, for each of the accessories. So right off the bat, Idania Part 2 releases. If they give 1 AP each, we're gonna get 6 AP for free right away, right off the bat. No species, yeah. If you're ever confused, you can view this icon here. They've added it to the Monster Zone info. So if you go to Kadri Ruins, they're considered humans there. If you go to Crescent, they're considered demi-humans. And Gavinia Coastal Cliff, oh shit! It's considered normal. How does the 100% look like? Let me get my 100% and I'll show you. So here's what it looks like. Pew! It's very long. It's all super armor. Let's see what the 200% looks like whenever we get there. It is Bullet Storm, Shift F. Ah, shit. Okay, let's take a look, guys. His Bullet Storm skill. Okay, here we go. Oh shit, he like does a dive forward. Oh shit! The camera is moving on its own. I'm not doing anything. Sheesh. Aura farming. I still can't move. I still can't move. That's a long animation, guys. Have you found the right combo? I've been trying some different things. I'm just going off with something that's comfortable for me. So if you look on the top right, I have some notes of abilities that flow well with each other. So I'm just going off of that for the most part and improvising when I can. Like if I mess up on the combo, I just skip to a different ability and then wait for it to recover back, right? Okay, there's gonna be DPS check coming up, guys. Okay, block jump, Shift C, Shift X, WLMB, Shift LMB, SLMB, SRMB, RMB, Shift RMB, block jump, SF, Shift F, Shift C, WLMB, Shift LMB, SLMB, Shift SLMB, or SRMB, RMB, Shift RMB, SF, Shift F. Yes, we made it. Let's go. Okay. The sulfur hornstone was destroyed, preventing the energy from being absorbed. Haha.
Enchantress Danny says, oof, yesterday I pitted out a belt for NAF and a ring at 20 clicks. All the crons just vanished in 2 minutes.
The cursed 50,000 crons. Oh no. I had blessed 50,000 crons. Oh no. If you guys haven't seen it, I uploaded my reaction to the hide a ball here. And towards the end, there's a timestamp. I have an enhancing session towards that end of timestamp. And we did get really lucky. I did not expect to get that lucky, but we got so boosted. Oh! Just finished updating it today. Oh! Oh! Guys, we need to be happy for the people around us that get things, right? Like, for example, Garnier here just got his Shining Alchemy Stone in like 20 taps. Everybody, let's all be happy for Garnier. I'm so happy for Garnier right now. I'm so happy. I'm only 140 taps in for my Shining Alchemy Stone, so we're almost there. But I'm very happy that my best friend Garnier got his in 20 taps, right? You know what I mean? My guilty got his in 14. We're also happy for him. Dextorian, aren't we all happy? Yeah. One tap it? Okay, I mean, I can only be happy for so many people, is all I'm gonna say. Solins, you're calling it Solins? I like that name. I like the name Solins. Sulfur Olins. If you enjoyed Olin's Valley in the past, you're gonna enjoy the spot. It's very reminiscent of the spot. There's the totem. Can I back attack this? No. Guys, I don't think you can back attack the totem. Frick. I think we could still make the DPS check here. Oh yeah, we got it. That was with Z-Buff though. It's much easier with Z-Buff. I can pretty much guarantee it with Z-Buff, but I would like to be able to do it without Z-Buff, you know? Are you hyped about the new stuff coming? I am, Super Benzi, yeah. I'm actually on the Global Labs right now with my Leon S. Kennedy. The hairstyle is like very similar to Leon, right? There's no... How's the new spot? It's pretty good. If you liked Olin's Valley, you're gonna like this spot. Let me run you down the spot. So basically, you wanna hit this guy. Right? Once he gets to 50% HP, he's going to spawn this little crystal, and you're going to need to break the crystal. Otherwise, he will heal back up to 80% HP. Make sure you stay behind him. This class has a block jump, so you have a pretty easy time with repositioning around the mobs. This spot is quite dangerous. Watch out for these pools. Do you see the pools of poop on the ground? Make sure you don't step on the poop. It hurts. So here, there's going to be a DPS check here. I'm going to E-buff. And then you want to DPS check this. It's hard to see, but it's like there's like a crystal over there. Let's see if I can make the DPS check. I feel like I'm not getting the DPS. Wait, maybe I am getting the DPS in. Hold on. We got it, nice. So once you kill that, it will say it preventing the energy from being absorbed, and then he can't heal. Defeat the DPS check, he will heal to 80%, and that will slow you down a lot. It's not a tower spot, it's kind of like half a tower spot, but you'll rotate between 3 packs. It's kind of like Dark Seekers, pretty much. So you kill the big guy, and then mobs will spawn right after, similar to Olin's, like Olin's too. And then repeat. So the mechanics are not too complicated. You have a great maneuverability kit with this class. He's very flashy. I like him. And not because he kind of looks like Leon S. Kennedy, okay? The PvE iframe is lateral dash. You can spam this infinitely. If you're wondering what the drops are, it drops the new turquoise dye and the old dyes too. And also, but there's a chance you get a Kabua Dekia DR or Dekia Evasion artifact from this core. So you have a lot of big ticket items at this spot, and also the pities of the big ticket items as well. So it seems like to be a very good money spot for people who can reach this area. It is very steep in AP. It's 2020 total AP to reach effective AP limit, and it's a non-species spot, so you cannot rely on species damage to carry you. So for example, like Edania Crystal, right? Edania Crystal literally gave you 60 Edania AP. It's not an Edania spot, so it's going to be difficult to hit that 2k margin unless you're gear capped, basically. But the new region is going to provide some new gear pieces, so that should help out with getting to the AP cap here. I was hoping it would drop like the white dyes and the other dyes, but seems like that is only for Edania. How do you guys feel about the turquoise dye? I don't know. I don't know if I like the turquoise dye, but the white dye looks sick. I'm 100% getting the white dye. They need to make it so that all of these are collectible, because then I would actually go for them, because I've been hesitant on getting any of the dyes because it's a one-time use. They need to just make it a collectible dye, and then I can change whenever I want to it, you know? New treasure dye item. Hey, I mean, they're starting to add more treasures, right? What's that new treasure? It's for the pet, isn't it? Like it's like infinite food for the pet. Okay, guys, I think we're gonna wrap it up here. It's 3 a.m. I should have been in bed like 3 hours ago, but I'm irresponsible, and I wanted to play as Leon S. Kennedy in Black Desert. Overall, my first impressions of Agent were very positive. He's a medium-paced class, so I didn't have too much trouble picking him up. Most of his core DPS skills are straightforward and intuitive, and they have pretty generous AoEs, so grinding feels really smooth right from the start. He also has a ton of mobility built into his kit. It can feel a little overwhelming at first because there are so many movement options, but once you get comfortable with them, you can really dance around the battlefield and reposition with ease. I've always enjoyed magic-based classes, and Agent is basically a gun mage, so I already knew I was going to love the aesthetic. I don't think anyone can deny there was at least some inspiration from Leon Kennedy in the Resident Evil series, and he's always been my favorite character, so I might be a little biased there. I also really like that Pearl Abyss is going back to Succession and Awakening design instead of continuing with the Ascension-only approach. I think having two distinct playstyles adds a lot more depth and flavor to each class. As for his performance, his damage felt solid. He also has a really unique mechanic where certain skills gain an additional 70% down attack modifier, making them hit incredibly hard whenever you can capitalize on a down attack. Keep in mind that this footage is from day 1 of the global lab server. There will almost certainly be balance changes and tuning when and after he releases next patch, so take what you see with a grain of salt. I had a great time playing Agent, and I'll definitely be retagging him in the future. If you're looking for a highly mobile, medium-paced class with flashy gunplay, satisfying combos, and a unique down-attack focused playstyle, I'd absolutely recommend giving Agent a try when he releases on July 30th. I really want to keep making more videos like this, not only to push myself into learning new classes, but also to help newer and returning players discover classes they might have never considered trying before. If you enjoyed the video, make sure to leave a like and subscribe.